That is Ia the Maid Graveyard Song. Welcome back, ladies and skeletons. This is gonna be a VTuber Friday. For reasons. Monday is Columbus Day, so that's a holiday. I'm gonna try and spend some time with the sibling. And Tuesday, I have an appointment at everyone's favorite place, the DMV. Get some DMV stuff sorted out. So today I'm going to be in Blender for a little while, making Halloween costumes for not only me, but Anlate as well as Swollen Dingus, our pal Dingus. He wanted some spooky Shy Guy costumes, so we oblige. Happily oblige. I got some help from Stable Diffusion, helping me make some ideas. I think I'll combine them. This one in particular I thought was really good. This is like channel art worthy here. This is good inspiration for an Antley costume. But basically based off that. No polls since I have pretty much all the ideas I need. But if I finish these up and I have time to spare, then I'll put up some polls and make up some viewer requested ones. But yeah, this is gonna be a Blender day. Today's level 1 podcast is gonna be back. We're gonna have our everyone's favorite segment, Dipshit's Day Off. Let me look here. And I'm sure the pre-stream is gonna be populated by plenty of terrible. Yeah, he's gonna be asking for money as well, obviously. Let's see. There was one video. King DD Duke, known for his classic This Is How You Don't Plays, made a video about the constructive criticism poll or post. Let's take a look at that.
Hello, everyone. This post is the official suggestion box thread for October 2023. This thread can be used to post up constructive suggestions and criticism for improvement of DSP gaming. There's no need to spend $3,000 for a PC when there are PC builds that range around 1/3 of the price range you want. Use Hardpicker also if you are serious about playing Team Fortress 2 on your spare time. I recommend doing it on the weekends.
That's a weird one. Like he's not gonna build a PC. He doesn't know how to. He can't even replace a hard drive. He can't even replace RAM.
To dress like Keemstar for your Halloween marathon and mock his mannerisms the whole night.
Yeah, totally. Audio is out of sync really badly. Let me unplug this and plug this back in. Hopefully we can get our audio back in the sync. OBS virtual camera. Let's see. We're back in sync. I believe shorts are a lot more popular now.
Shorts are a lot more popular now than they were when they first launched. I think a focus on shorts again like the channel had when they
he ran off the only person who does shorts for him, so that's not gonna happen.
first launched would help bring the channel to
Hey Samurai Sansa.
maybe bring back some older fans.
Like I said before, these suggestions aren't really suggestions. They're just opportunities for him to shoot down what people say as a way to imply that what he's already doing is 100% correct.
Through the algorithm. Just an idea though. I also think you should drop your idea of being back into competitive Street Fighter. You get super angry and honestly, it's not
he's never really serious about it to begin with.
Upset over dropped inputs plus it just fuels detractor videos. I would love to see it go down to just one stream a week for at least a bit and just try and have fun playing casual so you can just mess around with different fighters. And you don't feel all this pressure to win every match. It's just a game and sometimes I feel like you forget that because of your love for Street Fighter, but I don't know dude, you get really heated. Also,
I know, dude.
you upload your podcast and daytime stream comes up in reverse. I would personally like to listen to your podcast after work but still be present for your nighttime stream. But your podcast usually isn't uploaded until after 6 p.m. which isn't enough time to finish it.
What?
Personally, I think you should run more ads. Between 5
Run
to 10
more
a day
ads.
over the course of your 6 hours of streaming day really isn't that much and would help you more finically. I also think you should pre-record your tips segment. 95% of podcasts have a pre-recorded segment that's a few minutes and isn't nearly as intrusive or time-consuming as your current model. I feel like your current setup is almost 20 minutes of your podcast. I'm also personally not a fan of the music segment. It's been the same songs for years, and I think that would be a better time to run a contribution segment, maybe with some classic DSP gameplay in the background.
Shorten your podcast. Maybe instead of doing an hour plus every day, maybe do a short 20 to 30 minute podcast 3 days out of the week and an hour podcast at the beginning and end of the week. New people aren't going to stay for new releases if they have to listen to you talk about stuff unrelated to the game for almost 2 hours.
I feel like favoritism exists within this community. It feels like sometimes
you don't
it's a
think
boys'
so?
club and you can't really participate
I
in
wonder.
conversations unless you meet certain criteria. It would be nice for conversation to be encouraged among all members of chat and for the rules to be applied to everyone equally. There are some stream regulars that get preferred treatment.
Looking at you,
It would
Derek.
be great for this to be a more inclusive space. This is very real. I've been a member viewer for over 6 months now, and the majority of the
Jeez.
regulars won't acknowledge 90% of the chat.
While I understand you can only play so many games at a time, I think it would be a good idea to incorporate at least one stream to a game that you won't be fully invested in. It allows you to provide coverage on the game without full commitment. For example, if a multiplayer-style game comes to Game Pass like Exo Primal or Party Animals, you could dedicate one day or night stream to it and then drop the game. That way your channel can receive recognition.
Oh, wait,
for
dude, he
playing
has
it,
to
and
do
you
full
also provide more
playthroughs.
variety to your streams. Here's a few things I think would really help out the stream, so hopefully it gets approved.
Oh my god.
Bear with me, it's a little long. 1. Get rid of Q&A at the end of the podcast and do it once a week. Since it's done daily, the same questions keep getting asked and it makes people tune out. 2. Rearrange your behind
That's
the
their
scenes
fault.
setup.
I don't
You
make
should
them
try to
ask
center your monitor and
the same
TV close to the
questions.
center of the camera so you don't have to keep looking left and right throughout the stream. If you're unable to move your TV, anytime you have to position the camera in the upper left corner, reflect your camera so it gives the illusion that you're looking at the game you're playing. 3. Stop bringing up trolls, detractors and other YouTubers. It's off-putting.
Why do people bother?
Unless something has to be addressed, ignore it. Especially calling other YouTubers.
He's
shells,
pathologically
sellouts,
incapable of
or
ignoring
doing
it.
for the bags. There are thousands of good streams / YouTube, so just forcing on the bad apples just looks bad. 4. When it comes to special events, instead of taking a shot for every $100 you receive, you should take one every time you hit a $100 milestone, so at $100, $200, etc. I think this would encourage more people to support, and your fans simply like to see you drink for the occasions. 5. For DSP racks, you need to review more trending media and uploaded them in a more timely manner.
That
If
goes
there's
against
a new
everything
show
he's
out
all
/
about.
movie,
He
you need
doesn't
to
chase
upload a
memes.
reaction / review within a day or two to catch people's attention. 6. Remember, 70 to 80% of your audience is there for you and the community, not simply the game you're playing.
They're there to make
So
fun of
even if you're
you.
playing a slower or more boring game, make it entertaining. I noticed when you play a slower game, your chat checks out within the first 10 minutes. Try to keep them more engaged in what you're doing.
Yeah, this is the suggestion
7.
box.
Think about updating your tip rewards. Even though the glasses, hat, and vest have become staples of your streams, I feel like they're getting played out.
His entire life is getting played
I know
out.
it's tricky to get Cat Invalid in your streams, but your fans like it when she can. I know she doesn't want to be on screen, so maybe set up some co-op with her, where she plays downstairs and you're in the office. This will open up a lot more games to play that you have skipped due to being co-op. 9.
She doesn't want to play games with him.
Was a great idea. Keep that up, but with different games. Make it a members thing, and maybe once a week.
Yeah,
you
that
can
turned
play
out
with
great.
members.
The fan lobbies
I
where
believe it will get
where
more people to join
where somebody beat his ass and he got angry at the person, being like, "Why are you trying so hard?" Like, ugh. That was so wild. I can't believe this guy played his main and beat me. Ugh. It's like you had one task, Phil. Just one thing you had to do, which was just play Street Fighter with your quote-unquote fans. but the moment one of them defeated you, you just have a big giant temper tantrum. All you had to do was not do that. Just suck it up, deal with it, be quiet, but couldn't do that, obviously.
Your gifted memberships. 10. Lastly, just be more positive.
Just be more positive,
People want you
Goob.
to escape from their real life and want to have a good time.
Quit being so negative, man.
Rage will happen, but the name calling / dramas / ranting should be kept at a minimum. These are all legitimate suggestions
What a big
that
ask.
would genuinely help him.
Let's see if he
Let's see
listens.
they make it to the podcast. Hopefully he takes all of this advice.
Totally.
I would like to see him at Cat Play It Takes Two in separate rooms or some sort of survival game together. I would never give any streamer a $100 tip because frankly that's a lot of money, but I would contribute a couple of bucks if he was getting close to a goal. Here's a few things. Number 1, stop begging. I know you don't think you are, but you really are. Mention how people can contribute if they choose to once in a stream, at the beginning. Then leave it alone. Don't bring up the goals, don't ask for any contributions, don't even hint about it. It's the number one thing that turns people off. Number 2.
But it's the
get
number one
committed
way
to
he
your
makes his
goals.
money.
Nobody cares about gunner glasses or silly hats. Instead, do a goal along these lines, $100 in tips within, say, an
These
hour and a half
goofballs,
equals an extra
thinking
hour
they're
of
actually
stream.
making a difference.
Believe me, your true fans
It's not
will
actually
contribute
listening to
more
you,
if
you
there's
know that,
something
right?
in it for them. Number 3, shorten your podcast. Nobody comes to you for your speeches. The podcast should be at most half an hour to give people time to settle in. Number 4, the games. It's clear to everyone you're not truly enjoying the games you're playing.
What?
Stop playing games you think will make money and start playing stuff you enjoy and are good at. That will give you the ability
Guess this guy can read minds.
Number 5, stop limiting what
They haven't
people
sound
chat
commands.
about. When people are talking amongst themselves in your
So
chat,
weird when
let
it's
them.
like that.
Unless there's blatant racism or bullying going on, let them talk. If you hosted a party and 200 people showed up, would you expect all 200 people to only talk to you or about your topics? That'd be unreasonable and insane. I honestly
He is
don't watch your
unreasonable and
stuff,
insane.
but I've seen enough from your detractors to notice this stuff. And I think, if you adopt these changes,
There, he just revealed himself. He literally admitted that he's just an asshole. I mean, he watched detractor videos. So that's why he's all fucked up in the head. I mean, jeez, obviously. If only he didn't admit that he was literally an asshole.
you'll see better results. Also,
Yeah, the
none of
last...
these changes will cost you a dime, so, realistically, what do you have to lose by trying them out? More gameplay,
Everything.
less react videos. Play Baldur's Gate 3. Ignore the trolls. I've got a few suggestions, and they're all incredibly easy to understand and accomplish. Nothing that requires large sums of money, nothing that requires any serious input, just a bit of self-control. Number
Whoops.
1, shorten your
Can't do
podcast
that.
by 2/3 its length and focus more on gaming. It's the aspect of your streams that people are there to see the most, and it's the place you're most likely to get support. The Level 1 podcast and daily wrap should be less combined than a single segment of Level 1 podcast is now. Mix in talking about your day with your gameplay and focus on the stuff that is super important in the podcast. Number
Yeah.
2, make
Like you're at a birthday party, and the person who the birthday is for is like going around monitoring conversations and being like, "You're not talking about me. Why aren't you talking about me? You're talking about like stuff like football and school and TV shows and movies. Stop it. Stop talking about that. Start talking about me. Aren't you? You're here for me, aren't you?" Like, that's so crazy. You can't even write that.
in smaller games with the popular new
Like, it's like an Adult Swim cartoon about like it's like Aqua Teen Hunger Force shit, but it's real life.
releases. We're moving into the Halloween season, so now would be perfect for a game like World of Horror, an indie turn-based RPG that's
like you would
about to
imagine
hit its
Master Shake
1.0
doing that.
version on the 19th
Hey, why aren't you talking
after a
about
few
me?
years of being in early access. This way you get the best of both worlds, as you will have people looking for new releases on top of getting your foot in the door for more obscure games. More obscure equals higher chance of your channel ending up in the search results, especially since your channel is more than likely larger than a majority of the channels that have covered said games. That means more money in your pocket. Win-win. Number 3, for the love of God, either play into the trolls or outright ignore them. You have consistently kept bringing them up, over and over, especially in recent months, and it just keeps giving them what they want. Every time you insult them, you're doing exactly what they want you to. Every single time. It's an objective fact that there are more people in the online landscape that hate you than like you, so stop trying to talk big and pretend you're better and actually be better, because what you're doing is not
pretending I'm better. What makes you think I pretend that I'm better?
Think about the amount of potential new viewers that you could have had that came in during segments where you're berating people. Even without context, nobody wants to watch someone like that, and you know as much as I that that's a goddamn fact. If you ever get asked something you're not comfortable answering,
these people
just say that's none of your business or that's my business, not yours. It's quick, it's simple, it's the answer you give to people when they ask stuff that they have no right to know. I'm not a fan of yours, Phil. I'm really not, but I'm also not a detractor. This isn't a if you're not with me, you're against me black and white scenario. This is a neutral party looking in and giving
that's what he treats it as.
Speak his mind. I can only hope you make the right decision going forward. Perhaps a fundraising stream once every 3 months where you ask all of your members to decide on a charity they would like the funds you accumulate to go toward.
He's the charity, stupid. He's not going to donate to charity.
But also around the internet in general. Over time, I believe
the charity is him.
An impressive amount of growth in viewership.
He doesn't want to lose viewers to charity.
The possibilities of giving so much back are endless, and I am quite sure, being that you have such a positive group of supporters, they too would be on board.
It's the positive.
Just a thought, ways for DSP to improve. 1. Get a green screen. 2. Play more games on PC. 3. Play more indie games. 4. Debunk what the haters are saying.
Yeah, do a debunk stream.
Is still there. 6. Go back to shorter videos. 7. Different thumbnails for the playthroughs. 8. Playthroughs
I do different
just
thumbnails. Stupid.
9. Guests on the podcast. 10.
I tried doing that.
Other interview side scrollers or not. 11. Sponsorships. 12. Viewers' choice playthroughs as goals. 13. Co-op gameplay and or commentary. 14. Get cat to game for the internet videos. 15. Increase your gaming work hours. 16. Decrease the podcast time. 17.
Yeah. Stick to just saying romance cat, BITW awesome.
Just watch someone else play through. 1. Catherine full body. 2. 10 dates. 3.
Yeah, honey pop. That's
4.
obvious troll.
I'm married, stupid!
My recommendation is to get a co-host for a holiday stream. Maybe bring Catherine back on.
Yeah, that's totally gonna happen.
If Catherine was back on the stream. I'm sure your mods can handle any troll comments before they become an issue. Shorten the podcast 3 hours per day is too long.
I'm sure your mods can handle it.
To God suggestion is playing into the trolls instead of being angry over them. The top streamers and successful YouTube types do the same thing, and you don't have to compromise yourself to do it either. Make a joke of it, you know. Go to a local Street Fighter
Make a
tournament
joke
and
of
play
it.
without online lag. Smiley face.
They are
Cut out
jokes.
the Q&A sections on your podcast and make it special again for Ask the King. Can we get a tips goal that you do a 70s style half open button up shirt with Vaseline on chest, maybe 120?
We spotted the Rich Review Tech fan.
Shirtless streams? No, lunch meat. Again, I keep telling you guys. I look nothing, act nothing, and am nothing like Review Tech USA.
Yep.
Anyway.
It's not funny. I guess it's that Richard Vutek humor where you're just like, hey, Phil, be really, really gay. Is that funny? I guess if you're Richard Vutek, that's funny. Hey, DSP, can you just, like, be super gay? I don't know. I guess it works for the...
I'm gay and that's okay. I don't have to hide.
I guess it works for the PCL people, right? I don't know. They're the ones who were like, hey, Phil, can you dye your hair... Or, hey, Perry. Hey, Perry, can you dye your hair pink? I don't know. I guess I can't complain too much, because PCL people do that all the time with Perry. Hey, put on like a tutu for $200. And Perry is like, no! These fucking people, these cocksuckers are trying to turn me gay. And Tom is like, you're gonna do it. Just do it. Just do it. It's $200. Just do it. It's like, ah. That's what DSP needs. That's the real recommendation. DSP, you need a manager. You need someone in your ear who can just guide you and tell you what to do. And stop being a douchebag. Whenever you start raging out, he can just tell you to stop. Knock it off. When you start begging, he can just digitally slap you across the face. And he doesn't have to be in the room there with you. He can do it remotely. He can just rein you in. Here's a recommendation. But of course, I'm not going to post in that stupid post. Because it's all just, they're not suggestions, like I say. He's not going to take them all seriously. He's not going to take any of them seriously. He's just going to debunk them and say that he's already doing everything right. He doesn't want to hear suggestions. He wants opportunities to tell you that he doesn't need suggestions. And also a way to say, I've been actively listening to my audience. What do you want to link to, Delorio? Literally all you... Aww. Clipping. Yeah. Damn, man. Getting harsh with me. The Denton Jew. I don't live in Denton anymore, okay? We're gonna watch this. Literally all you have to do is put a backslash before what you're typing. Just... How lazy are you? Just do it yourself. Backslash ban Kool-Aid Man. And then that'll ban him. You don't have to type it so that someone else has to do it for you. Dipshit.
Killed us all. It was you.
Yeah, I just said my bad.
Okay, I might as well bring this up now. On top of playing Liza P for my tip goal, I will do what last month's goal was, and I will reveal animations that I made before making my Ludwig World Order channel. So not only is the goal drastically reduced, you also get an additional game playthrough.
Bad, bro.
It's beneficial. Enough of that. Enough about that. Enough about that. You even edited it. No, shut up. No, it isn't. It's incentivized.
We can at least win one round.
I have to incentivize tips this week or I can't pay bills, so please tip.
It's $10. Come on. It's $10.
It's $10. That is nasty.
Out on the fucking wall, bud. Lawrence, to your right, you just dropped him. Never mind, no you didn't. We pretty much had a $20 donation and a $5 donation in 3 hours.
Come on, what
kids, 12, 13, 14.
Okay, tell me how to do it then, because I don't know. I'm so confused how to do this. Because I don't do it. Like I'm wow, you're really going in hard in the paint. Yeah, $1 to access VODs. This video is only available to subscribers. Wait, subscriber only. Where do you get that message from? Must be photoshopping that. Okay, I'm gonna add a channel point redeem, and it's just gonna be suggestions to improve the stream. Which I did add.
Guys, super long kids.
It's there. Yeah, come on. Like, I get that you trying to razz me and troll me and make fun of me, but you can't call everything e-begging just because I'm trying to monetize things. Come on.
I'm telling you this right now, and you can tell everyone this. I don't
These aren't
care if you're
demonetized
one. Remember, I
streams.
want you to put this
Shorten the
out there.
pre-stream.
I want you to put this out there. I want it to
Still
be known
think.
that anybody using the star
Oh.
after today, I will be coming
Like that's,
after everybody.
I love this.
I will
Counter trolling. That's like,
I will
oh, okay. You're trying so hard to not be like DSP, so you shouldn't be making money at all.
be suing each and every.
Cause that's fucking over detractors. That's SOK shit, right? I don't know. I don't know anything.
Person for every single time.
Oh man,
Who they are or
this
how
is tough love.
Unless you have my permission, you are not allowed to use my face or my image at all. I own
Do a lot of
my
stuff for free,
image.
okay?
So therefore, unless you guys
Thank you for the 420 tip. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my god!
Thumbs up. Like I don't. Okay. I really don't know how to do this. Lovely comment. Anime streamer begging, how rare. Also, it is curated, crowdfunded, crowd created, and a troll creator non-created, meaningful, concerted effort style streaming business. Gotta remember that. God damn it. Missing robust. Just because I had a tip goal. But then I had the fun to do something. How do you do it, Anlead? Help me out. You're my guru. It was drastically reduced. It was like the month before. It was month. How do you do what? I don't know. How do you do everything? How do you? Because the month before it was 100 sub points to show off the animations, and so I got like half of the way there. And I really appreciated that, getting me half of the way there. And, you know, it was September, so the cost of subs were drastically reduced. I keep saying that, drastically reduced. But I still wanted to do it, so I just made it a $10 goal. And so that was a lot more reachable. And I added on top of that playing Liza P. So not only did you get last month's goal, you got gameplay as well, because it was enough to pay for Game Pass. And you know, also, I'm trying to figure this out. Okay, it's learning. Let's see. Which comment? Like a posted comment or a comment in chat? When did Cobra do the shekel shimmy? That's like my tip notification sound. The Satan dollar.
But you know what? The power of Satan compelled you to give me a fucking dollar, and I appreciate that.
Which comment? It's cool. Don't worry about it. That was a funny video. I do appreciate it. It's really
His
fun.
most powerful spell is his dry spell.
It's funny how you
But
remember.
You know what? The power of Satan compelled you to give me a fucking dollar, and I appreciate that.
Aw, thank you, Anli. Yeah, that's my tip notification. Is the dancing cobes. I like how I remember the Denton thing too. Thank you, I appreciate that. Much appreciated. Okay, I'm gonna make. Thank you for the burn. You got burned, okay? I'll try and do better. Okay. That was the whole point of being a streamer, is like, it's a learning experience. What's the goal? What goal? I don't have a goal right now. There's no goal. I don't have a goal. Should I have a goal? Would it be smarter to have a goal? A goal? Maybe smarter. Do the goal. What? Jeez, gotta think of something. I mean, again, I added the channel point redeem thing. Suggest a stream improvement. It's only 2,000 channel points, which is totally attainable. Always gotta have a goal. Always have to have a goal. Goal. No picking. I don't. There's a difference, okay? My goals for the month is to get through all the spooky games on my summer sale list. Huh, okay. So you're being serious. Like, I do so many things just because I want to do them. I don't really attach, like, whether I'll do it or not, depending on contributions I get. Is that where I'm messing up? Like, I like people gifting subs because I like spreading my emotes around and letting people post emotes in other people's chat. Like personal goals or maybe follow goals. Sub goals also work as well. I didn't mean this to turn into like an intervention, but I do appreciate it. I'll think about it. Basically just have small goals and work upwards. Okay. Can think about that. I mean, I just want to make costumes right now. I'll think about it over the weekend, and I'll come back rejuvenated on Wednesday, since I'm not streaming Monday or Tuesday. It's also good, always good to think about those things. Okay. All right, I'll ruminate on it. I take your advice into consideration. Damn it, you're pressuring me now. Now this is gonna be clipped and turned into another Delorio video. I'm just trying to figure stuff out. Don't think of it as negative pressure. Think of it like motivation. Alright. I'll try down the rabbit hole. You're gonna send this off to June the King, aren't you? He's desperate for anti-detractor content because everyone always just makes videos about DSP stuff. They don't focus on the other side. Off to the farms. Yeah. Golden Triangle Gaming made a video about the Lolcow podcast. Take a look at that. We also got the Steve of the Dead video. He's given the expression that I feel like you guys are giving me right now. now we have now we'll have a thread dedicated to the detractors of DSP. Pretty sure we already had that. I don't know. It's been a while since I've been to the DSP subsection of the farms. I typically just hang out in the main locale thread, checking up on people like Daniel Larson and Lucas Werner, and of course Cobes and his mead making journey in Cyrax. Thank you for the follow. All right, I need some time to process this. Got Audento going over Cyrax stuff, which you probably already know. It's not going to tell us anything we don't already know about. Thank you, SEAL Team Raz. That's been boring for ages. Yeah, I don't really read the thread because I basically get all the news firsthand, and I don't need like a third party giving their opinions on things. I have the Discord for that. All right, let's check in on Rev while I try and think about how to be a better streamer.
Checkered past, deciding
Rewind.
to attack group. Hey, what's up guys, Rev here.
Hey, what's up?
So today's gonna be a very wild video, some major VTuber related drama that's gonna go down many different rabbit holes. So essentially we have a group of VTubers with very checkered past deciding to attack, harass, and even attempt to deplatform other content creators over what they believe is a controversial topic. Now, what is that topic? Well, it's the term spooky, because they believe the term spooky is racist. Well, anyways, just in time for spooky season, today is the last day that you can claim my Uwu Market Halloween spooky themed standee. You can see my character here. If you make any order from my merch collection, you will get this free standee with your purchase. However, you only have 1 day left to claim this standee. All the other merch from my drop will still be available, but this standee is only available for...
Here's an idea. There's some merch stuff.
...for 1 more day with any purchase of my merch. And thanks again to all the support on my merch drop. It's been absolutely insane, by the way. But moving on, here is one of the many tweets about this relevant situation. This person saying, gentle reminder to all my content creator friends for October. Don't use the word spook or spooky to describe your themed celebrations. It's a slur. The end. No argument. Here is a list of 400 scary themed words you can use. Now, people were using this to claim that anyone who's saying something like spooky season is racist and should be canceled or attacked. Now, I would ask anyone, especially anyone who's black watching this video, are you offended by the word spooky and anything like it? Do you actually believe that when people say something like it's spooky season to describe Halloween and the month of October, do you actually believe they are doing that with racist intent? Well, the problem is a lot of people are scared in the VTubing scene. You have VTubers like this straight up making posts and Discord messages to their community saying that they are not using this word during this season because they're afraid of the implications and that it might be racist. Now, when I see people like this, I'm not mad. I'm not mad at this person. I feel sorry for them because they genuinely fear that they're going to be canceled over something like the term spooky because some people decided that it's now a incredibly offensive term. Here's another one where they actually gave a poll asking because they now just found out about this whole situation. And you can see almost 80% of the votes said no, that term is not offensive. However, following up on that poll, this VTuber would say, well, looking at all that, I'm just not going to use this term during this season, and that they thank everyone for educating them on this. And honestly, even when it seems obvious that the community doesn't find it offensive, people are still scared to use this term and will just kneel to the messages that we've been sharing in this video. But here's one of the main tweets. It's nothing unique about this one. It's similar to the first one we looked at. Same sort of message. You can't say these terms because it's offensive to people. But this is the one that a lot of the VTubers would be talking about and referencing. And one of these people is named Mavis, who is a VTuber. They said, I've seen a lot of people use this word just today. If you didn't know, you didn't know, but change it now that you do. Please read this tweet and listen to black folks about this. Locking replies to this just in case. I'm not engaging with any quote retweets or shitty responses. You're not worth my time. You will get a silent block and I will move on. My black friends and their safety always comes first.
Can't tell when you guys are joking, okay?
To get this
it's part of my condition, okay? It's hard to tell when people are joking sometimes.
The way this individual says that they're indigenous and they make it clear that they're not black. And another thing that is very clear is that they have a problem with white people.
Clowning.
And let's see some of their history. Here's one of their tweets from way back saying that they remember getting tagged in a talk show host post looking for people to be brought on. I politely declined because absolutely no way am I going to join a talk show hosted by some cishet and potentially white that I don't know. Yeah, first of all, anyone who uses an emoji to describe a person based on their race, they are never going to make it, okay? That is not normal at all. That's very weird behavior. But basically, they're avoiding working with a talk show host because they're potentially white. That is very strange, that you are going to avoid working with people solely based on their race. But it goes way beyond just fear. So here's another thread they were involved in. Saying right here, yeah, but apparently me being loud and angry and telling white people to stop being racist to me while jokingly calling them colonizers and church waffers is being racist back. Well, yes, it is. And it's the old strategy a lot of these people like to have, and that's battling racism with more racism and then being shocked when the result isn't very good. Of course, the people being racist towards Mavis are wrong, but combating them with racist comments yourself isn't solving anything, and it's just more racism. And down here they say, it's all right at this rate, I just avoid looking up to or trusting white creators because 9 times out of 10, I'm disappointed. Well, I'm not surprised that you're disappointed when you work with white creators because you have this inherent bias towards them and you think all of these bad things about them. Of course, it's not going to work out when you have that sort of a mindset towards a group of people based on the color of their skin. But moving on, they also retweeted this, just making it very clear that they don't believe there's a such thing as reverse racism and that you cannot be racist towards white people, even if you're saying disparaging things about them based solely on their race. But yes, they would end up getting some flack, even from other content creators who are black saying, please don't speak on my behalf, and I don't agree with this. And Mavis would eventually say this, I didn't want to post this publicly, but I also want to make my black, indigenous, people of color mutuals aware that after yesterday, I'm going to simply retweet posts and not add my own thoughts. Even when just spreading information, I was targeted/harassed, and I'm no longer willing to put my own safety at risk. I have lost my hope, and I accept that. I'll be focused on cultivating my own community and keeping it safe for people like me instead. I think that's a pretty good idea. How about you just worry about your own community and stop trying to speak on behalf of everyone else? But moving forward, we have the new protagonist of this situation, a person named Curry Ringy, aka Vtuber Cringe. It's someone we've talked about before. He makes content pretty similar to what we do in videos like this. His Twitter account exists solely to repost tweets by VTubers. Tweets that are often either insane takes or hypocritical takes based on their history of what they've tweeted, okay? And nobody gets more flack from a certain portion of the VTuber community than Curry Ringy, okay? Seeing a mirror shined on themselves drives people insane. All of these bad actors in the VTubing scene who say ridiculous things like we just showed a second ago, they hate seeing someone compile the tweets and just show it back to them and say, hey, here's your public behavior. They don't like that. And they really, really hate Curry Ringy. I think they go after him more because he's a smaller account, and they go after his YouTube channel as well, where he simply reads these tweets, much like this video. But moving forward, as a response of his tweets covering what people were saying about this spooky issue, people were using his Curious Cat to go in there and leave comments calling him slurs and his community a bunch of slurs. Once again, combating potentially, people saying slurs with more slurs. And in this case, calling people slurs over something as goofy as the word spooky. But moving forward, Mavis would react to Curry Ringy's tweets saying bigots need to be deplatformed and more people need to block, report, and stop accepting that they exist.
See ya.
Knowing that someone out there with a huge following can share content and get that person harassed in mass / told to die is beyond acceptable. So they believe that anyone who is showing their public tweets should be deplatformed, because it's not just enough to, have an actual discussion with people criticizing your public tweets. You need them deplatformed. It's absolutely ridiculous, and we know by your own standard and your comments about white people, for example, you would have to be deplatformed as well. It's ridiculous. But moving on, this wasn't the only person calling for Curry Renji's deplatforming. We have another VTuber using their following to make this tweet right here. So years of report on how VTuber Cringe is harassing many vulnerable people and dehumanizing them constantly in videos, broadcasting their names over YouTube / Twitter, which gets these people death threats, slurs, harassment, etc. And YouTube creators and Twitter have done nothing about it. So this post right here is targeted harassment, by the way. It is calling to deplatform someone over non-issues. In this case, they don't have any proof of any real sort of harassment that Curry Renji is doing. But in this post, imagine this. They tag not only VTuber Cringe, but they tag YouTube and Twitter, obviously with the intent of deplatforming him and saying all these things that he is harassing vulnerable people and dehumanizing them, which, again, they have absolutely no proof of. But before we get into some of the replies to this thread, let's see what this person has to say about related issues. So here's the same VTuber saying this. Y'all aren't actually insulted by any of their funny as F names for white people. You're just racist looking for any opportunity to be that way justifiably. Names for white people are not slurs. Slurs are systematically oppressive for years, but you already knew that. I'm over here admiring the creativity as someone who already calls himself the Mayo Boy, seeing color of popcorn ceilings and ranch roach. Like, how is that not too hilarious to ever get mad at? That's right, because you're not insulted. You're just an opportunistic
What the
racist.
fuck is a crayon
So it
tuber?
seems clear that this person is white, and they have some sort of a savior complex, calling themselves the Mayo Boy. Now, of course, seeing these sorts of phrases and terms used to describe white people, if this was put over to me, if people describe me like this, personally, I wouldn't get my feelings hurt because I just don't care. So the thing is, I can also acknowledge that calling someone an insult and reducing them to something like a roach based solely on the color of their skin is an act of racism. That is a very logical conclusion. You don't get a get out of jail free card because you're talking about white people. It's very clear you have some sort of a bias here, and you think that calling someone a ranch roach based on the color of their skin is not the product of racism when it clearly is. But moving forward, the original tweet, the call-out thread against VTuber Cringe, attracted a lot of the usual suspects, people who are pro-harassment but want to call out VTuber Cringe for apparently harassing people. So here we have Akura Dere. So Akura is someone who every couple of months is getting canceled because they go on some sort of a rant about drawings or something like that and try to harass people over it. And they jumped in saying that VTuber Cringe got them harassed into oblivion. Now, Akura is someone who has been canceled more times than they've gone live with their streams, and I have plenty of their greatest hits available to remind people that this person calling out someone over harassment is someone who routinely engages in harassment campaigns. Who can forget this classic right here? So this is on their previous account. They have two accounts, just to be clear. They have one larger account and a recent newer one that they created about a year ago. Same name though. But this person is describing a situation saying that nobody should be harassed and slandered over drawings to the point where they take their own life. And Akura responds to this saying, good. Akura is saying it's good that people are bullied and slandered to the point of taking their own lives over drawings. This is the person calling out VTuber Cringe for harassing people, apparently. But here's another one. This is a related thread, one of her many breakdowns over drawings. So this person says, do you really think it's good that they receive harassment for liking a weird fictional thing? And Akura responds by saying, for being a pedophile? Yeah. So of course they're saying you're a pedophile by liking certain fictional content, which of course waters down the term pedophilia to something that it's not, which actually aids real predators in the process. So congratulations on helping out real predators.
I wonder why they would want to do that.
This word to drawings. But yeah, you can see, and then down here they're calling people delusional for saying that harassing people over drawings is not good. Yeah, it's a very clear behavior, but remember this standard they set up here for people, calling them predators over drawings. So they make a related thread here saying, I love people who speak out against and don't just stand quiet on the sidelines and let people get away with stuff. Speak up, quit idolizing bad people just because they have a following or because they gave you attention. Just because someone follows you doesn't mean they give anything about you and you have a chance with them. If you continue to support racist, homophobic, lolicon streamers, even though you know all of the accusations against them, I'm going to assume you're just as bad as them. So it's always hilarious to see people lump in people who consume a fictional body type to racists and homophobes, like those are in any way comparable. But yes, this is a direct call-out post encouraging people to call out and harass people for being lolicons, for example. Calling out people for being racist and homophobic, sure, that's fine. But over drawings? You want to lead harassment campaigns over drawings? Well, I have to say, we've already seen some examples, but I was also a part of one of these harassment campaigns. It was actually my fiance who got called out because apparently she's like a lolicon by proxy because she's engaged to me, but she made a whole call-out thread on my fiance, Darling Straub, about a year ago. This was a swiftly deleted thread because she got angry that my fiance said if you don't like lolly VTubers and that sort of content, you should block them instead of harassing them. Pretty simple message, but they didn't like that, so they made this call-out thread. Like I said, backfired immediately, and it's just another example, right? So they hate lolicons, they say this, right? But here is one of their retweets from today. This was retweeted today on Akura's account. I got news for her, whether she's aware of this or not, but this image comes from a lolicon Guro doujinshi.
What the fuck?
This is lolicon, Guro, and also the entire premise of what we're looking at here is centered around the R word. So do you support these things or what? By retweeting them? Because it would make you a very big hypocrite by your own standards. And of course, you guys know the drill, your likes are public. I had a couple of these from back in the day. The kryptonite of antis, Marin Kitagawa, 15 years old. Of course, in her panties and her likes.
Of course.
And going forward, here's a chibi version of Marin Kitagawa by Kevin, who's a great artist, by the way. But yeah, again, what does all these things make you by your own standards? Like, please inform us how you're an exception to your own rule. But moving forward, this was just another example of their harassment campaigns. I will briefly describe this, and basically, Akura won free art. So she was getting free art from an artist, and she made a call-out thread basically saying that they're a scammer and that nobody should work with them. Again, a very swiftly deleted thread because, as she would explain, this is free art. And the artist didn't communicate for a while and then stated, I've been gone because I have personal life things that are more important than this artwork I'm giving you for free. And her response to that was to make a public call-out post encouraging, at the time on her other account, I believe 11 or 12,000 followers, that they shouldn't work with this artist because they're bad and they're scamming. Yeah, that's not a very good look. And of course, people would call this out, and they think, once again, that they're allowed to be upset and they're allowed to call out people, but apparently no one else can do the same. And they would be in the replies of our main call-out thread from today on VTuber Cringe, and they say, replying to this other one, other account, saying, me being anti-lolicon is definitely deserving of harassment. Me not sharing their disgusting opinion? What are you even talking about, dude? So let me make this clear. It is very okay, very valid, that you're anti-lolicon. It is perfectly fine to not like lolicon. But no, that does not justify harassing people over something that you can just simply avoid. You don't like lolicon stuff, you don't like lolly VTubers and anything related to it, simply move on. Block them. Don't talk about them because they're going to find your posts. You keep doing this every couple of weeks or even months or whatever. You keep drawing these people in because you can't stop talking about them and targeting them and harassing them. This is the consequences of your own actions at this point. And like, you know, I think you need to see stuff like this and reflect. And reflect what kind of an image you're giving of yourself and why certain things aren't working out for you, when you're constantly being vile and harassing people over something as simple as drawings. But moving forward, there were other pro-harassment people joining in here. This individual named Ike joining in saying, I'm one of the people he created his account to target. I have watched him get so many people banned through mass report schemes, and yet there he is. So here's this same individual, not even a year ago, saying this, replying to a thread of people harassing Pikami. They say, Pikami is a lolly show. We should have done it sooner. Saying that they should have harassed Pikami into graduating sooner over drawings. Once again, now this is the person calling out VTuber Cringe for sharing public tweets. Here's another individual replying saying, at one time in the past, they actually reposted a screenshot with my friend's location listed and refused to take it down. And the quotes and replies are all asking a very simple question, and that is proof. Where is the proof? This is something you would have a screenshot of. This is something, if it's still up, you'd be able just to link the tweet. But they can't because they made it up. I mean, I'd be so confident that this didn't happen that I would be willing to bet money on it. But that just goes to show you how people take advantage of moments like this to make themselves the victims of a situation that never even happened. But moving forward, the main VTuber in question here would actually be communicating with YouTube and sharing the proof that Kurirenji, VTuber Cringe, was harassing people and inciting racism and things like that. And they shared as their proof a screenshot of someone's comments on a video saying, gotta thanks the VTweeter for teaching me another slur I can use. The American is funny as F for making this happen. What does that have to do with VTuber Cringe? You don't control your comment section. What would happen if someone made a comment like that under one of your videos or streams? Does that make you responsible for them? Absolutely not. And this tweet or this reply honestly just sounds sarcastic. They're saying that this whole, because it's the spooky topic, it was a video he made. It sounds like they're saying, wow, people are trying to claim that spooky is a slur, so I'm going to add that to my arsenal, mocking them, because it's not actually a slur in their minds. But that's their proof that this person needs to be deplatformed, completely deplatformed. And they would keep on going and sharing more and sharing their original thread. And I hope to God YouTube is not actually taking any of this seriously. Of course, this is the typical bot responses. But the idea that these people want to deplatform someone who's just reading their tweets is insane to me. And of course, he would make a video going over this situation. I will put a link to it in the description. Make sure to support it, give it a watch. And yeah, he's just going over the situation and their attempts. It's good to keep these things archived as well. But we're going to conclude this video now. A very long video, a lot to go over. And I'm going to make a few predictions here, okay? So throughout this video, you may have noticed probably 90% was just me reading tweets. And there is a lot of people out there in the VTubing scene who will be very angry about that, including the topics and the subjects of this video. I guarantee every single person who was featured negatively in this video will claim that I am harassing them, when in reality, I am just sharing their own public tweets and comparing them against their previous statements and similar things like that. That is all I'm doing. They do not like the mirror that is being shined on them because they know deep down they look bad. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with sharing this sort of information. It is important. It's also important to know how people in the VTubing scene act. People want to know how you treat other people based on your tweets. It's important information, and it's something people want to know. And I'm glad to share these sorts of pieces of information because it's important to the community. But that's going to do it for this video. I hope you guys all enjoyed. Please share all of your thoughts about today's video in the comment section down below, and I'll see you guys next time.
I didn't say that I made waffles!
The sound commands. Need to figure out a fix for those. I think has something to do with the KB rate. Okay, like, what should I do? You know what? Maybe I should, instead of having my VODs on my main channel, behind $1 a month. I should just make a brand new channel and just upload them to there. Just a brand new public channel. Would that be a step in the right direction? I mean, it would take a lot of work to re-download all of the current VODs and re-upload them to that channel. What do you think? Would that be a better idea? Just make a whole new channel and just upload them there. The way that AnLead has the Secretary Ann's archive. You're fine, don't change. I don't know. Apparently some people have an issue with that. But I don't know. I'm not mad. I'm taking it seriously. Like I actually want to improve. Obviously, who doesn't want to improve? If I'm doing something wrong, I would want people to call me out on it. I would rather be told that I was wrong rather than not be told and remain wrong. I would rather be told that I'm wrong and then become right. For some reason, a lot of people have an issue with that. They can't do that. Don't take the vid seriously. Well, if it's an improvement is an improvement. I mean, it's not like this is particularly a bad idea. Just having a channel dedicated to restream uploads. I wouldn't need this if Twitch didn't delete VODs after like 2 weeks. But, you know, Twitch isn't a video hosting site. It's a streaming site. Is this just the same video? Or like the same suggestion going through?
What is up, everybody? It's your boy Duty.
Make a clips channel. People seem to like that clip that I made looking at the YouTube channel of that one dent.
Back again with another video, and that's right, folks. Your boy Duty is a good dude and always willing to help anyone who asks, even including DSP. That's right, folks, and your boy Duty is here to step up to the challenge that Phil laid down with his new business style segment called the Suggestion Box. That's right, Phil was on stream the other day, and he is now opening up his business to any suggestions that may help the business. That's right. But of course, anything that DSP does, he has to rant and rave about. So he had to create this new segment by going off for 10 minutes on Teesprings, but we're not going to see that. But we will watch a quick little clip of Phil talking about the suggestion box and how he plans to implement it. And then once that's done, your boy Duty will go through and provide his suggestions on how Phil can improve the business. That's right, folks. So let's watch this quick clip.
Suggestions, all right, that I would absolutely love to get from you guys. Are you aware of a merchandise company who would actually deal with me and with reality rather than the fantasy world of cancel culture, which is bullshit, right? I'd love to hear that. Or anything else. Are there other suggestions for improvement? So the thread is live now. If you're live on stream, you can type !suggestion, and the link will pop up in the chat. Automatically every 15 minutes, my bot will post that in the chat as an ongoing thread. Or, again, if you're not here watching live, you can just go to the main channel page of the channel, to the community tab, and you'll see the post is there, okay? So here's how this is going to work, all right? Basically, it'll be running a month, this thread. And then what we will do is either at the end of the month or early next month, and we'll do this every month, we'll have a podcast or two where we will actually together go through those suggestions. That way we can see what people actually suggested over the course of the month and maybe address them. Maybe say, oh, that's a good idea. Let's see if we can implement that. Here's why that idea won't work. You know what I mean? It'll give us ample time to go through that stuff.
Okay, Phil. Well, I will give you credit. Good on you for actually being willing to accept criticism. Well, not criticism, but willing to accept. It's difficult to say criticism with Phil because, of course, he doesn't accept any criticism whatsoever. But I mean, okay, your boy Duty is going to give him a couple props here for trying. Let's say that. Okay. So of course your boy Duty is going to go through, and in his business style, he created a PowerPoint. That's right. Your boy Duty still uses MS products. So I got my PowerPoint out here. I decided to pick orange and yellow for the fall colors, being that it is the fall and Halloween season, so I thought it was very festive. So I'm titling this PowerPoint, My Suggestions for DSP Gaming by Duty Streams. That's right, folks. Okay. All right. The subject in hand is DSP Gaming is asking for public feedback and suggestions to improve the business. Rules and limitations. Of course, Phil always has to put rules and limitations. Thank you for the gift
of sub. That's appreciated. I'll do a costume change, but I'm working on this one right now. Thank you, Samurai Sansa. Very much appreciated. I'm feeling very, I don't know what you would call it. Feeling very grateful right now.
Anything he does. That's right, folks. So your boy Phil posted this out on his community tab here, and he says, hello, this is a post for the suggestion box.
You know, like, I don't know if getting rid of the podcast would be a good idea. He should just open up with the game, you know, the way I do it. Just open up with the game running. Just start it with the game started. Just play the game, and if you have things to get off your chest, get it off your chest as you're playing the game. Read, but I don't know, that a lot of people just tune in just for the pre-stream. But he can have his pre-stream as he's playing. But I guess it's just like a weird holdover of his obsession with like fully dedicated game playthroughs. But he doesn't really do that either. Like if he had game playthroughs that were separate from the drama that he exudes, then the game playthroughs would have less drama in them. But he doesn't separate them. He has it in both sections. He has drama during gameplay, and he has it during his pre-stream. So why not just break the barrier down further and just play the game and just talk about what you want to talk about?
And of course, he offered certain things that you could give him suggestions on, like new features for the channel, gameplay, marathon and projects, suggestions, hardware upgrade, tips for improvements, okay, and more. And then he talked about how he's currently looking for a merch store to do business. And of course, he talked about how he's not going to put up with any detractor comments or sneak this.
By the way, Anlete, you should have a merch store. I would recommend that. And if you want designs to suggest for the merch, let me know.
Or his hater base or whatever the hell Phil likes to say.
Give suggestions
you don't
as well.
ask for help, help or suggestions when you put limitations on it. You should just leave it open and let people comment, and then whatever you don't want to address, just don't address. But you should allow people to, speak their minds. But of course, Phil puts a lockdown on everything. That's beside the point. Your boy Duty's still going to offer up his suggestions in a video form, and hopefully Phil will take this to heart and know that your boy Duty isn't trolling. He's just being honest and helpful.
Just being honest.
Trying to provide meaningful suggestions. All right, so the objective: provide Phil with suggestions, feedback to improve the business, and don't be a troll. That second one's really difficult, but your boy Duty will try. Suggestions, the content. That's right, folks. I'm going to focus on the content first. So the first thing Phil can do here, and mind you, most of these suggestions I'm offering are free. They don't cost Phil any money because we know Phil doesn't like to spend any money whatsoever. So I'm going to try to do my best to keep my suggestions at a zero cost. So the first thing Phil should do is shorten the podcast as needed. There is no rule that says his podcast should be an hour and a half long. There should be no reason why he's doing 30 minutes of Q&A every single day. It's pointless, Phil. It's stupid. Do your podcast. If it takes 30 minutes, do 30 minutes. If you want to take a break for an hour, go ahead and take a break. If you don't want to start gaming until 3:30, that's fine. But don't drag out the podcast. It's just pointless, and you're wasting people's time. If you need 30 minutes to go over your podcast, your news or whatever, just spend 30 minutes, and then maybe just go into gameplay. It would especially benefit you since you always complain that you don't have enough time because you're playing all of these different games. Maybe if you took that additional 45 minutes or an hour you're spending on your podcast doing Q&A and spent it on gaming, you would get further in your games and you won't be backed up. That's a zero cost, Phil. It can cost you anything. Cut back your streaming days. I've talked about this many times. You currently stream 6 days a week. It's just not healthy, Phil. What you should do is cut back your streams to maybe 5 days a week. Cut it back to 5 days a week. And if you want, add an hour a day. If you really want to. I don't think you'll be losing anything, Phil. I personally think that when you limit, so I'll give you an example. TV shows. Let's say The Walking Dead, because you love referencing The Walking Dead and Game of Thrones. These were weekly shows. They were about anywhere between 10 to 16 episodes a season, and they usually took about a year for new episodes to come, right? And people were excited. They got a lot of viewerships. People couldn't wait for the next season. And that was because there was a limited quantity of it, and people wanted more. I think if you cut back your streaming days, that may happen with your dents, where people would come out to your streams more knowing that you're only streaming 4 or 5 days a week versus your 6 days a week. It's my Office analogy. The Office is in syndication, and you can watch The Office on demand. You can watch it on streaming services, Peacock. It's everywhere. So when they give it on TV, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you miss an episode. You can always go and watch it whenever the hell you want. So it doesn't have that urgency to really, for a person to say, oh, you know what, I'm gonna stop doing what I'm doing because I want to go see Phil stream. So, and that doesn't cost you anything, because I think the money you would lose if you wanted to add an hour to your streams every day for 5 days a week, you'd make up the time. But I think people would contribute more on those days that you're there versus your 6 days. That's just my personal opinion. Edit your videos and provide meaningful content. That's $0. You can get editing software for free, Phil. And what I mean by that is you don't have to make any cool edits. You don't have to add anything. You're just uploading an hour of raw data, Phil. Raw content, which is just stupid. It has all your burping and I gotta pee and your scat humor. It's just trash. A lot of it is trash. And people do not have, what do you do, 5 hours of gameplay? No one has 5 hours to give you to watch your content every day, Phil. What I would do is I would get me you can get Windows Movie Maker, which is free. You can get that to edit your videos on your PC. And you don't need a high-powered PC. You could just take it, or at the very worst, you could take your videos and put it on your phone and get an editing software on your phone. It doesn't cost anything. It's very easy to do. And what I would do, Phil, is I would go through that hour stream and cut it down to 15 minutes. Find the 15 minutes of meaningful content and just post that.
Not gonna do
you don't
that.
need to post an hour. And trust me, the money that you would get, first of all, your views will go up. It doesn't matter that your content is trash. Your views would go up. Secondly, you're not going to lose any ad revenue from cutting your.
He's kind of at an advantage that his view count is so terrible. Like, it's not like he has a whole lot to lose.
Your videos down from an hour to 15 minutes because no one's spending an hour watching it. You would get more. Your analytics will look so much better if your videos were 15 minutes long, because more people would be willing to give you 10 or 15 minutes per video versus an hour. So you get those ads running, for that on-demand content. So you would make more ad revenue and your analytics will look better, and you would probably do better in the algorithm, because instead of, pumping out an hour of content and only having people watch 5 minutes of it, you're putting 15-minute episodes and people are watching maybe 10. So your analytics look better and your content will get pumped out there into the algorithm a lot more, which means more ad revenue, which more views, which means more money. So those are my 3 suggestions, and that covers topic number 1 and number 5 that you provided in your little rules and limitations. So there you go. Professionalism. These are all free, Phil. And I'm not being a troll, I'm just being honest. I'm being honest, and these are meaningful suggestions, Phil, so don't get upset. The first thing, dude, is be on time. I can't stand that your podcast starts at 1:45 and every single day you show up at 2:10 to start your stream. First of all, it just shows that you're late, you're being lazy, and 2, you're not respecting your audience's time. People have limited time. And for you to be disrespectful and say, I'm going to start my podcast at 1:45 and I'll be there till 2:10 is completely unprofessional and disrespectful. Be on time. If you want to start your stream at 2:10, then you should say your stream starts at 2:10, not 1:45, Phil. And that doesn't cost you anything. So you would gain a lot of brownie points if you would actually be a little bit more respectful and professional and be on time for your podcast and your schedule that you set up. Implement a mute button. I'm not being a troll here, Phil. You did it during the Side Scrollers podcast. You didn't burp once. You didn't snort once. You have a mute button. You can do it in OBS. Every time you want to snort, burp, cough, hit mute. Hit mute, Phil. I know you do it 100 times, but just hit mute. Or on the big ones, when you start hacking away, which is very disgusting, mute those at least. Again, it's professional and you're being respectful to your audience. And it doesn't cost you anything, Phil. Limit the scat humor. Nobody wants to hear scat humor, Phil. I understand that your humor is limited, where you can't say racist, homophobic, edgy content, edgy stuff anymore. So you're limited to scat humor, but it's disgusting, Phil. No one wants to hear someone say eat a turd out of, no one wants to hear you say eat a turd out of your ass. It's disgusting. It's dumb, Phil. And you look like a 13-year-old, honestly. Stop banning people. Or limit how many people you ban. You ban people just for the stupidest things. You ban people if someone says something that you deemed as a sneak diss or whatever. And it's just ridiculous. All you're doing is you're banning potential people that may pay you, that may tip you, that may super chat you. And you're also banning people that could potentially get gifted memberships. If you only have 300 people on your streams and most of them have gifted memberships and only like 5 or 10 of them don't, and someone drops a 20 member bomb, you just lost 10 gifted memberships right there because no one can claim them. So I don't understand the point of you banning people, but limit your banning and it doesn't cost you anything. It may cost you a little bit of aggravation, but you can deal with it, Phil. Stop auditing your viewers. Stop auditing your viewers. Stop doing tip audits. Stop stopping the streams for 10 minutes to see why 1 Minute Man didn't tip you and go on a quest to find the hidden tip from 1 minute. It's disgusting, Phil. It is. It's not professional. It's disgusting. And it makes it look like all you care about is the money. It does. I'll give you another example. The other day when someone gave you the chargebacks on PayPal, or they got rejected because somebody was trolling you. You thought you hit the hat goal. You thought you had $150. You hit the hat goal. And you had the hat on. You're ready for a vest. When you found out that they were fake tips and you knocked it down below $50, you actually came on stream and said, oh, the hat goal is illegitimate. And you took off your hat. Why? Leave it the hell on. Big deal. Who cares? And again, and then even your chat was saying, leave the hat on. That way it proves it's not all about the money. So if you would have left the hat on, people would have probably, people in your chat would have enjoyed that and said, oh, okay, good. That's very nice of you. He left the hat on even though he didn't hit $100. Doesn't cost you anything, Phil. Doesn't cost you anything. Limit the beg. Just limit the beg. Right now, I am counting. You ask for money or beg or ask for support on average 12 times. 12 times during your first stream, and then your nightly stream, you do it about 4. So you're averaging about 16 times where you're requesting for support, memberships, money, or you're outright begging. There's no reason why you're doing it that much. You should maybe do it once at the beginning of your show and maybe for a little bit before you enter midway. That's it. There should be no reason why you're doing it 16 times a stream. It's ridiculous, Phil. And again, it doesn't cost you anything. I know you are under this belief that if you don't, people will forget or won't bother tipping. No, Phil. The dents know. They understand. They know that you create curated content and that you're crowdfunded. And if they don't tip you, you're gonna eat ham sandwiches. Everyone knows that, Phil. You say it 10 times a day, everyone knows it. So limit the beg, please. So that covers 5 improvement of the streams. If you do that, I mean, straight up, you would gain a lot of brownie points for professionalism, Phil. And again, none of this costs you anything. Membership perks. Monthly giveaway costs between $25 and $100 a month. Phil, I know you talk about it costs $1 million to ship a t-shirt or something across the country or to Europe. Do e-gift cards. I do it all the time when I do monthly giveaways or giveaways on my streams. You essentially get a $10 or $20 gift card, right? It's an e-gift card, and all you need is someone's email. You just send them the gift card via email. It costs you nothing to ship. You don't have to get anybody's personal information. All you need is an email. You can send them the gift card, and it's just a flat rate. What you can do every month is you can get 5. Let's say you do 5 a month. I think would be nice. 5 a month. You do 5 e-gift card, Amazon e-gift cards for, let's say, $10 a piece, right? That goes a long way with, giving back to your community, Bill. People that give you close to $100,000 in tips and super chats every year that have been supporting your ass for God knows how many years. Just that little bit amount just would show it's a token of appreciation. I know that most people would say, oh, it's only $10, but it's that small token of appreciation that people enjoy and love. And even people that don't get it would say, oh, wow, that's very cool. Phil actually gave back to his community. I didn't win a gift card, but at least so-and-so got it. That's very nice. That's very cool, Phil. Again, it'll cost you anywhere between $25 and $100. I personally think $50 would be fine. You get 5 gift cards, $10 a piece.
Don't say token, don't say spooks.
You randomly give them out. You can make it a game, Phil. And the other thing too is when you tell people you're going to do a giveaway, you get more viewers on your show. You get more viewers because people were like, oh, well, there's going to be a giveaway. I'm going to make sure I'm on that stream.
But he's going to give it the trolls.
You can make it entertainment. You can actually do it where you do trivia, where you can ask a DSP question, a very difficult question. Whoever gets the answer right will win the gift card. It's very easy, doesn't take a lot of effort, and it doesn't take a lot of money.
But he's going to be giving things
to
trolls.
Memberships. I don't know why you don't gift memberships. Don't know why, Phil. I know you talked about it's illegal or you can't do it. No, Phil. All you need to do is sign into your DSP Reacts channel on your phone while you're streaming, and you gift memberships. That's it. It's $4.99 per gifted member, and it actually just costs you. It'll actually just cost you $1.50. Because YouTube, you're paying yourself essentially, right? But you're giving a gifted sub. But YouTube, of the $4.99 that you're going to pay out for each membership, YouTube gets $1.50. So it costs you $1.50 per member. So if you say, let's say you give 10 gifted members for a month, right? 10 gifted members. First, your analytics will look better. That's the one thing. 2, your members would appreciate it. That would be like, oh, Phil is giving back. It goes back to the monthly giveaways of gift cards. Phil is giving, and you don't even have to do these two. Free memberships and monthly giveaways, you can alternate them. You can do them once a month. You can do the monthly giveaway 1 month and then do the memberships the next month. 10 memberships, Phil, 10 gifted memberships will cost you $15. That's it, Phil. That's it. You can't spare $15, Phil. You can't. That's a Hogan pool. That's a WWE PayPal Hogan pool. If you just limit that one time a month, Phil, you can have this free membership perk, and your dents would love it. They would. And you get props. People can't use the you never give back to your community. If you do this, no one can ever say that about you, Phil. No one. Okay, this one right here is free. Member only content. I don't understand why you don't do a video per month or do a stream per month for an hour. All you have to do is just take like an hour of your day and do a straight only members content. Maybe do a stream chat with them, or just create content just for them specifically. It doesn't cost you anything. It just actually it would cost you a little bit of ad revenue, but actually which isn't much anyway. But you can do your members only content. You can pump it out there, and again, it's more bang for the buck for memberships. That's why your DSP React channel is dead, and no one wants to buy the membership, because you're doing one show a week and then you're carving it up into 9 episodes. It's not worth it. So again, if you do like members only content, people would enjoy it. And again, this covers 1 in 5 for Phil. Long-term solutions. Get a goddamn PC, Phil. I already talked about this before. For $800, you can get a mid-tiered PC that would do everything you need to do: editing, streaming. You can play 1080p games at 60 FPS, no problem. You can record and you can get rid of all that nastiness that you have in your on your floor and your room, and it'll limit the heat, your electricity bill,
no.
and doing it on PC, and you can
I'm glad that nobody suggested that he get that Stream Deck working, because DSP with a soundboard would be it would just be that. Be a lot of that.
Which is better. Of course, we know now that you've complained about Street Fighter and how PC has a massive leg up on the competition of Street Fighter. You can be a PC player too, Phil. Cost you $800. It's an investment. It's worth it, and you would make that money back quickly. Cable management, $20. That's all it costs you, Phil. $20. Get a PC, get some cable management. You're good to go. Game on your PC monitor on your TV. You have two gaming monitors or two PC monitors. I don't understand why you're using a stupid TV. Those TVs, I don't care how fast or good the TV is, it's always going to cause lag. That's why people play on monitors. So you have them, so you don't have to spend any money.
Your wife
on
does.
It. So yeah, and you can see. I know you're squinting and you're blind as hell, and your TV is like 10 feet away from you. Maybe you wouldn't be dropping inputs or screwing up on Street Fighter if the monitor was a lot closer to you. So again, this covers 4 and 5 for suggestion. Alrighty, folks. Well, that is the end of the PowerPoint, folks. Your boy Duty is done. I think I hit on everything, and I think if Phil would be open and willing to take these suggestions or even implement some of them, I think he would do himself a great a benefit. But of course, you know, Phil won't bother because, of course, you know, Duty's a detractor, and all he has to say to Duty is "get fucked." That's right, folks. Get fucked. Duty, get fucked. Alrighty, well, that's all I have. Anyway, never say that I don't help anyone. I even help a scoundrel such as DSP try to help him in the business. But of course, he never really wants any help. What he wants to hear what he wants to hear. And of course, the suggestion box is really just a way of Phil having people suggest stuff like get a PC, stuff like that. You know, get a new PC, and Phil be like, well, I don't have enough money. If people are willing to donate, it becomes a beg. It's going to become, this is kind of a sneak beg. The suggestion box is just really an ulterior motive for Phil to beg. Again, that's really all it is. But again, if you're being honest with it, Phil, and you really want to take suggestions, I would look at my video, my PowerPoint, and try to implement some of this stuff. A lot of the stuff that I just showed you is free. Doesn't cost you anything. Costs you a little bit of time, a little bit of effort, and yeah, that's it. So anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed the video. Peace out.
Okay, and I'm learning too. This is a good opportunity to also take suggestions to improve our own streams. So actually, let me document this. So what I need to do is, one, I need an archive, a free archive channel, basically. Just an archive channel that anyone can go to see the archives. And two, Anley's suggestion was always have a goal, which is interesting. I'll think about that one. Always have a goal. It's tough to like think of things to have as goals, but always have a goal. Okay, we'll keep that in mind. Can watch more of the Steve video. That face.
Management agreed with him.
Yeah, this is the Halloween skin. It's not really a costume. It's more of like a reskin of the default. But I'm going to make one for me, one for Anlead, and also one for Dingus.
Management agreed with him that the vet was in the wrong and they shouldn't have done what they did. Now, I want you to consider the perspective of management here. And they go Darkside Phil's complaint. They get his side of the story. And then they go to the vet. And the vet says, I asked him about the cat's medical history. He didn't know. I said, has he ever had blood work? He said, no. I said, you should probably have blood work done then, so that we can check for certain things, you know. Like we've gone over previously, stuff like thyroid levels and feline leukemia. And he said, no. And I said, no, really, I recommend that you do it. He said, so how much is it? And I said, $300. And he said, no, we're not doing it then. And then he took the cat and stormed off. Can you imagine what sort of management I asked him about the cat's medical history. He didn't know. I asked him if he'd had a blood test, and he said no. And I said, you really should get it done. And he said no. And thinks, yeah, he's right. You're not. You as the vet recommending that this person who doesn't know his cat's medical history and has never had, and the cat has never had a blood test before, recommending that this cat has a blood test, you're in the wrong. The person there who doesn't know his pet's medical history is right. The person refusing to have a blood test done for his cat is right. You, the vet, recommending that the person has the blood test done for his cat is wrong. What sort of fucking vet management is going to say that? What sort of fucking vet is going to side with DSP on this issue? Fucking none. This never happened. This is a lie. He knows he did wrong. He is desperately coming up with any fucking excuse, any reason, anything to explain all this away. You can't criticize me for this. The vet's management said I was in the right. He is fucking desperate. There is no way a vet's management, there is no way any sort of like senior vet would listen to, he didn't know the cat's medical history. He knew that the cat hadn't had any blood work. And so when I recommended that we do blood work on the cat, he said no. And would hear Phil's side of it and side with Phil. No fucking vet in the world. This is a lie because he knows he's done wrong.
We had an actual meeting with this vet. Not the vet, but the company that owns that.
Oh my God, what a big up Karen Burnell.
We talked with the management about it. And
Karen Burnell. Karen Burnell.
That this seemed like the entire thing was wrong, that the vet was not doing what they professionally should have done, that it was completely unprofessional.
Karen Burnell.
We had an actual meeting with this vet, not the vet, but the company that owns that vet.
Oh boy, clinic. Here we go, and new lore.
We talked with the management about it and explained the entire situation from start to finish.
Karen talked to the manager.
And the management agreed with us that this seemed like the entire thing was wrong, that the vet was not doing what they professionally should have done.
Holy shit.
None of this happened.
All right. What are the odds that him and Kat and Jasper went to a meeting with the vet franchise managers? What are the odds that happened? I'm going to go on a limb and say that he probably either like Facebook messaged them, and it was some intern that just replied and said, I'm so sorry about your experience. Your thing has been logged. We will take care of it internally. Thank you for your feedback. That's what happened. And then that went like in here. It sloshed around a little bit in the gin. And then we get this story.
Now, what you guys don't know is in the meantime, there's been follow-up.
Hey, look who it is.
We had an actual meeting with this vet.
He's literally just coming up with another story. He literally just inserts another story, which we don't even need to fucking know. Like, just assume that this is true for a second. Like, actually, just assume that this is true for a second. So now he hits us with another story. Well, yeah, I just went to the vet again and, probably said that he saw a different vet and the cat looked even better this time.
Not the vet, but the company that owns that vet.
It looked at the company.
And we talked with the management about it and explained the entire situation from start to finish. And the management agreed with us.
Yeah. Can you imagine that, Mr. Brunel, come to the management building of Cats R Us? He goes in there, walks in with his Zelda Jamies and his little fucking pizza shirt and whatever. He's like, I came to one of your facilities and I had my Jasper Kitty checked up on, but the lady was being very unprofessional and very stationary. And I deserve to have an explanation of why it is that I was offered to get a blood test done for blood work. Yes. And then they look at the fucking paperwork and they're like, yes, Mr. P.P. Brunel, I see here that you were offered some blood work and you denied it. Well, we agree with you. That's a good call. You shouldn't do that if you feel like it's not worth it. Okay, is there anything else you need, Mr. Brunel? No, that's all, man. Okay, well, thank you very much. We'll let the secretary see you out. And the secretary offers her hand, points it towards the door, and he leaves. And that's it. That's literally it. Like, how ridiculous is this story if you really just think about it? Like, what did he even talk about? I talked to the management. The management of Vets R Us were like, yeah, I agree. And that's it. This is possible because most vets are a franchise. However, I doubt they blindly agreed. I would agree so. Whenever he says that they agree with me, I know that he's making it up. Yeah, exactly. Whenever DSP says they agreed with me, it's like, what did they even agree to? Why did you even tell us this story? It's like, oh, this is to disprove the trolls. Bro, this isn't disproving anything. You were offered the blood test. You shouldn't have told us this anyway. You were offered the blood test. You said it's a scam. You didn't get it. And then people are like, wait a minute. I actually have pets of my own and I get them blood work done. And it's kind of a normal thing to do like every several years to kind of make sure that they're good. People think about it. They scratch their chin a little bit. Probably do a little bit of like a glasses and nose wiggle and shit. They push their glasses up a little bit. Like, yeah, something's a little fishy. Something's just a little fishy.
That it was completely unprofessional. Yes, they were trying to upsell us on a $300 blood test that is not needed on our cat.
Right. Okay. How do I define essential? It's not essential, right? Let's define essential. Essential implying that, without it, the cat would die. It's not. A blood test isn't like that, It's not a treatment. So, it's not essential. It's not really, it's not really a defense either way. It's recommended, right? And it's recommended for a reason, Phil. It's not essential in that your cat is not going to die if you don't do it. It's recommended, though, because it's how you check certain things about your cat's health that you cannot get from a physical. It gives you a more complete picture of your cat's health. It lets you know more about how your cat is. I know more about my cat now because we've had blood tests done. I know because I've spoken to the vets about it. They've given me the results of the blood tests that she's had. I know that, her kidneys, her liver, her digestive system, all that stuff, fine. There is no problem with them at all. There's nothing in her blood that suggests like her liver's packing up or her kidneys aren't working. Nothing like that. They're fine. I know that my cat doesn't have feline leukemia or feline AIDS or feline diabetes because her blood's fine. Those things are fine in her blood. I know that she has a problem with her thyroid levels. I know that she has hyperthyroidism and she needs medication to bring her thyroid levels down because of blood tests. I also know how those levels are coming along now. And they're still a little high, but they're much lower than they were. And they're coming down because of blood tests. I also know that there was some concern about her white blood cell levels being a bit lower than normal. So when the vet rang me up a couple of days ago to give me the results, he said, they are coming back up. So, for now, we're going to keep her on the same medication and monitor things and see how she does. We could do that through blood tests. It's not essential, but it is a recommended part of your pet's healthcare. It is a recommended part of making sure that your pet is okay. Because you can't get that from a physical. There are things that you need to check. And there isn't a fucking vet in the world that is going to side with you on this. There is not a single fucking vet worth their salt that will listen to this story and consider your side of things and the vet side of things and side with you. They will all come down on the same side as the vet.
We were outright told, yeah, you're right, that your cat did not need that blood test. You were being told lies. Because we were told Jasper needed a $300 blood test.
You're right, sir. You were being told lies.
Find out if he has any kind of problems with his urinary tract. No, he doesn't.
You were being told lies, sir.
Yeah,
correct.
You weren't told he needed. You were recommend you have it. You didn't say needed previously. You didn't say the vet said he needed this. You said we recommend it. Oh, we highly recommend it. The vet tried to upsell us. Need is a new addition. We were told we were told we needed. That's a new addition. And again, to check things. Yeah, to check things. That's one of the things you could check. There may be other ways of checking for urinary. She's never had a UTI. But your cat fucking has. Multiple times. So maybe it's the sort of thing that you should be checking up on. And one of the ways to do that will be through blood tests. Your cat has had it twice. Your cat's had a UTI twice, right? At least. The first time, when you had to discover it from the vet, you had to learn from the vet what it was. The second time, when you recognised the symptoms, diagnosed it yourself. And since then, you don't know. What are the ways to check up on how well Jasper is doing and how much damage, if any, that UTI has done is a fucking blood test. And there is not a vet in the world that will disagree with the vet saying.
Thank you, Steve. So check it out. I added some little bat wings in the top there. I think that's a pretty good addition. That was one of the things that was in the Stable Diffusion mock-ups, is the bat wings in the hair. I think I'm trying to combine all of these. Looking pretty good so far, I think. Okay, I'm going to take a short break from this costume and start work on Ann Leet's one. Maybe come back to it in a bit. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
You should do this. You should get this blood test done. You don't know your cat's medical history.
We talked with the management about it. And
come on now, dog.
Situation from start to finish, and the management agreed with us that this seemed
sure
like
the
entire thing was wrong. That the vet
we
was
got a
not
7
doing
clip.
what they professionally should have done. That it was completely unprofessional. Yes, they were trying to upsell us on a $300 blood test that is not needed on our.
He's making up so much stuff right here, man. He make up shit when he talk about anybody.
Lies. That it was completely unprofessional. Yes, they were trying to upsell us on a $300 blood test. That is
I'm sorry, but come on. No, I think if they admit that, then they are liable for being sued. No, that's something you can take them to court for. And it would be perjury if they fucking lied, but no, that's fucking nonsense. Unless there's any evidence of this, that is absolute fucking garbage. I mean, Meth Bear, you're a fucking lawyer. Would any sort of fucking organisation admit this to a client and risk them getting sued because they admit that right then and there? I know it's not your area of expertise in particular for that kind of law, but you're certainly more clued up in the law than most other fucking people as a lawyer yourself. So I imagine that most fucking organisations would not openly admit to their fucking customers, oh yeah, our guy's fucked up.
Oh,
that
yeah.
was wrong. You're right. They did try to upsell you. They tried to scam you.
Luigi.
And just open yourself to fucking lawsuits if you fucking admit that to your clients.
Scammed.
that this seemed like the entire thing was wrong, that the vet was not doing what they professionally should have done, that it was
What should they have
unprofessional.
done?
Yes, they were
What
trying
should
to
they have
upsell
done?
us on a $300 blood
What
test
should they have
that
done?
is not needed on our cat. We were outright told, yeah, you're right, that your cat did not need that blood test. You were being told lies.
You were being told lies. You want a good way of having a lawsuit against your fucking firm for your fucking business? Yeah, my associate, the vet that was seeing your cat, was telling you a lie. So are you going to sue them, Phil? Because that's an easy lawsuit to win if you had that in writing. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense now that you kind of break it down even further, right? Literally, utterly insane. I agree, Jedi Unreal. This is This is the most wild and crazy speculation I've ever heard. The vet lied to me, dude. Yeah, like this is a slam dunk case. If he has this in writing, if he has a recording, he's like, yeah, the vet lied and the franchise agrees with me. Can I get some free money, dude? And he could probably get some free money.
We were told Jasper needed a $300 blood test in order to find out if he has any kind of problems with his urinary tract. No, he doesn't.
It can help. You don't have to. You can decline, which you did.
That it was completely unprofessional. Yes, they were trying to upsell us on a $300 blood test that is not needed on our cat. We were outright told, yeah, you're right, that your cat did not need that blood test. You were being told lies because we were told Jasper needed
the manager told him that.
Blood test.
The manager threw the vet completely under the bus and said, yes, sir.
Okay, I have an idea. This weekend, I'm going to download as many of the VODs that I can from the main channel. I'm going to upload as many as I can to the new channel.
We tried to scam you. The manager said that.
So even previous VODs are going to be available.
You know how bad they would be sued? They are not going to tell you that. You know what they're going to do? I apologize for the inconvenience, sir. I'm sorry that this happened to you, sir. So they are not, them admitting that they scammed you is just grounds for a lawsuit. Do you think everyone's as stupid as you? Are you just living life thinking everyone's as dumb and gullible as you, the people that follow you, son? Are you hearing the words you said? That they tried to scam you of hundreds of dollars. You could smell the lawsuit in the air. They agreed?
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit
Yo.
like that. Shit like that.
I hope something bad happens at the Snort Fort. That's all I'm trying to be nice. I said I'm trying to be nice, gang. I'm trying to be nice. But I hope something just crashes into it.
On a $300 blood test that is not needed on our cat. We were outright told, yeah, you're right, that your cat did not need that blood test. You were being told lies.
How would you know? What? No. Okay, that's not how these businesses operate. You don't go above the head of the person you're dealing with and say, I want to speak to your manager because my name is Karen. And then the manager goes, you know what? That fucking bitch lied to you, Mr. Burnell. That's not how it works. That would be the most poor, like I would be the singular most poorly run business of all time. And I just don't believe it. I'm sorry.
We know this for a fact because years ago, he went to a vet, like four or more years ago. He went to a different vet, and that vet did not do a blood test and immediately diagnosed him with a urinary problem and gave him antibiotics.
Oh, no.
So we know he doesn't need it.
Oh, no. I'm setting up the channel now. Pronouns. Fucking pronouns. You gotta fucking current day us, YouTube.
You don't know that now. You know that's what happened then. You don't know he doesn't need it now.
It's in channel basic info.
Fucking hell.
What is this bloody
yeah,
stuff?
You're right. That your cat did not need that.
Because you're
look at that crack.
boring.
Look at that crack. Look at that crack. You lying piece of shit.
All right, told. Yeah, you're right. That your cat did
You're
not need that blood
fucking
test.
boring.
Let's go back.
Cat did not need that blood. Not needed on our cat. We were outright told. Yeah, you're right. That your cat did not need that blood test.
Ooh, look at that. Look, you nervous,
Yeah,
bitch.
you're right. That your cat did not need that blood test.
Ooh, I just let's go back a little bit.
Outright told. Yeah, you're right. That your cat did not need that blood test. You were being told lies.
Yeah.
Because we were told Jasper needed a $300 blood test in order to find out if he has any kind of problems with his urinary tract. No, he doesn't.
I'm not exploding internally because I need to look something up. Now, Phil, this is what I mean by you saying things that you shouldn't be saying. Now I gotta look up things. No, I'm fine. I'm totally fine. Because this is a gotcha moment. This is a total gotcha moment. Let's repeat that again.
Kind of problems with his urinary tract. No, he doesn't. We know urinary tract. No, he doesn't. In order to find out if he has any kind of problems with his urinary tract. No, he doesn't. We know this for a fact because years ago he went to a vet, like four or more years ago. He went to a different vet, and that vet did not do a blood test and immediately diagnosed him with a urinary problem and gave him antibiotics.
Damn. You don't find out UTIs from a blood test, stupid. I missed that part. They didn't do a blood test, and they found out that he had a urinary tract infection. Like they were going to find that from a blood test. Do you know what a UTI is? No, of course he doesn't.
I didn't even have to look this shit up. I've already had to look. I didn't even have to look this shit up. Bruh. I don't even gotta look this shit up. He just fucking, bro. He just fuck.
He didn't do a UTI, or they didn't do a blood test. Knew he had a UTI.
So 2 years ago, he goes ahead and takes Jasper, and they find a urinary tract infection with Jasper. So now the vet wants to go ahead and do a blood test. Why? Because they think Jasper might have a urinary tract infection. The issue here, right, is that Phil doesn't know. So I'm Phil.
Oh my god.
So let's say, guys, Phil took Jasper to the ER, right? He's taking him to the ER. He's taking him for a urinary tract infection, right? They thought they found it, right? So Jasper did have a urinary tract infection. Now, don't you think that the vet that saw Jasper would put on Jasper's medical record the thing that they saw, put like the observations and whatnot in Jasper's medical record? Wouldn't it be possible for the new vet to see those observations also?
That's so funny. They didn't do a blood test and knew that he had a urinary tract infection.
So there's a strong possibility that the vet may have read something and may have noticed something and wanted to get a more comprehensive look at what was wrong with Jasper.
We know this for a fact because years ago he went to a vet, like four or more years ago. He went to a different vet, and that vet did not do a blood test and immediately diagnosed him with a urinary problem and gave him antibiotics.
Which is easy to do as well. They wanted to see whether or not he has other ongoing problems if he had a second urinary tract infection. Your cat shouldn't be having frequent UTIs, man. That's not normal. I have a male cat. Well, not as long as I've had, or DSP has had Jasper, but my male cat has not had any of these problems at all. But that's because I keep 2 separate litter boxes and I keep them very well cleaned. I clean them literally every single day, every night, really. And I can only imagine how Phil does this. Exactly. How does he know? Did Jasper tell him? Like, how does he even know any of this shit?
And this, the management of this vet clinic agreed with us.
The biggest X to doubt right now. There is no fucking way. He never spoke to management. They would never agree with him. They would side with the vet. They would have got the complaint from Phil and they'd have had the vet in and the vet would have gone, yeah, I said this. This is what actually happened. He didn't know his pet's medical history. He didn't want to do the blood test. And that's it. Did you recommend it? Yeah. I tried to tell him it's important. We need to check. Didn't want to know. There was nothing about the UTI last time. There was nothing. He didn't specify what they wanted to check for last time. He just said they needed to do a blood test. No mention of a UTI. No mention of it being to do with his urinary tract infection. That's a new addition as well. That's a new layer of the lie.
Because we were told Jasper needed a $300 blood test in order to
find
out if he has any kind of problems with his urinary tract. No, he doesn't. We know this for a fact.
I'm pretty certain Urinary tract wasn't name dropped at all when he told the original vet story. Pretty fucking sure of that. Pretty sure of it. But what if he did bring up urinary tract? I feel like I remember something as specific as urinary tract. This is shit that we hear when he tell a story a month later. We hear about urinary tract and we hear about him not being invited in the room. But the first time we didn't hear about urinary tract and we didn't hear the word invite. We just heard how he wasn't allowed in the room. Not being allowed somewhere is a lot different than not being invited somewhere. DSP's not invited to my house, but he might be allowed in. I don't know.
Because years ago, he went to a vet, like four or more years ago. He went to a vet, and that vet did not do a blood test. And
go back to Champions DSP.
That this vet was in the wrong. This was 100% this vet trying to outsell to make money. And they said, number one, you're never going to have to deal with that vet ever again. If you continue to have business with us, you will never deal with that vet ever again.
I wonder if that was the vet going, please don't make me deal with him again. If he ever makes another appointment, I don't want to deal with him. I can't be dealing with him. He's just too stupid. He doesn't listen. He doesn't understand what you say to him. It doesn't matter how many times you explain this is important. He's not going to. Just please don't let me. Just please don't. You know. So when they're like reassuring him, don't worry, you won't have to deal with that vet again, I promise. They're like,
yeah, that's them being like,
don't want anything to do.
We don't want anything to do with you.
The management of this vet clinic agreed with us that this vet was.
Talked to the manager, and they said that bitch was a liar. She tried to scam you. That wasn't right. And you're great. And also, I'm the CEO, by the way. And here's $100.
This vet trying to outsell to make money. And they said, number one, you're never going to have to deal with that vet ever again. If you continue to have business with us, you will never deal with that vet ever again.
That didn't happen. None of this happened. This was a fantasy. This is a gin-soaked fantasy that he just thought about so much that it became a reality.
This vet was in the wrong. This was 100% this vet trying to outsell to make money. And they said, number one,
why would the vet try to, why would the vet, let me turn this off, sorry. Why would the vet try to just upsell you and make money if you have insurance? You have insurance, and that's the other thing. He has pet insurance. We verified this. We verified this that his parents pay for his pet insurance. Why is this an issue? There's too many plot holes here. He has pet insurance. On the last stream that we did, where we had the Jasper's blood work, we brought it up. His parents, he said when his parents loves cats, and if need be, they pay for his pet insurance. So he might not have it now. I don't know what they did, but at one point he had it.
We're going to sit down with that vet and explain to them why that was completely in the wrong.
We're going to sit down with that vet. No, they're not. None of that.
We're going to tell them off like a small child. This didn't happen. This didn't happen, for fuck's sake.
And make sure they don't treat another customer like that ever again.
What makes...
Thank you, Darkside Phil. Thank you. You've improved our business. Thank you. Thank you so much. We would never have known that this was happening if it weren't for you bringing it to our attention. Thank you. We will make corrective course changes immediately. We will put in new measures to ensure that in future no other customer should have to suffer like you. From now on, we'll be letting people check in 15 minutes early, and if 2 chihuahuas go in before them, by God, you be
fuck those chihuahuas.
There is no fucking way
we're gonna deport
any
him.
of this happened. This is all a lie because he knows he's in the wrong for not paying for Jasper's blood test. Do not fucking let up on him.
We're gonna sit down with that vet and explain to them why that was completely in the wrong, and make sure they don't
sit down with that vet. We're gonna tell them.
Does anybody believe that?
No.
Does anybody actually believe that? Considering DSP's propensity to fucking blow shit out of proportion, does anybody believe a fucking ounce of that story? Because I sure don't.
We're going to sit down with that vet and explain to them why that was completely in the wrong, and make sure they don't treat another customer like that ever again. Right?
This is cap. Like, is anyone really like, oh my God, I can't believe it that he just so conveniently had to bring this up now? This whole Jasper talk has been happening for days, but all of a sudden you got to bring it up.
Explain to them why that was completely in the wrong and make sure they don't treat another customer like that ever again. Right? So we had that conversation with the vet. Now, I'm not going to tell you guys proof for that, then? We're going to sit down with that vet and explain to them why that was completely in the wrong and make sure they don't treat
I completely understand what probably happened here, though.
Right?
And he's given us so much extra words. Of course, the customer's always right, right? So he calls this place and he complains and they say, we're sorry, Mr. Burnell. It's never going to happen again. We're going to talk to the person that did this. We don't want them to do this. They're going to just, as he would say, they're going to blow smoke up his ass. What are they going to say? We stand behind our employees. You are factually incorrect, sir. They're not going to say he's fucking wrong. Get out of here.
Hey, DJ
Get
Reno.
out of here.
You will never
How's
deal
it
with that
going?
vet ever again. We're going to sit down with that vet and explain to them.
They don't do that, Phil. They don't do that. They don't do that. That's how I know you're lying. That's how I know you're lying. People don't do that. This is something you would do. They don't do that.
That was completely in the wrong and make sure they don't treat another.
They don't do that. They'll say if there was a true incident, say, I'm sorry, Mr. Burnell, it will never happen again. We'll have a conversation. That's it. We're not going to say she was completely wrong. Sorry. If any person, if you work in a company and your manager ever does that to you, you leave. I don't give a fuck. Don't ever, never.
We're going to sit down with that vet and explain to them why that was completely in the wrong and make sure they don't treat another customer like that ever again.
I'm just not buying the story whatsoever.
Do it.
Fuck me, man. The scientist in chat is saying that they work for a hospital. There are many times when a manager will just let the patient get their own way and tell them what they want to hear, just to quickly stop the harassment. So yeah. Sometimes it's good to fucking...
There was a time when I worked at a movie theater and we had a customer and he ordered a soda and I gave him the soda, I put the lid on it and I handed it to him and he lifts the soda up from the lid, and as he's lifting up the soda from the lid pops off because you're not supposed to lift a soda from the lid, and just the soda just spills everywhere on the counter and I'm just like, oh, okay. So I take the cup and I refill it and I do the same thing and I give it back to him and he does the exact same thing again. He lifts the soda up from the lid and the soda just spills everywhere. And I'm keeping my cool. I'm not saying I'm not getting mad, but you know, it's hard for me to hide it from my facial expression. You know, I'm not going to sit there with a big toothy smile and be like, oh, you know, accidents happen. It's fine. No, I'm definitely at that point looking very annoyed, but I'm doing my job, getting him the refill, handing it to him, and he complains to my manager about my attitude, and the manager tells him, you know what, you're right. We're gonna talk to him. We're gonna reprimand him. We're gonna tell him what's what. And the manager comes to me and he's like, yeah, that guy's an idiot. So the manager will tell a customer, oh yeah, we're gonna talk to that person. We're gonna reprimand him. We're gonna sit down and tell him, you better not treat another customer like that ever again. And then they're gonna go to the employee and be like, yeah, that guy's a fucking moron. Like this stuff, I'm guaranteed that's what happens. Like the manager was like, oh yeah, Phil, we're gonna sit this person down. We're gonna tell him what's what. And then they call up the vet and they're like, what an idiot, am I right?
Appease an angry Karen and pretend to fucking just, kowtow to their fucking demands just to get him to shut the fuck up.
Right.
I don't buy this fucking story from Phil whatsoever. It's one of those things where I don't think that Phil's trying to claim they fucking outright said, yeah, they tried to upsell you this and they shouldn't have done it and they lied to you, not shitting they're wrong. I don't believe that they said that for a second. I can understand if they're maybe sympathetic towards Phil's issues, not shit, and say these claims, I'll look into these claims, and if there's any they'd have had some sort of fucking proper, smart arse kind of talk to try and fucking cool down the situation. And Phil has likely inserted words into people's mouths because he has done that on a number of occasions in the past. Then a tocad. It's probably easy to fucking read it that way now. Thank you for super chat. It says, if this actually happened, he would have talked with it on stream to gloat about being right. Exactly. There's no way he would have let us fucking go. Remember the Burger King story? And they fucking said he chased up an email with fucking management and all that shit? and like fucking, you know, and then didn't respond to him. Burger King ghosted him, so he's not going back to that Burger King ever again. The chicken Whopper thing was fucking a monstrosity. It was all greasy, and he wanted some conversation. He wanted something from Burger King, and they basically just went to him and then just fucking ignored his ass.
Right? So we had that conversation with the vet. Now, I'm not going to tell you guys that because who cares? It's none of your business. Who cares about that? Right? Doesn't matter.
But it was fine for you to bring up the original incident, though, wasn't it? It was fine for you to sort of like whinge and moan about the care that you got there, the experience that you had there. So when people are like, hey, Phil, what's going on with the vet? Don't fucking ask. It's none of your business. People are like, Phil, you had a horrible experience at the vet. What are you going to do about like Jasper's healthcare in future? None of your business. Stop asking. You brought it up. You've told people about it. You've put it in their heads. We all had a thing about it because of how fucking stupid it is for you to behave like that. We want to know. We want to know what's going on. You've got a cat and you're failing to live up to your responsibilities regarding its healthcare. You should fucking explain yourself. But you can't be held responsible, can you? You don't want to be held responsible. It's none of our business now, is it? This is all a tale to get us to shut up and fuck off. Leave you alone about it. That's what this is. This is nothing grounded in reality. This never happened, but he wants us to shut the fuck up about it. So he's trying to tell us, look, actually, it all got sorted, and yeah, I was in the right, so shut up. That's what this is. This is just a lie trying to get us to shut up. That's why it's so unbelievably egocentric. That's why it's so centered around, yeah, Phil, you were right. Yeah, Phil, you were right. You were absolutely right. You were being upsold. That vet was in the wrong. You did experience an awful time here. You had awful service. We're so sorry. You know, we have put in place new procedures now. We are going to give that vet a bollocking, and we're going to tell them that they did wrong. And, you know, thanks to you, we're going to change it and make sure that nobody else ever has to suffer. You're a hero. You're a martyr. You've sacrificed for the common person. That's why it's so self-serving, because he cannot consider that he might be in the wrong. But he knows he is deep down, and he can't admit it because he'd get in serious trouble. Because this is Jasper. This isn't him fucking up and spending his money on a game and leaving it on screen. This is him and his pet, and he knows how serious people take this. You know, he's not stupid. He knows how serious people get about care for animals and cats in particular. But, you know, no disrespect to dogs, but, you know, cats are popular on the internet. So he knows that. You know, again, he knows enough to not get in trouble. He still has racist and sexist thoughts. He still thinks of those jokes, but he knows enough to not get in trouble, so he doesn't say them. And it's the same thing here. He knows that the consequences of fucking about, and if Jasper is ill, and he does die from this, or from something that is preventable and could have been caught earlier with a simple blood test, he knows he's in trouble. So he has to lie about it, so that we get off his case. And then we don't think, oh, actually, Jasper might still be ill, and we should keep a closer eye on this and get Phil in trouble. He has to lie about it. And his lie is centered around the idea that, yeah, I was right. Because he can't consider that he might be wrong. He can't consider that he might actually be wrong. He just knows that he'll get in trouble if he is. So the best way to stop people thinking he is to tell them that he's not. And to tell them that he's not and to have them believe it, it has to come from the vet. It has to come from someone higher up, the people who own the vet's place, you know. It's not just the vet who served him that day. It's the owners, and they were right. They agreed with him 100%. And they've changed things, and it's, you know, for the better because of Phil. The vet said so you can all shut up now.
Customer like that ever again. Right? So we had that conversation with the vet. Now, I'm not going to tell you guys that because who cares? It's none of your business.
But again, why would you let us know that you refused to play for blood work when you didn't even know when the last time Jasper actually had fucking blood work? Remember? When they ask you, when's the last time you had blood work? Oh, I don't know. Don't you? No, you supposed to, dumbass, because the fucking cat lives with you. Remember that? You don't even remember when the last time your cat had blood work.
Who cares about that? Right? Doesn't matter.
Yeah, who cares about the fact that you didn't say that you don't remember the last time your cat had blood work? Can we remember that?
We had that conversation with the vet. Now, I'm not going to tell you guys that because who cares? It's none of your business. Who cares about that? right? Doesn't matter.
So you'll
But-
tell the first part, but not the second part. Like the especially because you're right. You love telling the internet that you're right. This would have been a perfect gotcha to the detractor. I told you. So you said it probably was fake, but actually it was real. Look, I have definitive evidence that it happened. No.
Business. Who cares about that, right? Doesn't matter. But these idiots.
Things that didn't happen.
But these idiots. All right? Literally, these idiotic trolls on the internet actually think that they're vets.
Yo!
Some of them might be. Like, for all you know, some of them could very well be vets. But a lot of them are cat owners.
Okay, I've got this. I can't speak for anybody else in the Detractiverse that's taken up this, for want of a better term, cause and run with it to varying degrees, whether it be uploading your own videos or being in Phil's chat and asking about it, you know. I can't speak for anybody else. I can speak for myself and for my part in this, however big or small it is, and say, I never thought I was a vet. I didn't say I was a vet. I never claimed to be a vet. I am a cat owner, though. I own a cat. I own a cat that's ill, and I have to go to the vets about that cat that's ill to deal with things like treatment and tests and medicines. So that's how I know you're wrong. That's how I know you're full of shit, Phil. That's how I know that what you did was a bad thing, because I have been in exactly the same situation as you. I have been exactly the same space, the same place, the same moment where the vet is like, you need to do this test. But I said yes, because I wanted to know whether my cat was ill or not. And guess what? She is. And you don't know for sure that Jasper is okay. There could be underlying health issues with Jasper that you don't know about because you didn't have that test done. You don't know. Answer me this one question, Phil. How are Jasper's thyroid levels?
Literally,
banning someone.
Trolls on the internet actually think that they're vets, and they say, "You see, if
No, they're cat owners, you asshole. They're responsible cat owners, something that you are not. And they know when your cat is showing symptoms of an infection, maybe you should get a blood test to make sure they're okay, because something is clearly wrong."
But these idiots, all right, literally, these idiotic trolls on the internet actually think that they're vets, and they say, "You see, if a vet tells you that you should have a $300 blood..."
No, we're not vets. We're people with fucking cats. We're people with fucking pets, and we're responsible owners who go ahead and actually take care of their fucking pets, as opposed to just getting them water fountains so we don't have to change their water, instead of just leaving them fucking left in their fucking bedrooms all the way until 10 a.m.
And they say, "You see, if a vet tells you that you should have a $300 blood test for your pet, you should just do it." And the fact that you wouldn't do that for Jasper, but you bought a joystick instead, shows that you don't love your pet.
Yeah! Yeah, it fucking does! Yeah! That's, yeah!
Yeah, kinda.
How is that how do you think that's a yeah! It does! Am I going mad? Did it, I mean... Like, how can you think that's ridiculous? Because it does. You wouldn't spend $300 on a test to make sure that your cat is okay, but you'll spend $500 on a joystick that you don't need and a copy of a game that you've already got on another system. That does make you a bad pet owner. That does mean that you're putting your material wants and needs above the health of your pet. That does mean you are failing in your duty as a pet owner. You cannot handle the responsibility. You are not living up to your obligations. You are not performing the duty of care that you have taken on when you got a pet. That very well does make you a bad pet owner. Oh, God. I'm losing my fucking mind. This is what he's doing. He's making us look ridiculous, right? And he has to do that. He's trying to defend himself from a position that, coming from the perspective of pet owners, is reasonable. Whereas if he makes us like, oh, suddenly they're all vets, you know, suddenly he's putting an unreasonable like appearance on us. Suddenly we're experts in a field that we don't actually know anything about just because it's an excuse to criticize him. So he's trying to make us look ridiculous. And part of that process means you have to make our argument and our position look ridiculous as well. Because again, if you listen to our perspective from as pet owners, that seems reasonable. The criticism that he spent that much money on a joystick and a copy of a game he's got instead of less for his pet, which makes him a bad pet owner, that's reasonable from the perspective of pet owners. So he has to inflate like our supposed positions, and he has to make us look like we're the ridiculous ones by taking such extreme lengths. And as he does that, he also makes the argument that he is a bad pet owner for spending like $500 on a joystick he doesn't need and a copy of a fighting game that he already has on another system, instead of paying $300 for his pet's healthcare to be checked. And how is that a defense, Phil? How do you think that makes you look good and us look bad? How? I am completely fine with blowing out my voice over this. I am completely fine.
You sounded like Super Trevor
over this. I just cannot get over that.
Super Trevor.
In what world? Seriously, in what world? In what world does you are a bad pet owner because instead of spending $300 on a simple test that would have told you so much more about your pet's health and shown that he was okay, instead of doing that, you spend $500 on a new joystick that you didn't need after spending $130 on new buttons for another joystick that you're using on another system and a copy of Street Fighter 6, which you already own for another system. How is that reasonable? How is that reasonable, Phil? It's not. It's not reasonable at all. Our position is reasonable. And we don't need to be vets to say that. I have literally been in the same position as you.
Like, what's worse, that the possibility that he's workshopping these conversations, these rationales with Kat, and she's like, oh yeah, that makes a whole lot of sense. Hey Kat, can you believe this? My trolls are saying I'm a bad pet owner because instead of paying money for Jasper's blood work, I bought a fight stick instead. Can you believe that? And Kat is like, yeah, you're right, Phil, that is dumb. Why would they think that? Or he's just like leaving her out of the conversation altogether. Like, which one is worse?
When the vet said we need to take
just like, I'm not going to talk to anyone about this. I'm just going to trust in my own rationale here.
And I know more about how my cat's health is doing now. And I could treat my cat.
You're right, Phil. They're dumb and hypocritical.
You don't know that Jasper is okay. You just think he's okay. You don't know. I just can't. He thinks that's a good... How does he think that's a good defense and we're bad for thinking he's a bad person for doing this? How?
And the fact that you wouldn't do that for Jasper, but you bought a joystick instead, shows that you don't love your pet. I'm not shitting you. This is what these idiots are saying and doing.
Yeah. That's kind of the thing that's going to be done if you brag about getting a fucking controller that you didn't need and blood work done for a pet. Well, not blood work not done for a pet that you kind of call your son. Maybe you shouldn't have mentioned the blood work thing and nobody would have made fun of you. But because you have to keep like telling us all this shit that we really don't need to know, you literally cause problems for yourself. Quite literally, he causes his own drama.
And the fact that you wouldn't do that for Jasper, but you bought a joystick instead, shows that you don't love your pet.
Now, the problem is, though, Phil, the previous month before you went to the vet, you were talking about Jasper being very strange, like being sick and thrown up for attention. You told your audience that Jasper was being sick for attention, which didn't sound like a very normal thing to fucking happen for a cat. So the fact of the matter is, Jasper was showing signs and symptoms by your own narrative, Phil, beforehand. Jasper was showing signs of not being well. Then when the vet has offered you a chance to fucking explore this further via a blood test, you immediately shoot this down and claim they're trying to upsell you. You don't want to spend that fucking money on Jasper. But then you immediately fucking blow $500 on yourself for fucking gaming shit for your own personal self-satisfaction. This entire podcast so far is a fucking detractor's dream come true because there's so much fucking shit to fucking explore and discuss.
Test for your pet, you should just do it. And the fact that you wouldn't do that for Jasper, but you bought a joystick instead, shows that you don't love your pet.
Yes.
I'm not shitting you.
Yes, and we're saying it now. That's why your voice cracked yet again, because you know this is a hot button issue.
And the fact that you wouldn't do that for Jasper, but you bought a joystick.
Again, he compared his cat to his son. He said Jasper is like my son. He don't even have a real son, but he said Jasper is like my son. If you have $500 to spend on an arcade stick and not get it on a payment plan, because according to him, he didn't get it on a payment plan, even though he said he did. But anyway, shouldn't you be okay with spending money to see if your son is okay? I'm just saying, bro. That's some real hood rich shit.
With monster wheels.
Yeah, I didn't get blood work done for my kid, but I got some 22s on my Corolla the next day. There's like actual hood rich vibes coming from DSP.
Instead,
it's kind of fire.
shows that you don't love saying and doing.
He did these things really close to each other too. He did not think this through. He was so desperate to get a new arcade stick.
And the fact that you wouldn't do that for Jasper, but you bought a joystick instead, shows that you don't love your pet.
Yes, that is correct.
Everyone is unanimous.
Wow, that was oddly coherent and succinct for DSP. Big ups.
And the fact that you wouldn't do that for Jasper, but you bought a joystick instead, shows that you don't love your pet. I'm not.
A little bit. And the spraying of the cat too. That's a dead giveaway for me.
I'm not shitting you. This is what these idiots are saying and doing.
Idiots. How are we idiots? How are we idiots, Phil?
It's just everyone is like, yeah.
How are we idiots for thinking you didn't need to spend $500 on a new joystick you don't need and another copy of a game you already own when A, you constantly complain about needing support from your audience because of your financial situation, and B, you refuse to pay slightly less than that, and by slightly I mean $200 less than that, to make sure that your pet that you are responsible for the care of is okay. How are we the idiots, Phil? How are we the idiots for saying that?
They're morons. They're completely fucking insane.
They're morons. Did he say morons?
Fucking insane.
How are we the idiots for saying that?
They're morons. They're
morons.
Completely fucking insane.
What? Wrong.
Man, I love it when people call you stupid and they can't spell or pronounce words. That's always the best. Like when someone misspells an insult trying to call you stupid, or they call you stupid. You're a... Okay. Got me. You morons.
You get fucked, Phil. Yeah? Get fucked. Okay? Go fuck yourself. Completely fucking insane. For taking care of my cat. For having a simple test that needed to be done doing. Fucking insane. Moronic. How very fucking dare you? How very fucking dare you, Phil? If you were a good pet owner, you would give away that cat.
No.
Because that cat should not be living there. You do not deserve it. You don't give a shit about that cat beyond what you can get out of it, beyond whether you can monetize it or farm it for fucking likes or engagement. How is Jasper's blood work, Phil? How is his thyroid doing? What are Jasper's red and white blood cells like? Does he have sickle cell anemia? Do you know that?
He's had a black cat.
Are his kidneys okay?
Did
Are the liver enzymes in his blood at an appropriate level? Do you know that? No. No, you don't. Because you're a bad pet owner.
You would have told me.
They will do anything to create a false conspiracy theory narrative.
It's not a false conspiracy narrative.
He doesn't know what a conspiracy theory is,
I
by
don't
the
need
way.
to make you look
Like,
bad.
how is it a conspiracy theory?
You did that.
Conspiracy requires more
you
than
did
one
that when
person.
you refused to pay $300 to have a blood test for your cat, and then spent $500 on a joystick you don't need, and another copy of a game you already own. I didn't need to make you look bad. Agent Proper didn't need to make you look bad. King Sly Naviga didn't. King Jad didn't. Meerkat didn't. Your Beliefs didn't. Shinko didn't. Raven didn't. None of us needed to make you look bad. Aquatail didn't need to make you look bad when she clipped it. You'd already done that. You made yourself look bad. All we've done is shown everybody, look how bad he is. There's no false narrative here, Phil. There's no conspiracy here.
No wrong.
Our charge is that you refused to pay $300 for a blood test for your cat. And instead you spent $500 on a joystick and another copy of a game. And you did. All those things happened. And we think that makes you a bad pet owner. Because it does. All those things happened. There's no false narrative. There's no conspiracy. It all happened.
To try to make me look bad, so they have content to put out.
Try to make you look
And they've
bad.
been trying all week long. First, it was the mini PC bullshit. Then it was this joystick thing. Then it was a Jasper thing. It's insane. I had someone come to my stream last night, all right, and contribute and say, I hope that this helps Jasper. And I said, what are you talking about? And come to find out, they actually had watched detractor content and thought that Jasper was sick.
Thank you for watching my video. I do really appreciate the view, but
Stop
I don't
giving
think you
Phil
should give
money.
Money to Phil. It's not going to go towards Jasper's care. I saw that as well. I think I saw that tip. It was, I think it was $100, and it sets up to like a bit of fancy Dark Souls, leaving the military soon. I got a Street Fighter character, I think with Jury, up to was it Diamond or Platinum or something.
Goofball.
Also, please take care of Jasper. And yeah, again, thank you for the views, but that money is not going towards Jasper's care. That money went straight to Scopely. I can guarantee you that.
I had someone come to my stream last night, all right, and contribute and say, I hope that this helps Jasper.
Yeah,
and I
fuck
said,
that
what are
guy,
you talking
Phil.
about?
Was that the $100 tip? Somebody like gave him $100 when I was playing Chrono Trigger. So Phil made $116 was tipped to Phil, and Phil got a $100 tip. So most of that was one person. Was the tip actually about the fucking saying help Jasper? Holy fuck, man. Did Phil refund the tip and say Jasper's fine, but thank you? Let's be real here, of course not.
I had someone come to my stream last night, all right, and contribute and say, I hope that this helps Jasper. And I said, what are you talking about?
And wait, do you include that in here? Oh, you don't include that in here. Fuck. All right, we need to go and see that. That's very important. It's a very contextual, dude. We don't want to forget that. Let's see here. It means it's a paragraph. This is actually really good.
Apparently a $100 tip.
This is actually the perfect music. Somebody was saying it in chat the other day, but this is the perfect music to have this done while he's reading this out and defending himself.
From someone who's saying they watched the Dark One Soul days and they quit streaming. They've now pursued a military career. They actually reached Diamond with Jury. And they said, please take care of Jasper. Indeed, I will. All right. Thank you.
Will you stop insulting the military by giving money to Phil saying you're in the military? It's very insulting to the service.
Yeah, the audio mix is horrible.
Look at the name in chat that said they sent him the tip. Random sock account.
Yep, it was a random sock account that got named anonymous, and it goes away and never comes back again. It's really funny that happens. I don't know. I don't know who to blame for that one.
Fine. He's got nothing wrong with him whatsoever. He's great, actually. A little bit of allergies like us. We all have
That is great
allergies.
background
That's
music.
it. So I don't know why you're so concerned about Jasper. He's fine. Seriously, he's no problems. So thank you very much for a very massive $100 tip.
He literally fucked up on saying the word whopping and just said very massive.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, this
Sad, 'cause it sounds
music
like
is
this person's
perfect.
concerned for Jasper when there's nothing wrong with him. It sounds to me like, you know,
You don't
you're
know
listening
what's
to the
wrong with
people
him.
If you think there's something wrong with Jasper, he's been in here 2 days in a row. He was on here in a podcast earlier today. He's perfectly fine. He's great. So thank you so very much. An anonymous tipper.
Well, let's see. Does he say anything else? Appreciate it. Whatever was said. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. He says it again after he gets his little stupid hat.
Earlier, so there you go. All right, thank you so much for a whopping $100 incredibly generous tip. I really, really appreciate that. Whoever that was said it was anonymous. So, and again, don't worry, Jasper is perfectly healthy and fine. If you've heard something to the contrary from a bunch of idiots who've been trolling, you're hearing nonsense from them as usual. So, thank you. Okay. So, a verdict has been reached.
Man, all that defense, literally over just something's like, nah, he's perfectly fine. But because he has to go way out of his way to defend himself, it's kind of suspicious. But thank you for the whopping $100 tip, anonymous. You hopefully will support me for the rest of the playthrough or whatever. I don't know.
And come to find out, they actually had watched detractor content and thought that Jasper was sick.
Oh, look at this. You like that? You like that? How he's now putting context to a little random ass fucking tip that had a message that we couldn't see. So now we're having to build up a narrative in a case of somebody being like, here, this will help towards Jasper. What if all they saw was that pre-stream where it's like, I can't afford Jasper to get his blood work. And he saw nothing else. Came by like fucking weeks later, gave him some money. Hopefully Jasper's okay, dude. And then he's like, oh shit, I gotta make something up. So he literally makes something up.
The amount of stuff he ignored out of this message was kind of fire. Watching you for a long time, Diamond with jury, in the military, ignored it all. Ignored it all and then misquoted the one part he brought up.
And they said, please take care of Jasper.
Please take, like who knows what he actually said because DSP's fucking up the words so much. Please take care. Man, who knows what the dude actually said? They could have said, fuck your grandma, and DSP translated it to take care of Jasper. What the hell, man? The best shout outs on the internet. $100 fucking dollars. $100 fucking dollars. He misquoted damn near on purpose.
To find out, they actually had watched detractor content.
Yes.
Thought that Jasper was sick.
Yes.
Because
they did not say that though at all. Unless he didn't read it.
It's like,
take care of them equals that I think they're sick.
And they've been trying all week long.
No, we've been working. It hasn't been doing shit. It's been working. Your flying monkeys go ahead and tell you about the fact that Steve put out a video highlighting how much of a fucking irresponsible pet owner you are, and you fucking got shook. That's why you're having this fucking meltdown right now. We don't have to do anything to make you look bad. You do it on your own, sir.
First, it was the mini PC bullshit.
No mini PC bullshit. You lashed out at somebody. You fucking repeated the same thing that they corrected you on. They wanted an apology because what you said was very toxic, and you went ahead in a fucking tirade and banned the person.
Then it was this joystick thing.
Yes, so an investment that you don't need because you're buying it you're buying it for a game that you're not going to play way into the future, and you're also not going to invest yourself in, and also for a game that you already own that you can play with people on other consoles for. So therefore, this joystick was an unnecessary purchase.
Then it was a Jasper thing. It's insane. I had someone come to my stream last night, all right, and contribute and say, I hope that this helps Jasper. And I said, what are you talking about?
Yeah, and that's why you freaked out.
And come to find out, they actually had watched detractor content and thought that Jasper was sick because the detractors are lying and saying horrible things.
No, I'm not saying shit. You're the one that said that you didn't want to pay for that fucking blood test because you thought you were being sold and he didn't need it, even though you don't know when's the last time the fucking Jasper had a blood test, even though supposedly you've taken him to the vet many times prior. That's you. That's you. You're the one that's lying. You're the one that's saying bullshit. You're the one that's saying shit that's riling people up.
What are you talking about?
Come to find out, they actually had watched detractor content and thought that Jasper was sick because the detractors are lying and saying horrible things.
Like what? I'm concerned about your cat's health. Why'd you spend $500 on a new fucking children's toy instead of $300 to ensure the good health of your cat that is in question through your own words?
Because the detractors are lying and saying horrible things.
Lying.
I'm not lying. I'm not saying anything horrible. I'm just stating the facts. Your cat could be sick and you don't know.
Just being honest.
You don't know. You think he's okay because he looks okay, but he might not be okay. And you don't know because you didn't have the test done that could determine whether he was or not. You don't know. And if he is okay, then great. You'd know for sure. You'd be able to say 100% confidence, he's great, he's fine, he's okay. And if he wasn't great, you'd be able to find out, and then you'd be able to start treatment, and hopefully you'd have caught it early enough for treatment to be very successful and easy, sure. But you don't know, because you didn't have that test done. And I think that makes you a bad pet owner. Especially because you don't know the medical history of your cat to begin with. And the reality is, if your cat is sick, if there is something wrong with him that you can't determine from a physical examination, and that cat dies, it's going to be your fault. Again, no lies. Just
No
stating the
lies
facts
detected.
that I know as a pet owner that's been in the vet's room when they've needed to take a blood test that's revealed an illness. Just stating the facts.
It's like, what the fuck? So all I want to say to you guys is thank you, because here's the deal. If you haven't noticed this week, despite the fact that these idiotic people are constantly trying to say negative things about me and my content, none of it has affected me or my content this week. The content's been good.
None of it has affected him. I am 19 minutes into a 37-minute video about this, but none of it's affected him.
None of it has affected me or my content this week. The content's been
He's
good.
talking about tips.
Who's telling you this?
I've gotten
If you haven't
tips.
noticed this week, despite the fact that these idiotic
Thanks
people
for still
are
giving me
constantly
money,
trying to
even
say
though I'm
negative things
exposed
about
as a
me and my
shitty
content,
pet owner.
None of it has affected me or my content this week.
None of it's
The
affected me.
This is your content. This right now is your content, and this entire
douche.
podcast, as you've been coping so hard, trying to retcon everything.
Thanks, Only
and
Iced
trying to claim you don't
Coffee,
fucking
for
you're ignoring it all. You don't pay attention to it anymore. You
protecting
ignore it
me
all.
from the
Somewhere.
consequences. Ugh.
If you haven't noticed this
Sorry.
week, despite the fact that these idiotic people are constantly trying to say negative things about me and my
Oh,
content.
I don't have to try again. He's like, oh, they're trying to say negative things about me, but it's not working. It's like, okay, all right. We'll go with it's not working then. It's a desperate attempt. We're trying to make him look bad. And yeah, it's not working, you guys. It's not working. We got to think of something else because we just keep coming at him with these false conspiracy theory narratives, and he just keeps on batting us away and destroying us and completely debunking us. And we took another L. So we got to think of something else, guys. You just can't keep taking L's. You know what I mean? See what I did there?
None of it has affected me or my content this week.
Except for we are 20 minutes into this rant. But aside from this and all of the other extended, unhinged rants that he's gone on, it hasn't affected his content at all.
None of it has affected me or my content this week. The content's been good. The people are showing up to watch it.
None of it has affected his content except for the quite literal multiple hours of content of DSP talking about the trolls. But nothing has affected his content at all.
None of it has affected me or my content this week.
But that's why you're talking about it now, right?
The people are showing up to watch and enjoying. We're keeping the drama out of the chat, and the support's been good. You know, I have zero complaints. Everything has remained great, and I have no complaints whatsoever about anything. I want to say thank you because you've been an outstanding audience this week.
So like Editor Steve, fast forward to like the end of that week and see what he's complaining about, just based on like complaints and things here.
Hey everybody, it's Editor Steve here. I big go'd the word support for the week in question, which was the 4th to the 9th of August, and it returned 165 results. So Yeah, fuck searching through all that.
I want to say thank you because you've been an outstanding audience this week. With all the white noise...
Except for Lavinia, get fucked.
With all the white noise bullshit that these idiots are pushing out there, all the false narratives, you have done a great job of just staying here and relaxing and enjoying the content for what it is, all right? In fact, I received an email this morning, and I know it's an amazing coincidence.
Yeah, it's an amazing coincidence. Yeah, it's an amazing coincidence. If you got a supportive email, fucking hell, let's go. Come on.
Because all this is going on, and all of a sudden I get an email that is so pertinent.
It's pertinent. Oh, God. Again, just stop with the overpronunciation. It doesn't make you sound intelligent or smart or clever or whatever you think it does. It just makes you sound like a tit.
That I wanted to read it here live on the stream today. And I'm not going to read this person's name, obviously for privacy reasons. All right? So, here, you ready? This is word for word an email that was sent to me this morning. Hello, Phil. I just want you to know I originally found you through troll content. I still keep up with some of it here and there.
Just
From what
gaslight
I
the
am
fuck
seeing,
out of him.
you are becoming more and more admirable every day, so allow me to explain.
It's it's almost cruel to exploit somebody's undiagnosed autism like that. Like, stop sending him emails where you're obviously lying to him and playing into his complete lack of ability to discern satire from reality. Like, you're not a good person. You're not... I guess you're getting laughs out of people, but holy shit, man.
Is he becoming more admirable?
You're so much worse than people who make detractor videos. Like, quit touching the poo.
Number one, the fact that they are constantly doing crazy amounts of mental gymnastics.
Sorry, Phil. It's not crazy mental gymnastics to go, your cat might die of an easily preventable illness because you didn't take a $300 blood test, but you then spent $500 on a joystick you didn't need and another copy of a game that you already own. So I think that makes you a bad pet owner. That's not mental gymnastics. That's a fairly logical conclusion. But do go on. Do go on.
And logic jumps to spin new narratives is becoming increasingly laughable with every passing day.
Increasingly laughable.
Yeah. It's really laughable to say that you should, have this regular checkup done to make sure that you know the health history of your cat. Fucking hell. There is no way this is legit. Come on.
Number two, they're becoming more angry and jaded.
What a coincidence.
As their narrative continues to fail and negatively affect you or sway people away from supporting you.
I'm so jaded, man.
Because support has been so good recently, hasn't it, Phil? Oh my fucking gosh,
poo touchers.
This is amazing.
Number three, the content you put out is some of the most consistent and well thought out content I think I've ever consumed.
Consumed.
Well thought out.
Go back to Reddit, man.
I mean, he said consumed for fuck's sake. This has to be he said jaded. The three options, right? 1, it's legit. 2, Phil wrote it. 3, a troll wrote it. I can't imagine it being legit. There's just no fucking way. It just hits too many of the notes, It's just like a verbal fellation of Phil's flaccid ego.
You got the attention you ordered, though.
It's too on the nose. It can't be legit. So 2.
Is that attention
Phil
you ordered?
Which is a possibility. Because, sometimes you need to manufacture evidence, and sometimes it helps to sort of like quickly knock up an email that you said, yeah, Phil, hi, by the way, I used to work in this industry for this long, and you were totally right when you said this thing. something like that, something that just sort of like supports your general, like the argument, whatever drama that you're in at the moment, like with the PC parts stuff. If you could have like whipped up an email from someone that said, yeah, you were right about these mini PCs, they're not built like regular PCs, blah, blah, blah. You could have quickly held up, yeah, I got an email today, proves my point, so everybody shut up, I'm going to ban you as well, and don't even mention that L-named person. It's not out of the realm of possibility, but it's really fucking sad if it is him. Let's be honest. Because to go to this length, like, and just like how on the nose it is, again, just how like perfectly filleting of his ego it is, how it just like it encapsulates and reassures him about the very things that he's insecure about the most. So he really needs, to write out and say, hey, people are saying, my content is meaningful. It is like informative. I do really enjoy it. It's very pertinent, all that stuff. Hitting all those words. He needs that reassurance, so he whips it up himself and then he presents it to the audience as genuine. And they believe it, and they tell him, wow, do you remember that email? That's a very genuine email. Well, it's really heartfelt, and I agree with it. And then that becomes the real reassurance, because he's getting affirmation that what he said was right. What was contained in this email was right when his chat agrees with him. So he gets the affirmation in that sort of way. It's not directly from writing it to reassure himself, but more when his audience buy it and repeat it back to him. Then it becomes truth. Or a troll wrote it. In which case he's fallen for it hook, line, sinker, rod, and copy of Angling Times. He's fully bitten it. He's fully just 100% completely behind the idea that everything that's said in this email is genuine, which is fucking masterful and at the same time genuinely pathetic because he fell for it. He's that desperate that he fell for it. He needs to hear that so much that he believes it's true. How pathetic is that? See, now I wonder if he knows and he's going ahead regardless. Because, I mean, even if it's... Again, though, right, okay, yeah, option 4. He knows that it's a troll and he's going ahead with it regardless. He thinks, fuck it, why not? It still serves my purpose. I know this person's trolling me, but they're saying what I want to hear. And they're saying what I want other people to believe.
And my dent heads are stupid enough to think it's real.
I want to say... but I can't, so I need them from... Well, I could say them, but, it is more effective if it comes from another party, because that way, not only, if I said it, people would believe it or disbelieve it, but if it comes from another party, it might carry a bit more weight amongst the people I want to convince. So I'm still going to use it. Even though I know it's likely a troll, I'll still use it. Like with
that'll
trolling.
show that's what you get for trolling me. I'm going to take it completely unironically.
I will use it.
Gotcha.
Regardless, because... I've got nothing
That's
else.
how stupid you guys are. You try and troll me, I'll just pretend like it's real.
I used that troll intro for so long because even though it's not by troll, it's an intro. That sort of thing.
Genius.
I wonder which one. Which one it is.
How pathetic.
I will say, I appreciate that comment. That's very subjective. Personally, I don't think that I'm hot shit. I don't. But it's nice to know someone likes the content.
See, I get asked about stuff like this every now and then because obviously as a narcissist, something like this might seem counterintuitive because he's sort of exposing a weakness, as it were, a vulnerability. He's saying, oh, I don't think I'm that good. Like when he says, oh, I don't think I'm that attractive. I think I'm ugly. Nobody ever told me I was handsome. So I think I'm quite ugly. When you appear self-effacing, you appear a bit more humble and it makes people a bit more likely to empathize with you because everybody's got something that they're a little bit insecure about. Everybody has their own sort of like personal insecurities about their body and their ego, and it makes him seem a bit more empathetic. Everybody has like, oh, I know how you feel. I don't like the way my hair looks, or I know what you feel. I think I've got a really big nose, or something like that. Everybody has a thing, and so by sort of appearing self-effacing, it makes him seem like a bit more. Not quite necessarily pity, but sympathetic would probably be a bit better. And then you'll lower your guard a bit more, and you'll think of him as a bit more, a bit more humble and a bit less egotistical. So, it does serve the role of deception and image management. He does it every now and then, And I don't necessarily believe that most of them are true, even though I feel like there may be some root to them. Like, he probably does have some sort of insecurities about his image, but he's not going to play them off that casually. You know, for him, there would be very serious things if he were to open up about them, like, properly. But here, just sort of like go, yeah, you know, I think I'm a bit ugly, and I don't think, you know, my content is that great. You know, I don't think I'm hot shit and all that. When clearly we know, like, the opposite can be true at times. He can act like he is king shit at certain games, and he can act like, you know, if he gets a kill streak and goes beast mode, or, you know, he gets a long streak of wins in fighting games or whatever. We know what he could be like. So I think it's an attempt at image management in order to appear a bit more sort of relatable and approachable to people, so he doesn't appear to be like this off-putting, arrogant, egotistical person. So, yeah, when he does things like that, think about that sort of thing. It's an image management thing, Phil, rather than like a moment of self-effacing honesty, where he's like actually opening up himself and trying to appear vulnerable, because he never will. As a vulnerable narcissist, he's terrified of that level of insecurity being open and out there. So he's only ever, like, you know, self-deprecating like to this extent. He never goes like much more personal or much deeper than this, you know. So yeah, every time you see him do stuff like that, it's image management, and there's normally like there's normally like something else motivating it. And in this case, it's to sort of like appear like, you know, yeah, this person wrote me an email, and while it, you know, mostly agrees with what I've said, I just want to say, you know, I'm not all that really. You know, I don't want to appear too like, yeah, I was right. See, I told you I was right. Everything about me is correct and great because this email says so. I just want to say, I don't think I'm that great, really. You know, it's image management.
And number 4, you clearly care about what your viewers think.
There's no way this is real, right? This is either him or a troll. This, the day after Lavinia, like, no, it's not real. No, it's not real. I'm not having it. No. I mean, it was never going to be real, was it? But still. The fact that he's going ahead with it means he's either oblivious to it, or he knows and he doesn't care. Because I don't think even he would put this in. Even knowing that he's, you know, that it's kicking off about his fans and all that, I don't think even he would think you also, you know, you care about your fans and it shows in your... I think I'm leaning more towards troll than he wrote it, but I can't eliminate the possibility that he wrote it either. So, I'm fucking torn. It could be either.
The trolls and LARPers, I don't know what he means by LARPers.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do, Phil. You know what he means. You know exactly what he means.
I don't know what he means.
I don't want to do an editor Steve cutting a compilation of Phil talking about LARPers here, because we all know he knows
how
what
difficult
he means.
is that?
Probably explained it before. There are people in my chat undercover pretending to be, you know, fans of things. He did that before. He was like, they were only in here to cause trouble. He did that before. He knows what LARPers are. He knows. Fucking hell.
Think it's cool or funny when they persuade or trick you into playing something that your general actual fans probably wouldn't care that much about.
What?
And in an email where
betray a trick?
In
What?
a LARPing
that's
email.
amnesia, isn't it? Oh my god.
In an email from a LARPer.
That makes me
What's a
think it could
LARPer?
be him. Because he's referencing amnesia, and his excuse for amnesia was, I was tricked into playing it. I knew that it wouldn't be popular, and I was tricked into playing a deliberately unpopular game. Oh wow, that's really bad. That's really bad that you would put that in. I mean, not if you're a troll. If you're a troll, it's great. It's masterful. You know, if you're a troll, to slip that one in, because again, I think in that case he doesn't know. But it just ticks so many of the things he's been criticised for recently. I can't fall either way. It could be either. I can't eliminate either possibility. It's either him, it's a troll and he doesn't know, or it's a troll and he does. It's not real, at least. We know that much, so...
In reality, that shows that you're thinking about your fans and viewers to a greater extent. It was your consideration, or excuse me, your considerate nature.
You're considerate.
It's nauseating. Just some dipshit on Reddit being like, "Oh, you guys are trying to make him have some self-awareness. Here, check this out. I'm gonna write him a dick-sucking, ass-sucking email from an obvious LARPer, and it's gonna destroy any attempts at self-awareness you can give this guy. Check this out. I'm such a good. I'm trolling the trolls, man. It's like, what a fucking dipshit loser. It's like the people in his chat wasting your time just so restreamers can read the chat and be like, wow, that guy is an idiot. It's like, so you waste your time in his chat saying things like, oh, DSP is so handsome, it's like looking at the face of a god. Just so restreamers can be like, wow, that guy is a fucking down bad dick sucker. like, was it worth it? Is it really worth it? Is our insults really that important to you? It's so ridiculous.
Oh, I can't. I don't need a break. Do we have a break? Can I borrow you for a minute?
Talk about insanity. Yeah, we need a feline break. So here's what I got so far for the Ann Lee costume. Definitely gonna change the clothing a bit, but clothing, hair, eyes. That's pretty much on the right track. I'm trying to follow this as a guide. Why does it open it twice? God damn it. It must be a fucking... You know what? I'm really starting to hate this cloud computing shit, because whenever you close the program for the cloud computing thing, it's not like it still has access to the local copy, right? Like it's all supposed to be local and online, but if you close the program, you lose access to the local stuff. And for some reason, opening it sometimes opens twice, which is so stupid. Like, it's not meant to protect your files. It's just meant to get money out of people. So irritating. It's like, oh yeah, we're going to give you cloud backup support, but you better not stop payment or else you'll lose access to the local copies of the files. Anyways, I'm reading. But yeah, I'm trying to follow this as a guide. I'm trying to, I'm going to do this upper clothing part here next. Need to walk away for a second though. Do a quick bathroom break. Keep going, Steve.
Yeah, I know. I need you to make a point. Just give me a minute, right? See, she looks adorable, isn't she? Very, very cute. She's a good cat. See, like, if I do this now, right, you can see her there. Right? This way. Yeah. You don't know that she's sick. You won't be able to tell. There's nothing about, you know, how she moves or how she is that suggests she's sick. You just see this, like, cute little thing on screen. But she's sick. She needs medicine twice a day. And you don't know. You only know because I've told you. I've been open about it. You don't know otherwise. And he doesn't know about Jasper.
It was your consideration, or excuse me, your considerate nature that they're just taking advantage of.
I think before I go on, I should remind everyone that he was so considerate that he didn't want to pay money for his cat to have a blood test. That's how considerate he was.
I'm loving the content. If you don't know what he's talking about, by the way, or she, because I don't know, it's like when I do a poll. So I'll do a poll, and the poll will be, hey, you know, what game would you guys like to see? And, you know, I get a voting, and then I play the game, and everyone's like, well, we don't know why you played that game because we didn't care, right? And I'm like, well, I polled. Like, all I can do is try to get public opinion. That's the best way to do it, right?
No, they're deliberately talking about Amnesia, the bunker, where you claimed that we you know, we tricked you into playing it. We planned ahead months in advance on our secret Discords to trick you into playing a game that was boring. This is a level of delusion that needs psychiatric intervention, and he is never going to get the help he needs because he completely lacks the appropriate social support network to help him get it. Things are only going to get worse for him.
But what people say is whenever I try to do a public poll, these idiots come and they try to skew the poll to the way that they think that it benefits them. Like a game they don't think people would actually like to see, right? Or a game that will only work for one stream and then will fail or something like that. I don't know. Again, most of the time when I do a poll, it's because I actually don't know what's going on. I don't know what's best for the streams. That's why I ask you guys for your input, right?
You are 41 years old. This has been your job for 15 years. It is your fucking streams. How do you not know what is best for your streams? I am fucking done. This is his job. He literally has one job, and it is this. I just cannot. I like the cat stuff, the Jasper stuff, and the vet stuff is bad enough, but I hate this shirking of responsibility, this complete abrogation of his obligations. It is fucking infuriating that he does this for a living. And he shirks so much of what he should be responsible for. He puts it on everybody else. He cannot make a fucking decision himself. When it comes to the games that he wants to play, it has to be talked about for fucking weeks before we make a determination. You know, if he ever has an upcoming marathon or a special event, it's like, what would you guys like to do? Because all I can think of is I'll watch something and react to it. I'll eat some food partway through, and then I might do a tier list. You know, that is it. That is all you get now from him. There is nothing else. He cannot be asked putting in the effort to do anything else. So it all comes down to the audience. It's the audience's fault. And when it's bad, it's the detractors' fault for tricking me into it through manipulation of the audience of the polling somehow. But either way, it's not his responsibility to look at a list of games and go, I think I'll play that one. You have to do it. You have to do it for him. You have to tell him we want you to play this one. This is his one job. This. And he doesn't know what's best for it. He doesn't know what's best for the stream. You need to tell him. I can't even begin to get into what that says about a man's psychological drive. I can't even begin to tell you how bad that is for the cognitive development of a 41-year-old man who has done this for 15 fucking years. I need to take more painkillers and I need to lie down. I need a break. I need like an actual proper break from this. I might come back to it tomorrow. I need a breather from this. I can't cope with it. I can't. I really can't. Come on. Should we go play something? Should we go play tennis? We haven't played tennis for a while, have we? Scrunch up a paper ball or like a receipt or something, and she sits on top of the bed and I'm on the floor and chuck the ball up. Or the sofa, not just the bed, the sofa as well. Chuck the ball up, bats it back at me, and I try to back it back. We try to get a bit of a rally going. She's actually pretty good at it. She has other toys that she'll like catch and grab and gnaw and that, but like I know the balls as well, the balls and things she'll chase, but like underhand in a wad of paper, she will wallop it and send it flying. So that 1 day break actually turned into several days break. My health problems are getting worse, and it turns out I can't really do this for very long. Usually what I would do is, you know, I'd have my breaks here and there, but it would mainly all be done in like one night. And now I can't do that. So yeah, if this looks like a chopped up mess and my facial hair and my t-shirts change and the lighting changes and the camera angle slightly off, that's why. You know, it's not done in one go anymore. So yeah, sorry about that. I'm going to edit around it. It shouldn't be too much of a disruption, but yeah, this is going to look like a mess because I can't, you know, for the sake of continuity. But yeah, let's get back to this.
One detractor that you actually made a fan. And I hope that this message finds you well. So thank you very, very much. That's a really nice message. And it just kind of stands to reason, okay, that as long as you stay the course and as long as you don't allow yourself to be distracted by all of the white noise bullshit around you, you can continue to succeed in life.
Okay, now obviously there was a point where Phil goes, that was a nice message, thank you, and all, which indicates, the email has finished, and what Phil is about to say next is what Phil is about to say. So there are two distinct, separate bodies of work. But what I would like to point out is that if you cut that bit out and then let the rest of the sentence flow, the rest of what Phil says continue on, you would not be able to tell the difference. You wouldn't be able to say, yeah, that's Phil, or yeah, that's reading the email. The two would be pretty much spot on in terms of their sentence structure, the syntax, and the tone, what they're saying, the words they're saying, and how they're constructing the message that they're trying to convey. It would all be the same. So, and then it's very, very suspicious.
In fact, I received an email this morning, and I know it's an amazing coincidence because all this is going on, and all of a sudden I get an email that is so pertinent that I wanted to read it here live on the stream today. This is word for word an email that was sent to me this morning. Hello, Phil. I just want you to know I originally found you through troll content. I still keep up with some of it here and there. From what I am seeing, you are becoming more and more admirable every day, so allow me to explain. Number one, the fact that they are constantly doing crazy amounts of mental gymnastics and logic jumps to spin new narratives is becoming increasingly laughable with every passing day. Number two, they're becoming more angry and jaded as their narrative continues to fail and negatively affect you or sway people away from supporting you. Number three, the content you put out is some of the most consistent and well thought out content I think I've ever consumed. And number four, you clearly care about what your viewers think. The trolls and LARPers think it's cool or funny when they persuade or trick you into playing something that your general actual fans probably wouldn't care that much about. In reality, that shows that you're thinking about your fans and viewers to a greater extent. It was your your considerate nature that they're just taking advantage of. As long as you stay the course, and as long as you don't allow yourself to be distracted by all of the white noise bullshit around you, you can continue to succeed in life. They say that you make detractors out of your fans. Well, this is one detractor that you actually made a fan. So thank you. And I hope that this message finds you well. That's a really nice message.
I also do quite like that pause between.
It's a good edit.
What was it then? When he's saying, it just goes to show that really, if you stay the course, that sort of pause there, that was very interesting to me because it seemed like he was trying to find a way to continue back to his original point, or to continue back to the point he wanted to make, that the either the email or the sentence he'd finished didn't necessarily lead on to naturally. So he's trying to think of a way to really bridge that gap quickly. So there's a lot going on here. I think his sentence structure being disrupted is obviously is often the result of other distractions going on in the brain. So maybe an intrusive thought, maybe anxiety, maybe something else, it could even be just a random thing. It happens to us all sometimes. Sorry, I've just nudged a tail. It happens sometimes during conversation. Every now and then you'll get an intrusive thought, and they're not always disturbing or indicative of a lie or deception or anything like that. Sometimes they're just random things oh yeah, what was that guy's name again? Or oh god, what was the place that I had last time? Just things that you're trying to recall out of nowhere as you're trying to carry on a sentence like normal. And it happens, disruptions happen, we have to take pauses to go, oh god, what was I thinking of then? Oh god, what was the point I was trying to make? It happens to us all. It's a normal human thing, so I'm not decrying Phil for using it or for it happening to Phil, but I just find it interesting that it happened there.
Right? And that is really my philosophy these days. This week, people tried so hard to derail the content, and to make it all about them and the drama they created, and it didn't work.
It's
No, Phil,
literally derailed.
No. It didn't work. You are too thick. You are too stupid. You do not get the point that we are trying to make. You spent money that you should have been spending elsewhere. You know, you spent money that you didn't need to spend on this shiny new toy that you should have spent on your cat. I don't have Street Fighter 6, right? I really want Street Fighter 6. I really like Street Fighter.
Hey, Deathcore Lover.
Games.
How's it going?
I've been playing.
Yeah, I'm working on
recently,
Halloween
so,
costumes for
all the coverage of this
for the VTuber friends,
like all the salt and everything.
The VTuber pals
made me want to play Street Fighter 6. I have a PS4. I could buy it on PS4, but in this situation, if I was Phil, I would think I should buy a PS5 for it. Right? I should spend the extra money so that I can get like the best version of Street Fighter 6. But I also have a sick cat, and I go to the vet. And it costs money. So I have to put that as a priority. That is a bigger priority than buying a PS5 and getting Street Fighter 6 so that I can have the best version. You know? It's fucking mind-blowing that you are too stupid to get that, and instead you see that as like us trying to derail the stream with our drama. You somehow came out of that whole vet story thinking that you were in the right and the vet was in the wrong. And in order to sort of cope with the fact that you were actually getting legitimate criticism from a lot of people, you invented this whole scenario in your head where you go back to the vets and they're like, yeah, you were right. Vet management, the people that own the place, were like, yeah, you're right. They're wrong. Ignore them. And then you get back home and you're like, hey guys, you know that story that I told you about the time I went to the vet? Well, a lot of people didn't like my story about the time I went to the vet. So they started criticizing me because obviously they're now all vets. And it's like, no, we have pets though. We've all been to the vets. We're speaking from the experience, not as a vet, but as a pet owner who's been to the vet and has had to deal with situations like the cat needs a checkup, the cat's boosters need doing, oh, the cat needs blood work doing. And again, it just comes back to it's either got to be like complete willful ignorance. You know, you've literally got to be ignoring us on purpose and deliberately misrepresenting it so you don't have to deal with it, or you genuinely are that stupid. You're a 41-year-old man who doesn't understand how blood work is done. Do you want to come back in? Good. And the frustrating thing for me, personally, as a psychologist, as somebody who is like into all this, into like studying the mind, you know, the frustrating thing for me is that I don't know which one it is. And I suspect that as a narcissist, and as an insecure narcissist at that, as a vulnerable narcissist, somebody who really, really does not want you to see inside because they don't want you to see the real them, I can understand the defense mechanism that leads to that. It leads to that whole story where management calls him back and goes, yeah, actually, you were right. We're totally sorry. You were really upsold. That bet was in the wrong, blah, 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 all that stuff. I can understand that defense mechanism. I can understand twisting things that way to protect yourself from the onslaught of like valid, legitimate criticism that you do not have like an actual response for because it's valid and legitimate criticism. You are objectively in the wrong here, you know, so I can get that. But it's DSP, so I can also understand him being that fucking stupid, you know? And I don't know which one it is. It's driving me mad. It's really driving me mad. And then he fucking sits there and goes, oh, clearly everyone's a vet. You know? How? Like just... Like... I just...
People showed up.
But we're listening to a vet, you know, the one that you're ignoring.
And here we are at the end of the week. It's been a great week. Moving forward positively. You know, good stuff.
I got my money, you know,
so that's why I want to
good
thank
stuff.
you, the viewers, Because those of you who stay
Thank
away
you,
from their
the
bullshit,
sycophants.
for those of you who
Keep
listen to their
sucking my
bullshit,
butt.
and I feel bad because I don't create the bullshit. They do.
Sorry, no. Right, okay. For everybody who has watched my videos, thank you. Thank you for taking the time out of your life to watch that video that I did. That over 3.5 hours long, that nearly 4 hour long video of me and a bunch of other detractors watching Phil create drama and reacting to it because of how serious it is. This, for anybody else, would have been a regular trip to the vets. Phil created that drama. In creating that drama, Phil revealed that he is a negligent pet owner. He is somebody who does not care about the health and well-being of his cat because he doesn't want to spend the money involved. Phil would then go on to spend more money than it would have cost to have his cat's blood work done so we could know how healthy his cat was and have some idea about his cat's medical history on a joystick that he does not need and a new fucking game and a year's subscription. And I say a new fucking game, I mean another copy of a game he also already owns. Probably the Elite Edition, the Championship Edition, you know, the special edition with the season pass. A year of fucking PlayStation Plus on top of that. Instead of getting his cat's blood work done. And a lot of us pointed that out because that's really fucking bad. So if you are the sort of person who watched that video and was, you know, upset and outraged and took to Phil's chat and said, hey, Phil, this is actually pretty bad and got banned, thank you for that. Thank you for trying. Thank you for doing that. You know, it means a lot to me that people did that people care, that it's not just me, you know. It was really reassuring to have all those clips on hand. And the fact that he's like, you know, just ban, ignore, it's drama, it's bullshit, I'm not going to listen to it. And it's like, I don't care, Phil. I don't care if you ever listen to anything I say ever again. This is your fucking cat. You are responsible for your pet. You are responsible for its health and its well-being and its care. You have the right to treat your cat however the fuck you want, but you are a negligent pet owner because the way you have been treated your cat recently has been fucking appalling, you know? And I just, she's rubbing against the clippers that I used to trim her claws. What? Why?
Okay, we can do a mandatory chill, I guess. How about a song break? Let's see. Little V has a new song out. It's a cover of a song from Jujutsu Kaisen. You can watch this.
You are my special. You are my special. I love you, baby. 歌い続けましょう。どんなしえものもどんな要素も心の得る一箇所へと沿う走り出したらこと You are my special むちゃくちゃにしてくれないかい Yes I want somebody くらい尽くして一緒で境界よらねば愛がそろう You are my special むやなまま笑う世界 No 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 それしにはならない一緒で境界よらねば誰がどよと You are my special We are special
There's a 1.5-minute break. What are those words in there? Is it? I thought it was funny. Let's see if I can find it. It was Sukoshite, which almost sounds like if someone wants to make fun of Tsukuhime. There it is. Can't even see it. Sukoshite, like if you really didn't like Tsukuhime and you wanted to make fun of it, you would call it Sukoshite. Anyways, it's weird aside. Anyways, back to the video.
It's just the plastic bit and...
Tsukihime, more like Tsukushite. Dude.
Yeah, see?
You know that's a word, right?
Do you know what? Most people, they normally just get the back of your head because you sit facing me. So yeah, anyway, Phil, you're a fucking negligent pet owner, right? It doesn't matter how many people you ban, it's not going to change that fact. You might think that you're not a negligent pet owner because, you don't hurt Jasper and, you buy him treats and he has expensive food and that. But you're not actually living up to the responsibility that you have. And I don't think you understand, again, like I said in the last video, I don't think you understand the full responsibility that you have. You are in care of a cat. You have a pet. There is a being that is dependent on you for its health and well-being, and you are failing it. I can open a piece of paper that I got from the vet, and it will tell me what they did and why they did it. It will list everything that they did, what they used, and how much it costs, right? And then I got a call from the vets a couple of days later, and they tell me the results. So I know how well my cat is doing. I know what her white blood cell count is, and I know how her thyroid is. And I am, we have medicine to manage it. You don't know any of that about your cat. So yeah, you might sort of sit there and think, well, Jasper looks healthy. Jasper seems healthy. He's fine, And the vet said he was okay, because they gave him a physical and they did his booster, so we don't have to worry about it for another 3 years. But that doesn't mean he's healthy. He might look healthy, but there could be something going wrong inside, and you wouldn't know. And I think the worst thing about this is that because they said he doesn't need another booster for another 3 years, right? I think in Phil's mind that means they don't have to go back to the vets for another 3 years. So that's great. So if something should happen to Jasper in the next 3 years, how would they know? If Jasper suddenly developed hypothyroidism, how would they know?
Yeah, you're putting yourself in a really awkward position where if Jasper dies, then everyone has reason to believe that it's your fault.
Thyroid levels.
Good job,
And if
Phil.
they notice that
Really
they're
looking
on the
out.
way up, and they're like, "Oh, that's higher than normal. We should test for hypothyroidism." You can find out, and then start treatment early.
Not only is he
Possibly
gonna
even save up for an operation.
Like, why would you do that to yourself? If you're gonna put yourself online like that, why not just do everything you can to absolve yourself of the responsibility if something bad happens to the cat? Because if Jasper dies, not only do you have to deal with the trauma of a dead pet, now you're gonna have to deal with a lot of people saying, well, what could you have done better to prevent this from happening? Which is gonna just add insult to injury, and he's gonna blow up about it.
You get an operation for the cat. It's actually quite cheap. They can do like radiotherapy.
I
where
wouldn't
they
do
inject
that.
radioactive
I
material
wouldn't.
into the cat around the area, and it sort of destroys the. Because
I would probably just be like, well, things happen.
Sort of calcifies a bit, not necessarily calcifies.
Not everyone's gonna be so kind,
but,
Phil.
there's tissue that develops around it, and this radioactive therapy. It sort of destroys that tissue, but they have to take your cat away from you for a bit. And then when you get it back, you have to handle its urine and its poo differently because it's radioactive. So it's quite odd. So they tend to keep it there for a bit longer while all that radioactive material is out of the cat's body. But then it's fine. But it's it's something I can't afford at the moment. So yeah, I'm doing that. But anyway, yeah.
Some people genuinely contacting me overnight saying, is Jasper okay? Yeah, he's fine.
You don't know that. You don't know. You don't know.
I did my own personal blood
I had
test.
a phone call from the vet the other day. They explained the results of the blood test that my cat had and told me how her white
did
blood
his own
cells and her
blood
thyroid
test.
levels are
He
doing.
knows.
I know that because she had a blood test done. She got a little patch here still where they shaved her so that they could take some blood out. You don't know that about your cat. He might look okay. You might think, yeah, he's fine. He might not be fine. And you don't know that. Those people are emailing you and contacting you because they're concerned, because they've seen that you've been negligent in your care of your cat. Because somebody has raised concerns. People like me have raised fucking concerns. I put other people in that video to show it's not just me having a go. It's other people. It's not just me. People recognize the severity and significance of this issue. You can fuck up your life and that's fine, but Jasper is an innocent cat and he doesn't fucking deserve that. I swear to God that cat is going to die young of a preventable illness because he doesn't want to spend the money on a fucking blood test.
Some people genuinely contacting me overnight saying, is Jasper okay? Yeah, he's fine. He's not sick. There's nothing to be...
How would you know that without a blood test? How would you know that he's not sick if you didn't get a fucking blood test? Do you just know? You just looked at him, you're like, well, he looks fine. He probably is fine. Or is this a give her a pill segment? Where it's like, well, Leanna looks fine, just fucking give her a pill and leave her there and she'll be fine in a couple hours. How would you know? How would you know Jasper's fine? That's something that that's like that's an analysis, a conclusion that you are nowhere near qualified to make.
You know, some people genuinely contacting me overnight saying, is Jasper okay? Yeah, he's fine.
Yes, because you don't know when's the last time you've done blood work for the cat. Like, do you understand that? Do you understand? Do you remember that, Phil? Like, do you remember when you were asked when's the last time you did blood work for Jasper? You said, I don't know. That's why people are asking.
He's not sick. There's nothing to be concerned about. It's scumbags making...
Okay, Phil, throughout your streams, we have known, like, this is public knowledge that we know about Jasper. We know Jasper has been throwing up. We know Jasper has not been able to use the bathroom properly. Because number one, you lock him in the bedroom all night. Number two, you don't clean out his litter box often. You've admitted you set this shit on the stream. Then on top of that, you don't know when's the last time you did blood work for this fucking cat. Oh yeah, pink mold on it. Yes, you also let us know that fucking Jasper has had pink mold on his fucking water fountain.
Stuff up to try to create drama, and people sadly...
I really want to spin, like, I don't want this to happen. I don't want this to happen. But it's going to happen. That's a reality that I'm going to have to face. Something's going to happen to that cat. And when it does happen, when Jasper's gone, when he has to admit that Jasper's, I want to see what the hell he spins this shit.
You know, some people genuinely contacting me overnight saying, is Jasper okay? Yeah, he's fine.
This is literally you tripping over nothing, man. If you just said, yeah, it's fine and said nothing else, we would have nothing to work with. But because you literally like flip the fuck out, you literally give us content. I don't know what to say anymore.
And I get it. You guys love Jasper as much as I do. He's a cute guy. He's on the streams. He's a great part of the content.
It's a weird thing
Shit,
to
they
say.
paid to find out who he was. Like, of course they wanted. They might like him. They had to pay to meet him, bro. Are you not listening to yourself? I wouldn't even bring Jasper up after the scam you pulled, dog. Wouldn't say a word. I remember when I didn't even follow Phil, but I heard when I was watching Wings, and I heard Wings bring up the fact about the 2K scam of Jasper the cat. I didn't even know what the context was it? I'm like, 2K scam a cat? What? So I had to look it up, and the jaw drizzled when I saw.
He's not sick. There's nothing to be concerned about. It's scumbags making stuff up.
Yo!
Making stuff up. So we're saying
I'm a vet
he's
and a
sick.
scumbag now. Great.
You're saying he's
Gonna
sick when
wipe
he's
all
not.
of this
You just made that
off
up.
here and just start like keeping a list of accommodations, list of commendations. So I wonder if he knows, right? And I know that I have just said I put all those other people in so that it wasn't just me. So that the whole point that I was making was that everybody in this community sees that this is a really bad thing, because it's a really bad thing. The significance of it has like resonated across multiple people. But this coming so close after my video went out, and I made a, you know, I've had a bit of a moan on various episodes of that being said. Again, thank you to everybody who got in touch with him and said, you know, seriously about your cat. But it does make me wonder, does he know me now? Will somebody have linked him that? Will somebody, one of his flying monkeys will have seen it, right? Of that I've no doubt, you know. But I wonder if they said one of the detractors has made a video about your cat to anticipate, you know, stuff about your cat, and sort of vaguely outlined what I was doing in the video. Or did they link the video? In which case, you know, he'll have seen it. He won't have watched it all. Of course he won't have watched it all. So it's 3.5 hours or something like that. He won't have watched it all. But he'll have skimmed. He'll have seen, he'll have clicked, he'll have started, he'll have like skipped through bits, see what, you know, points I was making. So he'll know me and who I am.
To try to create drama, and people sadly believe it.
Right, okay.
Quit hitting your microphone.
Fuck you. I am fighting against so many drugs right now. I'm fighting against so many painkillers that are like just begging me to give up and go to bed. To say, fuck you. I am not trying to create drama, Phil. I'm trying to raise awareness of how negligent you are when it comes to caring for your cat. I'm trying to show people that the way you treat your cat is wrong. I don't give a fuck about drama. I examine you because you interest me psychologically. But this goes beyond all that. This bypasses everything else that I've done on my channel. I would gladly wipe off like every other video I'd done and leave just the Jasper one. I don't care about drama. I care about how you treat your cat. You use your cat. You monetize it. It is a thing for you to exploit. You don't care about it as a cat. You don't care about it as a pet, as a thing, as a being, as an individual creature with its own desires and needs and wants. It's just a thing that you think you might be able to exploit somehow. Maybe it'll give you more engagement. Maybe people in chat will talk when he's on screen. Maybe you might get a short out of him here or there. You don't see him as a cat. You don't see him as a pet. And sometimes I just like to lie there with my cat and like have her on my stomach and stroke her. It's very, very sweet, and you know, she's just nice. She's adorable. She sat right behind my monitor on my PS4. Like right now, I'm going to prove it.
Ah!
Yeah. See, and I love my cat. She's my cat. She's adorable. I love her. I'm going to miss her when she's gone. She's getting older, and one day that day will come, and I'm really going to miss her. But for now, she's adorable, and I love her because she's my cat. Whereas Phil just sees Jasper as a thing. And it's not a thing he particularly cares about that much, because otherwise he'd be a little more interested in its care. And
let me test this out.
Then understand what a blood test is for. So, yeah, that's why I did it. That's why I put that video together. That's why I recorded that and then clipped a bunch of other people. I didn't want to create drama. I just wanted to show people Phil's a bad pet owner, and I think I did a pretty good job of that. And of course, I couldn't have done it alone because, like, a lot of that video was other people. So, I want to thank everybody again for also calling him out on this. And I want to thank the people that went into his chat and the people that did email him and said, you know, Phil, the people have like valid concerns about the way your cat is being treated and taken care of. I'm just rambling now. I need to carry on with this.
And I get it. You guys love Jasper as much as I do. He's a cute guy.
That's a weird thing to say. It's like, I don't love Jasper any more than you guys do. It's like, you'd think you would care about your cat more than people who just see him as something that interrupts the stream. But okay, like, your love of Jasper is equal to a streaming audience who, by and large, for the most part, despise everything around you. Okay, yeah, sure, that makes a lot of sense. Oh.
Been listening from work. Thanks for the stream. This is arguably the grossest thing he did this year.
Yeah, that definitely has to make the top 10 worst moments of DSP list. I should be sure to add that.
He's on the streams. He's a great part of the content. He's a great part of my life.
Zip, look, there, right fucking there. You guys love Jasper. He's part of the content. That comes before he's part of my life. That. He's a thing. He's an object. He's something that fulfills a purpose. He's to entertain the stream. He's to add something to the stream. He's part of the content. And oh yeah, I love him as a pet as well. That's fucking wrong, Phil. That's the point. That's everything wrong with this right there. You don't see him as a fucking animal.
Yeah, it's on the list.
Like I said, I think of him like a son.
No, you don't. No, you don't. If you do, it's a good thing you've not got an actual fucking child.
Yeah, right.
Considering how you treat Jasper. Fuck. I know we joke about this. I know we joke about him calling him his son and all that, but fucking hell. Right here and now. This moment, no. Just no. No, you do not have that like level of emotional attachment. I don't call her my daughter, and I actually give a shit about her. You know, so no, Phil, you don't get to do that. You don't get to claim that sort of like level of emotional investment and in like that sort of like connection, that sort of level of like spiritual and emotional fulfillment that you get from having a pet. No, you don't. No.
You guys love Jasper as much as I do. He's a cute guy.
It's not all business, by the way.
He's a cute guy.
He's a great part of my life.
He's a cute guy.
He told us it's not all business.
What straight person?
But then
what heterosexual male says he's a cute guy? Talking about anything or anyone.
Tells us that we love him as much as he do. Now, why are you pushing that onto me? You want me to feel bad if something happened to him? I love your cat as much as you do?
He's just a regular, basic-looking cat.
Who was we? You got a frog in your pocket?
I think of him like a son. I want him to be a healthy cat.
Like a son. Nah, I'm sorry, bro. If you saw this cat like your son, you would have at least not gotten a $500 fighting setup right after you told us you didn't want to spend $300 to get blood work done. That's just corny ass shit. It just is, man. It just is.
My VTuber model doesn't have these, but Anleet's model has like these extra bones attached to the skeleton that has like sleeves. They have like sleeve things, and they have like dangling physics to them. It's funny. I should use these for something, but I just wanted to test them and see if they worked. But yeah, might as well. Might as well just like have these. They're like dangly sleeve things. I'm jealous. I don't have these.
That's the most hood rich shit DSP has ever done. To complain about not wanting to get something done at the equivalent of a hospital for his son, and then right after he spent $500 to play a game he already got. It's no other way to look at it. He bought 22s for his Corolla right after little Billy didn't get the surgery. Because guess what? He didn't need the surgery. You're trying to scam me, Mr. Hospital, Mr. Veterinarian. They don't need that. You just want me to get it. But I need them 22s.
And I get it. You guys love Jasper as much as I do. He's a cute guy. He's on the streams. He's a great part of the content. He's a great part of my life. Like I said, I think of him like a son.
And then he does stuff like that. I think of him as my son. But heaven forbid if I get him looked at so that way I can see whether or not he has a problem with his pee-pee. Well, I guess we know what would happen if he had a son, I guess.
Believe it. And I get it. You guys love Jasper as much as I do. He's a cute guy.
No, you
He's
don't
on
love
the street.
Jasper. No, you don't fucking love Jasper because if
He's
you
a
love
cute
Jasper,
guy.
you would let Jasper just stay in your fucking your stream. You would fucking take care of Jasper as he's supposed to. You would take and get the blood work done for Jasper. You would know when's the last time Jasper has had blood work done.
He's a great part of the content. He's a great part of my life. Like I said, I think of him like a son. I want
a son, right? You have a son that you've had for 4 years or more, and you don't know when's the last time your son has done blood work. Do you hear yourself? You don't remember when the last time your son has done blood work.
He's a great part of the content. He's a great part of my life. Like I said, I think of him like a son.
Yeah, it's your kid, man.
I want him to be a healthy.
Wait, he said it. Hang on.
He's a great part of my life. Like I said, I think of him like a son. I want him to be
pathetic, man.
I want him to be a healthy cat, and he is.
No. If you wanted him to be a healthy cat, you'd have the fucking blood work done. You don't know that he is a healthy cat. You're just assuming he is because he doesn't look unhealthy on the outside. He doesn't have like any cuts or broken bones or anything. There are like patches of his fur falling off. So you're just assuming he's healthy. You don't know what's going on internally. You don't know how his kidneys are. You don't know how his liver is. You don't know how his heart is. You don't know how his lungs are. You don't know how his fucking blood work is.
Poor Steve.
Putting my head in my hands because I'm getting so frustrated. I want this to be over. Why isn't this over?
Thankfully, he's a healthy cat.
Thankfully, he's a healthy cat. You don't know. If I have to, die screaming this, I will. You don't know that Jasper is healthy. You are just assuming he is healthy.
Trust me, if there was something wrong with Jasper, we would be at a vet.
Dude, you were at a vet. You were actually at a vet. You were there. And you were there for a checkup, and they offered to check something. And you said no. What the fuck? I'm trying to get my thoughts in order. This is really... It's just so infuriating. It's just so infuriating. If Jasper was unhealthy, we'd be at the vet. You were at the vet and they offered to check to see if he was healthy and you said no. We love Jasper, we care for him. No, you don't. Otherwise, you would have said yes when the vet said, we want to check his blood work. You don't know his full medical history. You probably didn't divulge to them that he's had multiple UTIs. And when they said, we want to check his blood work, you said no. And they went, no, really, we recommend you do it. It's a routine thing. You said no, because it cost too much. And then you bought a fucking joystick that you didn't need, another copy of Street Fighter 6 and a year's worth of PlayStation Plus, totaling over $500. Instead of the $300 it would have taken to check that your cat was healthy. If you loved him that much, that $300 would not have been an issue.
Probably not that vet that just scammed us.
See, it's fucking... It has been like an hour since my last smoke, and I already think I need to go down and have 2 more just to get through the next bit. That vet was trying to help you. That vet was trying to help you care for your cat. That vet was not trying to scam you. That vet was trying to help you take care of your cat. That vet was trying to help you learn more about your cat's medical status, including how healthy he was, right? And if you cared about that cat, you would have done it, because you don't know a lot about that cat's medical history. So learning stuff like that would really help when it came to making decisions about his healthcare. You know? If you cared about that cat, Phil, you would understand why blood tests are done. If you cared about that cat, Phil, you would have had it done. If you cared about that cat, Phil, you wouldn't have happily spent $400 on a joystick you didn't need, and then another $100 for Street Fighter 6 and a year's worth of PS Plus. If you cared about your cat, Phil, you would have spent $300 on a blood test. And then you'd be able to answer the question, how are Jasper's thyroid levels doing, Phil? You fucking disgust me. I think this is like the first time since the hospital incident that I've actually been like genuine. And he's done disgusting stuff. Don't get me wrong. He's done stuff where I thought, oh, you fuck, that's just you know. But again, I feel like most of the time it's because it's him being stupid to himself. When he said, like, stuff that's disgusted me in particular has included the way he's treated Snow Carl and the way he's, taking Cat to Burger King for a chicken sandwich. The champion stuff, obviously, because that all involves lying to his fans. And, saying that the T word slur for transgender people is not a slur and it's okay to say, So there's been a lot of stuff that he's done. Like being ignorant of like Rob on Wheels and Jade's mobility issues and doing stuff like, I hope you enjoy your day out at the, did you enjoy your day out at the theme park? Did you ride the roller coasters? Did you walk?
Did you walk around?
All that stuff that betrays like a wider ignorance of these issues that actually matter to the people that he professes to actually give a shit about. That's all.
Well, at least you walk around, right?
But ultimately, it is just him. It's him being a dick. It's him being like an asshole, and it's him being ignorant. And the people on the other end are insulated from the impact of that by distance. They're not there in his care. They're somewhere else watching him. They're at home on their computers or the PlayStations or however else they watch it, the mobile phones, however else they watch YouTube. They're there watching Phil, and that's adult people doing whatever, being scammed by Phil, and that's disgusting, but it's still ultimately just Phil. But again, like the hospital ones involve Panda, and this vet visit involved Jasper, and these are like people that Phil has some level of responsibility for. If you're going to profess to be engaged to this person, surely their health matters to you more than your stream. And you would recognize the importance of something so personal as, like, say, a panic attack and all the implications about mental health that go along with that, and not talk about that on stream publicly the next day. And, if you cared about your pet cat to the extent that, you would be like right at the vet if he was ill. You would know what a blood test was for, and you would have it done just to make sure, And if you'd had one done recently, right? If you had one done last year, and again, Jasper's a young cat, 5-7 years old, if you'd had one done last year and you came back up for a checkup and they were like, what's his medical history, and you were like, your blood work done last year, it showed this, everything was fine, Probably don't need one. Another fucking moth. You probably don't need that blood test doing, right? But you don't know. You don't know. There are gaps in your knowledge when it comes to Jasper's health. You don't know a lot about his medical history. You don't know if he's like predisposed to something like feline anemia, or something like that. You don't know what's going on internally with Jasper, and you could know with a simple blood test. It's expensive, sure, but so is most of vet care and healthcare in America. So, yeah, I get having reservations about money as well. But you then went on and spent more money on something that you didn't need. So, yeah, it's not to cause drama, Phil. It's to show how you're a negligent fucking pet owner. And that's the thing that disgusts me the most, Because it involves somebody else that's dependent on him. And when you're dependent on this for your safety, your health care, your well-being matters, are reliant on him. I think that's slightly terrifying.
But we would be at a vet or an emergency clinic or whatever it needed to be. In fact, we've done that.
Whatever.
So, okay. I have a real problem there. And I'm sort of thinking that maybe I stopped it too soon previously, because the implication there is that, when something does go wrong, Phil will immediately rush to the emergency room. However, Phil, the point of having this blood work done is so that you can catch stuff early, so that Jasper doesn't have to be in that condition where he needs to be rushed to a fucking emergency vet in the first place. This is preventative. It's like, right, okay, say something's going wrong with Jasper's liver, right? And his kidneys, whatever, right? Say something's going wrong with an internal organ somewhere, and Jasper is howling, and he's being sick, and he's sleeping a lot, and he's not up that much, and he doesn't seem like quite right. He's wobbly on his feet and all that stuff. And Phil doesn't notice this, and it's not until Jasper starts pissing blood because his internal organs are failing that Phil thinks, oh, maybe I should take him to the vet. Instead of going for a fucking checkup, having the blood test done, and having, oh, look, elevated liver enzyme, something's going wrong. We can treat this now because we caught it fucking early, and your cat doesn't nearly have to die. The idea, he will wait until it breaks rather than take care of it. This is a man who fucking complained that his garage didn't tell him that he needed to change his oil himself. No wonder he sees Jasper the same way, because he's a fucking object, not an animal, not a living thing. He is an object that serves a role. And he's right there, right fucking there. I would rather wait until it breaks than do maintenance on it. I would rather wait until my computer breaks than turn it off and on every now and then.
That's how he handles his own health.
Drivers, oh my God, this is just like the most fucking screaming narcissist trait ever, because it involves planning for future events. It involves long-term investment, and people like Phil are all about the now, the now, the now. And as long as the now is still giving him tips so that he can still make pulls once the stream has ended, the now is fine, and he doesn't have to think about the future. He will worry about the future when he gets there. It's future Phil's problem, right? Just like the amount of Lucasade and the amount of weed are going to be Editor Steve's problem. I mean, at least future Editor Steve has the capacity to buy more weed and more Lucasade, right? So it's not an issue. Whereas here, he's going to get to the point where Jasper is almost dying before he does anything. I mean, it's fucking gross, and it's fucking infuriating, and it's like an innocent cat is in the middle of this. It's like Jasper didn't deserve
2 more
this.
hours.
Jasper didn't deserve any of this. He's stuck in the middle here. He's just some poor unfortunate cat that happened to be at like the wrong adoption place at the exact point when Phil's mum had been nagging him too much about grandkids, and Phil's legal wife had been whinging about like, oh, I want a cat, I want a pet, I want something like more fulfilling in my life than just Skyrim and DoorDash. And they both sort of like broke him down to the point where it's like, right, fine, fuck it, let's just get a cat. Let's get a fucking cat. I don't want a dog, it's too much effort. I'll get a cat, they're a piece of piss. I just need to feed them and make sure they've got somewhere to sleep and they'll be fine. And he storms in, he's dragged in to the slumps in, slouches in, moans in, mopes, probably wonders like that. Picks a cat out, and that cat happens to be Jasper. And,
I need to put something up
he's
here.
He's going to die early. He's going to die early of something preventable because he wanted to play Street Fighter 6 on the PS5. Oh, and he had to have a new joystick to do that. He couldn't use his old one that was fully compatible with the PS5. No.
One time we sat at an emergency clinic for 5 hours.
Yeah, and maybe you wouldn't have had to sit in an emergency clinic for 5 hours if you'd have taken better fucking care of your cat.
Wow, he's sat. Man.
That's exactly why blood tests are done.
Man, sitting, that's rough.
And if you were there in an emergency clinic, then you will surely remember what you were there for in the first place, which means that you do know something about Jasper's medical history, which you should have fucking told them when they asked you.
You can add an optional witch hat.
How are you this bad? How are you such a fuck up? How do you manage to colossally fuck up this bad?
Just saying.
No, don't just say that. Don't just do that fucking smuggler. Yeah, see? Yeah. I do have experience here, actually. Yeah. Yeah.
I sat in a chair for a long time, so
but
obviously I care.
Shit happens. Shit happen. Shit happen. Phil, shit doesn't have to happen if you take better care of your cat. And part of that taking better care of your cat involves getting blood tests done so you know more about the cat's health, so that you can do something like, oh, I don't know, get medicine for your fucking cat so that you don't end up in an emergency room for 5 hours.
In fact, we've done that before. One time we sat at an emergency clinic for
Never told you this story either,
5
huh?
hours. Just saying. Did you know about it? No.
Again, he'll tell you about a chicken sandwich not getting being all messed up. He'll talk about a DoorDash order being dropped off at the wrong house. He will talk about all the food stories. That's all we hear. Everything wrong with food. That's all we hear all day long. But your cat had such a problem that you had to go to an emergency veterinarian office and sit there for 5 hours, and you just so happen to leave that out. To the people that care about Jasper. But you told them about the urinary tract infection. You told that story on a pre-stream back in the day. But you wouldn't tell the story about the 5-hour visit? The energy's not matching, my brother.
Because I don't want people to be concerned. But, you know, shit happens.
Yo, he'll be lying on the fly, too.
So this is the same thing. It's just this. It's the same thing, different situations. Same vibe, damn near same face probably. Listen to your boy.
We would be at a vet or an emergency clinic or whatever it needed to be. In fact, we've done that before. One time we sat at an emergency clinic for 5 hours.
Any askers?
Just saying.
Did you know that?
Know about it? No, because I don't want people to be concerned. But, you know, shit happens.
He bring that shit up to just completely distract you from everything he said previous. He wants you to think about this part now. Damn, what was wrong with Jasper when he had to take an emergency vet trip 4 years ago? Huh?
Basically, she was in a really talking.
Yeah, it's the same vibe though.
Horrible woman abuser. My wife and I met online, casually talking for a few months before we ever started dating or anything like that. Basically, she was in a really bad place in her life, an abusive relationship.
He took advantage of her.
Relationship, and once she did,
right into his hands.
Talking a little bit more romantically, and then things pursued. Did you ever find
specific
the restraining order that she had against her ex because he was hitting her?
Hitting her?
Never. I feel awful that my wife.
He's crying now.
Never.
He did the same thing, bro. It's the same fucking vibe. He's being called out. He's actually backed in the corner. He don't know what to do. This is his way out. Dropping
Never.
information bomb. An information bomb. Did you know that Jasper, I actually had an emergency vet trip years ago? I didn't talk about it though. Did you know that my wife, she was getting hit by the guy she was with before me? You didn't know about that, I bet, right? You fucking stupid trolls. By the way, it's none of your business. And you shouldn't even know about this, but did you know?
Did you know about it?
I didn't know.
I don't want people to be concerned.
I don't want you to be concerned. So I told you about this years after to deflect from what I'm doing in the now. Shit happens. You just have to buy a $500 arcade stick. Well, a $300 arcade stick. A $60 game. $30 season pass? Question mark? Plus however much PS Plus costs for a year. Sometimes you just have to do that. Shit happen. You know what I mean?
One time we sat at an emergency clinic for 5 hours. Just saying. Did you know about it? No, because I don't want people to be concerned.
Because it never happened, you fucking lying ass. Sorry, I'm done. Fuck you, bro. Like, seriously, nobody's believing this fucking bullshit. Shit, you even fucking told your ex-girlfriend, the only one that you really actually fucking cared about, you told the fucking doctor to give her a pill and leave her there. Fucking asshole. This is why people fuck with you, and this is why people enjoy fucking with you, because you're a piece of shit that sits there and try to fucking get people to fucking care about him, but then when he doesn't understand basic human interaction and doesn't understand the shit that comes out of his mouth is not fucking kosher, goes ahead and creates a whole fucking narrative to not look like the bad guy, even though time and time again, people see him for the irresponsible piece of shit that he is. Jasper is not okay. Jasper is sick. You don't take care of the fucking cat. Okay? Just because you drink gin and you don't remember the shit that comes out your mouth, you don't remember the shit that you want to upload on YouTube, doesn't mean that we forget. So any Discord spies out there that like to refer to Phil, let them know Shinko been talking about this. Not that the trolls haven't been talking about it. Me and Steve have been talking about this the fucking most. Not a bunch of detractors, us two fucking talking about this shit. Because we listen to you. We listen to the shit that you say, and we can determine, based on our real-world experience, that you're a neglectful cat owner. Gengar Green, thank you for the $4.99 super chat, hun. Phil only loves Jasper because he serves a purpose. Once he no longer serves said purpose, Jasper will get the boot. Same with Cat. Exactly. Exactly. We've seen it before. As soon as Jasper inconveniences this man, he gets mad and kicks him out the room.
But, you know, shit happens.
No, shit doesn't happen. You make shit happen by being an irresponsible pet owner.
It's got to be some
You make
solution
shit
to
happen
that.
by not doing the simple thing of just letting your cat be out at night in the house. You make shit happen by not fucking cleaning up the fucking kitty litter, which is literally scooping shit out. You love shit. You
getting
talk about
heated.
shit all the time. You can't take the time to fucking just scoop out the thing you love, the one thing in this world that you're passionate about. The one thing you probably loved in your family, your wife, your fucking, your own health. You love shit. Why don't you just scoop it up? Fucking spraying Jasper with a fucking water bottle. That's the other shit. Yeah, you love the, yeah, get the fuck out of here, man.
Cat, and he is. Thankfully, he's.
How would you know?
If something wrong with Jasper, we would be.
How would you know?
Probably not that vet that just scammed us.
How would you know?
Or an emergency clinic or whatever.
How would you know?
One time we sat at an emergency clinic for 5 hours. Just saying. Did you know about it? No, because I don't want people to be concerned.
Well, now we do.
You know, shit happens. I have Alzheimer's.
So we just made something up to make ourselves be the victim. Sounds good.
I'm a pig. So.
I said it.
In fact, we've done that.
Like, what's the point of hiding it if you're just gonna reveal it later whenever it's convenient? So no one asked.
Was this during the 2 times in which you told us the
There's a
story,
chat.
or was this during the time where it happened behind the scenes? So you can just speculate whether or not your cat has frequent problems. Which part was that, Phil? I actually want to
It's
know.
a little too colorful.
It's a good frame. It's a very
Might have to change
robust
the-
frame. He's got the
colors to it.
Two-Face effect going on right now.
Make it a bit darker.
God damn. Like, he really
Nice
he
frame.
loves this cat and hates this cat at the same time. It's the duality of cat dad.
Just saying. Did you know
Just
about
saying.
it? No, because I don't want people to be concerned. But, you know, shit happens.
Well, now they are, because...
Do you know about it? No, I don't want people to be concerned. That's why I literally told you about this 2 weeks ago, right? And you started all of this shit for no reason other than to have drama. Maybe if you didn't talk about your cat son, and all of his medical problems with his wee-wee, maybe we wouldn't know about it and we wouldn't have to speculate about it. Just a thought.
In fact, we've done that before. One time we sat at an emergency clinic for 5 hours. Just saying.
Did you complain about it?
So, please, don't entertain nonsense, all right? And I'm going to do my best, okay, to make sure that the nonsense doesn't permeate my streams and my content. And what do I mean by that?
It just means that you're going to ban anyone that comes up to you and goes, "Hey, Phil, how are Jasper's thyroid levels doing?"
If I see someone who's trolling, if I see someone who I know is a sock account, if I see someone who
That's
I know is trying to
called-
derail
it's
in a
another word
toxic
for a
way,
LARPer, Phil.
I'm going to moderate and I'm not going to say anything.
What's actually right? He is actually
What's a
just going
LARPer? I don't know what that is.
I'm not going to bring any to anyone's attention. I'm not going to say, "Oh, fuck you, motherfucker," in the chat and ban them. I'm just going to say, ban and buy, and I'm not going to say a word. Okay? That
just
way,
gonna
it doesn't
say-
derail the content.
I'm
'Cause
not
I think
gonna
what
say
happens is
anything.
when I do that, then that's the rise that people are looking for. Oh, I got the reaction. So I'm not going to give them that satisfaction.
Oh, wow, we do have something in common with your wife. Sorry, ALT, some of them you can't resist. At least it wasn't about her being a horse.
I'm just going to see it. Okay, bye. Bloop. Done. And I continue on.
Bloop.
And we don't pay any attention to the nonsense. And I'm going to say this. I've said it before. I'll say it again. If you see me moderating, don't ask why someone was moderating. Because number one, it's actually none of your business. It's not your business. It's mine.
Okay, so there's a slight issue with that, Phil. In the grossest sense of the word, technically, the content of your chat is your business. So
Thank
I
you for
get
the follow.
like the perspective that you're coming at this from, but from the perspective of somebody in chat who might be new, might not know all the rules, might not have seen your entire 15-year history and know about which subjects are okay to talk about and which aren't, and may also not actually be like watching detractor content as well, so may not be up on all of the latest detractor conspiracy theories and whatever other bullshit that we're trying to sneak under there, all these sneak disses and everything. And maybe even for people who, may have turned up late and missed the start of the stream and don't necessarily require humiliation and, a mocking restart of that stream. How are they supposed to know what they're allowed to talk about and what they're not? Because they might mention something that gets them banned and they wouldn't know why. So when they do see someone being banned, it's, quite reasonable to sort of go, well, what did he do? Why was he banned? What did he say? Why are people concerned about Jasper? Sorry, he didn't do what? But they're only like $300. Banned.
And number two, you're giving attention to the trolls by doing that. That's exactly what they want. They want a discussion over it.
Yeah, I do want a discussion over it. I want you to tell me how you can justify not paying $300 to get your pet's blood work checked when you will then go on to justify spending $400 on a joystick that you don't need and another copy of a game that you already own and a year's subscription to another service that you're not going to use the entire year. Justify that for me, Phil. Justify that. Your pet needed healthcare, and instead of paying for it, you went and bought a new toy. Let's have a conversation about that, Phil. And I mean this, right? Okay, in all sincerity. Genuinely. If you'd like to come on too.
It's not quite a vampire.
That being said, and it'd be me and ALT, just me and ALT, right? And I understand that Sam and Meerkat would have an issue with that and they would want to be present too, and that's fair. But I can also understand that DSP might see either of them as, possibly aggressive and possibly, biased or whatever. And I would like it to be me and ALT, and that's because I trust that ALT is good at moderating between 2 points, and I've seen him handle stuff like this, and I've seen him handle a podcast, and he can carry things, and he can make sure that conversation flows and we get from A to B to C. I would fully trust that, right? And the issue would be between me and you, and it would be about this, upfront, straight and honest about your care of Jasper, right? Speaking of, do you see that? That's my reminder for my cat's medication. The second one, she actually has 2 different doses. It's My Cat by Jack Off Jill. But yeah, I set alarms to remind me to give my cat medicine because my cat's care is important to me. And I would like to talk to you about yours. So, if you ever feel like actually having a conversation, Phil, the offer is there. I am sincere and genuine about it. So, I look forward to you not accepting that and banning anybody who mentions it in chat. So, that should be fun. 2.5. There we go. Right, stop this.
But did your cat say that she needed that?
Move off my PlayStation. Yeah, you have. Good girl. Come on. Look, she gets treats after it, so. It's a bit chilly now, so.
Okay? So please understand there's a reason why I'm doing things the way I'm doing it.
Yeah, it's to keep control of information, like all cult leaders.
Right.
Don't want people listening to outside opinions because outside opinions just showed that the way you treat your cat is terrible. So, yeah. Of course you don't want people questioning you when you're banning people for asking you how Jasper's thyroid levels are. I wouldn't either if I was trying to maintain that sort of, like, grip over my audience. I hate how he thinks this stuff is like a sort of defense, or it makes him look good in some way. Like, that's bad. That's a bad thing.
You know, we get newcomers who come into the chat all the time. Just the other day, there was one. He says, wow, Phil, you know, I'm a newcomer to your content. I can't believe you have 24-hour sub mode on your chat. Do you understand how deterrent that is to newcomers? And I said, I completely agree with you.
So...
Stop doing it. Turn it off.
But you don't know what we've been through. You weren't here for that first month when I came to YouTube 2.5 years ago, and how the trolls came in here with bot accounts and were ridiculously spamming the chat with toxic stuff till we got the sub-only mode. And the moment we did, it put an end to all of it. It's much better to have to wait 24 hours and then be able to talk in a nice environment.
If it put an end to all of it, why are you having to moderate people? Why are you having to ban people? If all the toxic, negative stuff that was being spammed in chat constantly has gone since you've instituted 24-hour sub mode,
why can't you bring Cat back?
Why are you still having to ban people?
Then to have to sit here in a toxic environment where 90%.
Why can't Cat join the streams now if he got rid of all the toxicity? Strange.
Yeah, better that just be the one person, right, Phil?
So it's the thing. People don't get it, and that's fine. You don't have to get it. I've been doing this now for 2.5 years full-time on YouTube. I know how it rolls. So understand, I kind of know what I'm doing. Sorry that things get derailed. Sorry that idiots try to create white noise narratives outside the streams. If you just stay here with me and you chill with me and we have a good time together, none of that shit matters.
See, again, this is cult-like control over alternative sources of information. Don't go looking at other things. Don't go watching detractor content. Don't go actually seeing a bunch of people who all have their own individual streams and their own videos about this thing, having similar responses to it, because, you know, it's a fucking shitty thing. Because the thing is, when you do go looking for stuff, you're more likely to question stuff, and you're more likely to come to conclusions that don't align with Phil's narratives, because Phil's narratives usually rely on you not questioning stuff. So, of course, you don't want you questioning stuff. You don't want you watching detractor stuff.
Don't watch the bullshit periphery around on YouTube.
I feel like periphery is a new addition. I feel like he's picked that up from me. I've said that word a lot because it's a good way of describing like the people that are on the sort of fringes of a group. So I feel like that's sort of filtered through. I don't feel like that should be pig goable. You know? Like, there can't be that many results for periphery. I'm gonna have a quick look now. 100 results. Holy shit. All right, a lot of Aquateal's results are coming up as well. Right, okay. A lot of them are peripheral. Like, I could see periphery vision. There's a lot of Aquateal results as well. I don't feel entirely comfortable claiming that, but it's not really a word he uses a lot. So, fair enough. I'll take that L. And to show you, to show you all I'm not averse to taking an L publicly, I'll even leave this bit in. Editor Steve, don't you dare cut this out.
The idiots getting clickbait views and being toxic. In reality, none of it should exist. But YouTube allows it. They say, sue those people to stop them. Oh, yes, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to be Mr. Frivolous Lawsuit.
Phil, if you genuinely believed that you'd been slandered, it wouldn't be a frivolous lawsuit. It would be you justly seeking legal recompense for a harm that you have suffered. It wouldn't be frivolous. I need to move that out of the way.
Yes,
but yeah, once
please.
again, we all know that this isn't actually coming off any sort of place where he knows that he wouldn't win a lawsuit. It's actually just coming from the place of, I can't be asked.
And I'm going to slap lawsuits around on every idiot on the internet who benefits from making fun of me. No, I'm going to sit here and make good content.
It's called
for my
fair
viewers.
use.
That's all I care about.
Well, you don't care about your cat. So.
Okay? Now.
Okay.
There's something else that I want to say, all right? Some people have actually reached out to me recently and said, you know, Phil, with all the people on the internet who make fun of you, why don't you give it back to them, right? In particular, there's one person who just contacted me who wants me to basically make fun of Review Tech USA.
Oh God, if this is review, if I've started like a whole other thing just for Review Tech.
Someone who always is on his face, always watching funny, right? You know the worst people right? So basically, I'm aware. Yeah, recently, he's been hot water. Aren't you aware that he's in the same situation that you've been in the past? He's doing your mistakes, he's doing your mistakes you did, and people are actually saying he's like you from the past, and insulting you, and breakdowns of it. Why don't you react to that? Here's also a montage. Here's a 25-minute montage explaining the situation about the situation, and you stand slowing down instead of actually responding in another way. He's slowing down and insulting and calling the version of this, right? Why don't you react to that right now? Why don't you get it after bitch, right? I'll tell you why I'm after it, because I don't care. Because I don't want to sit on the internet and be someone who attacks someone else who benefits off of their own misery. I want nothing to do with it. That's not me. That's never been me.
It is always projection with narcissists.
When have you ever seen me do a whole stream where all I'm doing is tearing down someone else?
Bro, you literally did that with Lavinia the other day. You literally had to start this bit telling people what had happened.
Right? No, I won't do that.
Never.
Why would I do that?
Because you lash out when you're wrong. You lash out like a petulant child because you're an idiot who has not actually had the life experience and maintain the social relationships needed to be emotionally and cognitively mature to the point where you can handle things that go against your preconceived beliefs about who you are, what the world should be like for you, and your place within it. When reality slaps you in the face and says you are wrong, you cannot take that L. You cannot actually accept that. You cannot absorb that information into your psyche because you are a man-child. You are an emotionally stunted man-child who has not been able to grow up and deal with loss. And I don't just mean like loss in the term, in the sort of like, you know, you've had a relative who dies sort of sense. I mean in sort of like the loss of status that a humiliating incident forces on you, you know, the bit where you have to accept that you're in the wrong and there's no way out of it. You're in the wrong and you can't deny it and you have to come to terms with that, you know. And it could be a big thing. You could be involved in a car crash or you know, something stupid like that where you are undeniably at fault and you're caught on camera. You could be something little like lying to a parent and getting caught out. You know, any number of things. At certain points throughout our lives, life teaches us lessons, right? And they involve humbling ourselves. These are the points when we're supposed to learn that, you know, you got to take an L every now and then, and you can learn the lesson and grow from it. Phil has never been in that position. He's always been sort of insulated from the consequences of his actions by an overprotective mother who has been able to sort of buy her son's way through life. And even a fucking bankruptcy didn't teach him to be better with money and that maybe he should stop playing that mobile game, because a couple of weeks after that, the vest streak started. So he made more in half a year than most people do in a year. So, yeah, life has a way of like not fucking DSP over. So DSP fucks himself over. DSP is responsible for like the neglect of his social relationships and being a toxic asshole and, you know, pushing people away and being a negligent cat owner and all that stuff. Life did not do that to him. We did not do that to him. Detractors as a whole are the consequence of Phil's behavior. Phil fucked himself over because life was like, I've tried, mate.
I make what I feel meaningful content. Okay?
Feel whatever you want to feel.
At some point in the future, we need to discuss the word meaningful.
And I hope that you guys understand that. Every once in a while, someone brings something up as a silly thing. Yeah, I'll take a little joke. I'll make a little joke about Rich sucking a cucumber or whatever, right? But I'm not someone who's going to sit here and wallow in someone's misery.
You've wallowed in Wings' misery by doing a react. You've wallowed in your own misery by doing your react. You've wallowed in John and Rambo's misery by doing a react to that. You've wallowed in... you're going to wallow in Machinima's. So, you know, you're doing your thing for that.
Because to some people on YouTube, when someone else is having a bad day, that means it's their payday. It's a good day for them when someone else is miserable. not me. For me, I wish that everyone
That's
would always have a good day. I
why
mean
whenever
that, too.
anything
I
bad
want
happens
everyone
to
just
anyone
have
who
good
made fun
days.
of you,
I don't want
you're
anyone to
like,
have a miserable day, a drama-filled day,
you
a
retweet
hateful
that
day. I just want
tweet
everyone
where
to
you
move
jerked
forward
off.
with their lives and have a good life.
Do you remember during the John and Howard React stream when he was like, why would John wish people that? Because John said pretty much the same thing there. John said, you know, just hope everybody's, you know, I just want everybody to be happy. You know, I don't like when people argue, you know. I just want everyone to, you know, be happy in their lives. And he was like, why?
So people make promises and they don't, you know, go through with them, and that's basically what the parody was about, you know?
Yeah, because I mean, I hate,
Wrong.
you know, I hate
Had nothing to do with
Patreon, or I hate
Kickstarter.
people that use it or something. No, I really, honestly, if everyone
Had
on there,
nothing
hope
to
you,
do
like,
with
everyone gets $1
Kickstarter.
million a month.
Yeah.
Like what? It doesn't. Again, it doesn't affect me in any.
John, if you say things like, I hope that everyone out there makes $1 million a month, it doesn't affect me, then why are you saying it? If it doesn't affect you, why are you saying it? Because it affects you. Listen, I'm guilty of this too. Why do I sometimes name drop other content creators that are bigger and more successful than me? Because I'm jealous. That's why. Yes, I'm
That's
jealous
why.
of PewDiePie. Yes, I'm jealous of Markiplier. They're rich.
That's fine.
I'm not. I'm jealous of them. Why do you think I bring them up? Right? You can.
What a
why would you
revealing
even
moment.
have a parody of that in your show unless you're somehow affected by it and feel that it's meaningful to you. It's
Meaningful.
false narrative. He is affected by this. Money was a factor, or else none of this shit would have been brought up ever. If it really didn't bother him, he wouldn't make the parody about it. He's trying to bring light, a humorous light, to something that he feels maybe is kind of wrong. Not outright hurtful or criminal, but wrong. He doesn't agree that people make content and have a Patreon so people can support it with finances like that. He doesn't agree with that. That's why he made that clip. Don't then say, oh, it doesn't affect me. I hope you're all rich. No, you wouldn't have made the clip if it didn't affect you. It's complete bullshit. I know, because I'm a bullshitter too, and I've done it over the years with these other guys. Yes, you are 100% you're affected
What a
by this.
reveal.
It's just, it's
What a
cause and
mask
effect.
off segment.
He's cargo
Because I'm a
culting it.
bullshitter too.
He is wearing the veneer of it. He doesn't fully understand or fully care of the sort of like the source from which that belief that John has springs from. You know, he doesn't care that John actually has empathy for others and doesn't want to see people suffer needlessly. You know, he doesn't want to see people miserable, you know, because that makes him miserable. It makes him feel bad. And it makes him like want to
I'm a
help them,
bullshitter too.
feel bad if he can't help them.
Oh.
John wants
Wow,
people
really?
to be okay. John wants people to be happy. Phil can't understand the empathy from which that comes, but he knows that that is seen as positive, right? I'm sure at some point since the React and this, somebody must have told him, hey, Phil, John looked good there. This is why. So he puts on the veneer of it. He puts on the sort of like the image of, I just want people to be happy, man. I just want people to be okay, you know. Just want to be here in my own lane and I just want everybody to be happy, you know, doing what they do, whatever. But he doesn't fully grasp where it's coming from. He only wants people to be happy because when people are happy, they're normally giving him money. You know, he thinks money makes me happy. People must be happy with money. Therefore, happy people will have money. And usually, when people do give like large chunks, it's like, hey, Phil, happy this, happy that, you know, happy anniversary, happy
It's my birthday. Here,
happy,
have some money.
15 years as a content creator, you know, all these things, happy Street Fighter 6 day, you know. And so people attach positive messages to money, and it only reinforces the positive association that he has with money. So, you know, for him, happiness and money are interlinked, and he wants people to be happy because it means they give him money.
If everyone
Same
was
thing with
happy around
excitement.
me, then no one would want to tear
I'm
me down anyway
excited.
because they'd be happy with their lives too. Correct?
You equate excitement with money as well.
Oh my god. You see, it's got nothing to do with actually understanding why you might want people to be happy. It's because when people are happy, they're not having a go at him. You know? They're not pecking at him. They're not criticizing him. They're not doing "this is how you don't plays" and starting movements. They're ignoring him, or they're giving him money or something. You know, they're doing positive things because they're happy in their lives. They're not criticizing him. He must think that we're all fucking miserable. He must think that we're all like just because from his perspective, why wouldn't he think that? Why wouldn't he think that you must be miserable? You know, that's the only reason you must have a problem with him. It can't be anything wrong with him. It must be with you and some unhappiness in your life. That's why you've got a problem with him. That's why he wants you to be happy. Because then you'll leave him alone and go and be happy doing your thing. And you won't have to bother him. You won't have to keep bringing undue attention to him. Like, and I'm not going to lie and say that my life is perfect, because I'm miserable as fuck right now. I have to take like 6 different types of painkiller just to get up and about. You know, it's fucking miserable. I'm on morphine and I haven't shit for days. Opiates make you constipated. Look it up. But I have happy things in my life as well. I do things that make me happy. I see people and I speak to people as much as I can, you know, as much as my physical condition allows me. I do things other than shit on Phil and edit videos, you know. I should be playing Phantom Breaker Omnia or 9 Years of Shadow right now. You know, I have another podcast where I get to talk about like psychology and shit. So, you know, there's stuff that I like doing that makes me happy. There are people in my lives that make me happy. There's a goddamn cat in my life that's a pain in the arse that won't let me shit in peace on the few times when I'm actually trying to shit. And still she makes me happy. And to him, it's just like, when you're happy, you leave me alone. That's so fucking sad, man. That's so fucking pathetic. That's just so fucking like low and just like hollow and empty, and like it would almost be pitiable if it was anybody else, you know? Oh my God.
But that's the problem, is that it's not happening. So what do? You jump on the misery of others and you benefit from it, right?
No. I'm just doing it for fun.
That's not me.
Right.
And I don't want to be like that. I don't ever want to be like that, all right?
I don't ever want to be like that. Hello, Howard. Hello, Howard. Why are you even getting upset about the fact that I monetized a friend's death, Howard? You weren't even a friend of mine, Howard. You know, the problems that I had with John were between me and John, Howard.
And the other thing is, there's a lot of history. There's a lot of good times, man. There's a lot of really good times. And you kind of you'll piss on a lot of that stuff by doing this. And I feel like things should be kept in-house amongst friends. You know, a circle of trust amongst friends, Howard. Do you believe in such things with people?
No, I wholeheartedly believe in that. And that's why I'm a little ticked off about this, because...
Howard, why are you ticked off? Howard, how are you involved? Howard, hello, Howard. You're not even in this. This is between me and John. When I moved, it was about me and John having an ongoing relationship. Me and John having content we were going to make together and still be friends and contact and all of that. Howard was not in our circle of friends. Howard was friends with John, but he was not a direct friend of mine who we even discussed.
Why did he think this was a good idea?
Relations of any sort. Seriously, like there was none of that. And again,
Then why did you want to invite him to your going away party?
From this, here you go. Here's the example: a picture of the three of us together from a video we made. A picture from the three of us together from a video we made, and you would see this on the internet, and you would think, oh, you know, Howard is massively involved in this. But Howard is not massively involved in this in any way. This is me and John's relationship, and Howard interjecting himself into
Then
this
why did
situation,
John ask him
likely for the purposes of
what
this
he
video,
felt about it?
to try to accentuate reasons why they had a falling out with me? Because, quite frankly, there's several times here you will see another running pattern.
What's wrong with the lighting here?
Howard seems to get very upset with me over things. He gets very, very over the top, extrapolating exponentially angry. Okay? And that's fine.
What does that mean?
If if he feels that I
Well,
wronged
you
him.
know.
But this is supposed to be in reference to why is John not Phil's friend anymore? Why is John not showing up in Phil's content? That was the discussion. When this video came out, it was all of a sudden it's John and Howard. Wait, what? What are you talking about? Why are you in this video? Really? If he could have made his own video.
Those images weren't in the original
It's
video,
like
though.
double piling on of this is it's so the circle of friends, the circle of trust. Yes, between me and John. Correct. When did I even ever publicly talk about Howard? Go ahead and maybe I'm wrong, and you can call me on this. I want you to call me on this. Go back and look during that time frame of me moving in 2014 and then 2015 and trying to talk to John, get an answer from John, right? Where did I even talk about it? It was always me and John. So this is like weird that this video is John and Howard reacts to Phil or responds to Phil. Phil wasn't talking about Howard. Phil wasn't looking to have content with Howard. Phil wasn't looking to have an ongoing friendship with Howard. He was our Street Fighter buddy who we brought in for certain projects and events and parties and things. And basically, and again, I'll tell you this, we're going to get to this point. We basically kind of had a falling out at the end of when I moved, all right? And I never expected to even talk to the guy ever again. That's me being real talk with you guys. Like, I never thought that he would ever want to talk to me again. I really didn't have a desire to talk to him again because of the way that things went down at that last event that we did together. And that's going to be pulled out here and extrapolated upon later on in this video because he brings it up, okay? So, again, it's weird to me. And by the way, I'm not trying to dump on Howard. I'm just saying this is weird. That when this video came out, people were like, wow,
I'm not
Howard
trying to dump on him. I'm just calling him weird.
Again, like, what are you talking about, Howard? Like, I never heard a negative word from Howard. I'm serious about this now. Never.
He's serious
did Howard
about this
call
now.
me and say, I'm mad at you. Never did Howard text me and say, why did you do that? Never in person did Howard say, man, you did something fucked up. Any complaint I ever heard was from John. And it was always an issue John had with me.
That's why neither of you are
Never,
friends.
Howard is mad at me. This is literally the first time that I heard everything from Howard was this video. Okay? So let's make that clear. This whole situation was between me and John, not Howard. And it's weird that he interjects himself so often, apparently, into this when he was not involved. He just wasn't. Every once in a while, he'd be in it. And it's just so odd to me that this was put out.
Not at all, except for when he was.
Okay.
Okay.
By the way, I need to split the part soon, probably another 10 minutes. Listen, this last couple of weeks, yeah, I stuck it to LTG. Why did I do that?
There you go. Completely forgotten about all the shit with LTG and all this. It's like I why even that occurred to me? See, there's just
Thanks for the follow.
No, wait, no. I've got it, right? I was going to do this whole thing about how, obviously
Thanks
it's always
follows
projection
today.
and narcissists and everything because, Phil is obviously just spent ages going about how he doesn't want to profit from others and he doesn't want to be all about the drama and all that, and he's been stirring with LTG. But no. What I think he's going to do now is because of where I've paused it and he's just about to go now. What you need to understand is we're going to get the Phil has actually been a victim bit first. We're going to get the Phil has he's just speaking out in self-defense or something like that. He didn't start anything, so it's completely different when he does it in this situation because he didn't start anything. He didn't have to react the way he reacted or whatever. He completely unprovoked. He just had to defend himself. So it's fine when LTG does it, but Phil was a victim. That's the sort of thing we're going for here. Phil is a victim, so it's fine for him to do it.
Because he ridiculously insulted me. My looks.
You insulted
my
him
work
first.
ethics, the looks of my stream. He insulted everything. He just went off for 10 minutes, completely unsolicited. He had no idea what I had said about him because I had actually said positive things about the guy and had one or two genuine questions about things about his streams. He didn't look at what I said, and instead he just believed I had said toxic shit, and he sat there for 10 minutes trying to destroy me on his stream. I have every fucking right to clap back at that, which I did.
I mean, yeah, you do have every right to clap back, but, you know, if you want to claim that defense, then we have every right to criticize you for the things we criticize you for, because, you know, many of us do things like stream or make videos or play games or fucking own a cat. The problem is, you're a fucking adult. You're 41. And you're acting like this when LTG criticizes you. Look, dear God, LTG, right? Why can you not just, like, put him to one side? Why can't you put him to one side? You know, why can't you put these people to one side? Why can't you put Rich to one side? You had a pop at Rich earlier in the video. You took that opportunity. It's a roundabout way of going, my viewers are always reminding me of this, but, you know. Why can't you put these people aside? Because image matters to a narcissist.
And I even laid down a nice challenge that would have benefited both of us, and he pussied out like everyone knew he would.
You know,
That's
just
an
like
attack.
as you have the right to clap back at him, even though as a 41-year-old man you probably shouldn't. He has the right to ignore you. He has the right to sort of like go, no, I'm not interested, fuck off. And in fact, not even do that. He has the right to just deny you a response altogether. You're not entitled to a response from him. He doesn't have to respond to you. He can feel free to ignore you, and he has done. And fair play to LTG, that's the best way to deal with someone like Phil. If Phil wants your attention, if Phil's trying to, like, exploit you in some way, which he was. Phil was only interested in how much it would make it. He was selling it to LTG as, like, we could both benefit from this. But Phil doesn't give a fuck about how much LTG benefits from this. Phil gives a fuck about how much Phil benefits from this. So if Phil wants to go and do that, that's fine. He can do. He's going to. But when it happens, the best way to deal with it is the way LTG did. Say fucking nothing and just ignore him.
And now that opportunity's gone, and that's that. I'm done talking about LTG. I'm not going to keep harping on the guy. I don't care about the guy.
You're doing it
He's a
right
nobody.
now.
He's a fucking insignificant fart in the wind when it comes to content creation. Why do I fucking care about LTG? In fact, I'm going to say it right
You're
now.
attacking him right now.
Stop bringing him up in my chats. Stop talking about the guy. He's never going to entertain anything when it comes to me. He's afraid.
Future editor Steve, if you mentioned LTG again, put the clip in here.
No, I know. Listen, I know you guys are trying to start drama with LTG. We already talked about that. That was one of the questions I had. Remember, when I was watching that LTG stream, right? Here I am watching it, and supposedly this guy's got over 2,000 viewers. Over 2,000 viewers on his channel. And that's regular. It's not like, oh, there was an influx of viewers who can't talk because it's sub-only mode or something like that. He had 2,000 viewers coming into his channel every day, supposedly, that he streams. Yet his chat is like 20 people, and then when he goes to play, they make fun.
It's more than you have.
Right? I was like, that was the question I had for you guys. I was like, how exactly does this work? Because I was fascinated after watching him play. I was like, I don't get this. Does he really regularly get 2,000 viewers? Where are they in his chat? Why don't they talk? Why is it that these people are sitting there memeing and making fun of him when he plays?
Why do you have 200,000
right?
subscribers
I mean,
and only
these wasn't
5 people
2,000
talk in your
supporters?
chat?
And that's what I said. I said, you know, what's the difference between having that or only a few hundred, but at least if you have the few hundred and the people support you because they're positive people, is that not the better option? I would much rather have a few hundred people on a stream, all of which who are enjoying the content, interacting with me in a positive way,
They don't,
engaging and
though.
supporting, rather
You have
than
like
having
5
2,000
chatters.
viewers, out of which the majority of them are people here just to crap on you. Why would you want that? I would much rather have a positive small audience than a large negative audience. That's why I don't cater to my haters, right? I got a million of them.
I don't
I'm
cater
not
to
gonna
my
do that.
haters.
That's not who I am, right? So it doesn't seem to make much sense. That was one of the legit questions I had for you guys. And basically now all I've heard is conspiracy theories. Everyone, the thing is, you guys say this shit, but there's no way to confirm that. Oh, he has fake viewers. He buys view bots. He self-subscribes and does all that to make himself look more popular. What evidence do you have of that besides circumstantial? That's bullshit. I will call that out. I don't listen. I don't
Circumstantial
like LTG,
is real evidence.
But that shit's bullshit. unless you have concrete evidence of what you're saying, you're just making shit up, which is what people do to me all day, every day. You understand? That's not right. Unless you have evidence that something's actually going down, you can guess as much as you want, but to say, oh, he just does it. No, that's fucked up. Unless you have the evidence he's doing it, you can't just say that he's doing it as a fact because it's not true. And people have to stop that bullshit. Too many people on the internet get away with that and say, oh, that he definitely does that. You know what? I haven't seen the evidence. If you provide the evidence, that's one thing. I haven't seen it. No one showed me shit. I'm not going to believe it until I hear it or see it. Maybe the guy just has, I mean, I'll be honest. Do I really think 2,000 legitimate positive people watch LTG every day? No. But perhaps he has.
Where's your evidence?
Benefactors who are very nice and you know, regularly support
Right?
him in a big way. They like what he stands for. They like him as a creator, as a person. And maybe they're keeping him afloat. And that's legit. That's not to be hated on or whatever. You know what I'm
Hated.
saying? I don't see why people crap on that. Now, if you want to crap on his gameplay, you want to crap on him blocking people constantly, that's a whole different thing entirely. But to crap on the guy's viewership and support if it's legit, that's bullshit. I think a lot of people, they see that and they're like, there's no way that someone like him who has a bad reputation could be that successful, right?
Bite your fingernails. Biting his fingernails. Biting his fingernails.
I think that's what it is.
Uh-huh.
This is what's crazy about it,
Talking
right?
about a black person biting his
Guys like
fingernails.
LTG, who have said
What a
way
meme.
worse things than I ever did, right? He has merch. So that's what's crazy to me is like, how are guys like him able to have merch but not me? You know? It's just wild to me. It is. How is it that I'm somehow became a target of the ire of the internet when there's people out there who've done way worse than me, and they do it regularly. It's not like, oh, they did it once. This is something that they did all the time, and they keep getting like LCG just got fucking banned again from Twitch for like the millionth time. You know? It's like, so why
And now
can't
he's back
I
on
make
Twitch.
merch, you know?
You know.
So I don't know. He already got completely destroyed by Vizant in 2014.
Vizant.
I'm done with that nonsense. I don't want to hear about anyone. Oh, what about this person talking about you? What about this person? What about that? What about? I don't care. Let them all sit there and jerk each other off until eternity.
Fantasizing about masturbation, of course. The public masturbator.
I know the odds of this are practically 1-in-1, but I can guarantee he'll kick off with someone again. He'll have some moan about someone, probably like Keemstar or someone again. You know, so edit Steve again if you want to put in another clip here. Feel free.
Okay. Oh, he's got another tip. Wow, you guys are great today. Another tip. Thank you so much.
Well, you guys are great.
I got a $2 here from chat. From the chat to chat. The chat to be $2. Thanks, chat. Thanks, chat, for the $2 support. It has nothing to do with anything.
I don't want to look at Platinum Carmen Sandiego anymore. I want to skip this entire segment. Thank you.
If you so believe it's entertaining, go for it. Melt your brain away and become a zombie watching crap. I don't care. I'm here to be positive. I'm here to enjoy, right?
I'd like to think my content is at least a little more nutritious for your brain and won't cause it to melt away. I may, of course, be wrong about that. I'm willing to take that chance. I apologise if that's the case. But given that, you know, shortly after I released a video about Jasper and how Phil really is like a bad pet owner, we got this. I'd like to think I've had the opposite effect, and people have, you know, learned and taken the sort of message that I wanted to convey to heart. So, you know, it's just that, you know, when it comes to like the psychology stuff, I can understand it being a bit difficult to understand for people at times, but stuff like this, I feel like you don't really need to engage in your brain that much to understand how he's a bad pet owner and why we're worried about Jasper. But obviously, a bunch of his defenses through this have been manipulating and misinterpreting the argument that I and many others were making throughout that video. So, you know, yeah, it's inevitable. I really should move this out of the way.
Yes, please.
At the end of the day, when you take a look at the body of work that someone's put out on YouTube, okay, you're going to look at all the content I've put out. And wow, Phil's put out so many playthroughs. Phil's done a body of work with podcasts.
You can call them podcasts, but really they're just therapy sessions for you. I mean, I feel like I'm listening to a man actually talking about the things that worry him the most without wanting to talk about the things that worry him the most. You know, this is a man talking to a diminishing audience about drama that he tried to cause that didn't work, that he's had to turn into a positive for him. And at the same time, tell people, you know, it's actually a good thing that I didn't spend $300 on my cat's blood test, but instead spent $500 on the joystick and another copy of a fighting game and, you know, all that. So, you know, I feel like there is probably something wrong here with the overall situation. And I don't think it lies with us and the content that we provide. I feel like it lies more with you and the content you provide. Because at least I'm willing to admit that reality is, you know, it's a bitch. It will sometimes slap you in the face. I've at least accepted that my cat needs medicine. So, you know, I had to get that by finding out what was wrong with her, and they did that with a blood test that I had to pay for.
I think I've gotten about as far as I can with the
paid for the original one. That's like
the Anley costume so far.
He's done game reviews. Look at this fun.
Time
these
for
React projects he's done, all this, and you can go back and watch, and it's all meaningful content.
Seriously,
the Shy Guy.
Steve, at some point in the future, meaningful.
Or you go watch someone who is some drama guy making fun of people all day.
Dude, I don't make fun of people all day. I've got other shit to do. Like, even if I can barely leave the house, I've got other shit to do.
How is that
LTG mostly
The
does
question is,
fighting
it's
game
not.
content.
It's only pertinent in the moment.
But you see, here's the thing, right? It's not only pertinent in the moment, it's been pertinent going forward because it's come up again after a few weeks. So it's remained pertinent because in that time, your cat might have continued to get sicker. And you don't know that. And in the time between me recording this now and it being out, your cat may be sicker still. I can guarantee you at some other point he's going to be like, oh, Jasper was sick today or something, you know.
Oh, there's not much you can do about that, Nobert. Nobert says, how do you get Jasper to not puke hairballs? I rescued a stray in my neighborhood, but he pukes huge hair logs. Chewables aren't working. Yeah, the only thing you can do is try to change the diet, because some cats, you can give them a different diet, it'll stop that. But there's really not much you can do about it. You know, it depends on the cat. With Jasper, he gets hairballs every once in a while, but it's not often. Like just
what
the
does
other
that
night,
mean?
he barfed one up on the carpet of the freaking bedroom. I had to clean it up. But he doesn't do it all the time. I'd say maybe once every few weeks, maybe there's one. So it's not a big deal.
It's going to remain pertinent going forward because for as long as Jasper remains your cat, his health is your priority. His healthcare is your responsibility. And so the longer that Jasper goes without like a proper blood test so that you could properly know like what his physical condition is, the longer his healthcare is going to be a complete unknown for you. You'll be able to glean some things
Not
from
often,
a physical,
just once
but
a
you'll
week.
need blood work for other stuff. So you'll never be 100% sure about how Jasper is actually doing. And the longer that happens, the longer we are right to say you should have paid for that blood work rather than spending money on a joystick. It's not a thing that's going to go away. I don't think this should go away. The longer you have Jasper as a pet, the more responsibility you have over him because his healthcare is going to be okay for a bit. And then he's going to get ill. Cats get ill, especially as they get older. Something's going to happen one day that's going to require you to be at the vet. And it's probably going to be something you could have caught earlier with a fucking blood test. And just one day that cat is going to die and it's going to be of something that's fucking easily preventable, and he will have spent the money on a fucking joystick instead. Even now it winds me up. Even now, after recording the first video in response to that and then doing all the editing work to this happening and me recording all this, probably after, doubtless after, in fact. Doubtless when this is released, it will continue to wind me up. In the interim periods, there will doubtless be podcasts where I'll be able to rant about it and how much it's winding me up. And especially like Jasper will appear on his stream or whatever and he'll be like, you know, a bad pet owner is where Jasper, stop chewing the wires or get the spray bottle, you know, or like, oh, Jasper, get off my lap, and then you've scratched me, you know, with your back claws as you're jumping off, and Jasper's been like acting up all day, wanting attention. You know, there'll be something along the way, and it'll all come up again, and it's only going to get worse. Like the longer this goes on, and the longer that we end up like sitting there with a PlayStation 5 joystick, like going, why aren't I better at fighting games? And for me personally, I'm only going to take it like even more personally because my cat's ill, and his attitude towards his pet is like frankly insulting. It's offensive. It's actively harmful to a cat that did not ask to be adopted by this man.
Once that becomes old news, none of it matters anymore. You know, a few months ago, the hottest thing to do was make fun of DK oldies, or the hottest thing to do was to make fun of this particular person on the internet. But it's all waning. It passes. None of it's pertinent anymore.
I'll happily die alone on this hill. If I have to keep talking, I know at the moment, you know, I'm a lot of people agree with me on this and are with me on this and think that what you did was wrong and gross and like actively harmful. But if you know, if I have to keep screaming this for years, and everybody
I didn't
gets
even
like,
see anything about DK oldies,
you know,
but
I'll
okay,
happily
Phil.
keep doing it because it is wrong and harmful. And
the Twitter addict,
you know, I fully believe that, and this is one of those things where I think it should be continuously remembered. Fortunately, we have like the I suppose. In this case, it is quite lucky that he does stream so much because it means that odds are we're going to see Jasper on stream quite a bit. So odds that something will happen that once again brings his care or negligence of Jasper into focus is going to happen again. So we'll be able to bring it up again and keep bringing it up. So there's at least that. Luckily, Jasper will be around for long enough for it to remain fresh for long enough. So this is going to be an issue that's going to remain pertinent, Phil. But for as much as we can say about your negligence and the way you treat your pet, that vet thing should follow you around for a lot longer than it will. There'll be years to come where we'll say stuff about, you know, the way you are with Jasper. We'll be talking about like the water bottle still, you know, or I'll still want to get mad whenever you say Mojito Kitty. But the fact that you refused to spend $300 for a blood test, called it a scam, and then spent $400 on a joystick that you didn't need, bought another copy of Street Fighter 6 for your PS5, and another year's subscription to PlayStation Plus, that should follow you around a lot longer than it will.
So once you get that immediate attention for the drama, it goes away. My content is universal. You can watch a playthrough I did in 2010. You can watch a playthrough I did yesterday. You can watch a review I did 5 years ago. You can watch a stream I did 10 years ago. It's all
DSP. There's a reason why nobody's clamoring for box sets of past episodes of John Oliver or The Daily Show or any of these other late night news shows. News coverage ages like milk. Like nobody wants to go back and watch any of that late night shit. Like days after it's aired. Nobody's trying to catch up with any of it because it's all throwaway shit. Also, nobody watches your playthroughs. They watch This Is How You Don't Plays.
all still pertinent.
It's all still pertinent. How pertinent is your playthrough of Body Count, Phil?
It's all still fun. You can still laugh. You can still have a good time. You're not saying, what the fuck is that he's talking about? I don't understand the reference. Yeah, because it was drama content for that day. You're not going to understand the reference years later. But a game playthrough, you will.
I don't know. I think the thing with us detractors is that we're quite good.
Also, his view count is in the toilet.
Pertinent. So, you know, I might be able to say hashtag free 2KJ
for years to come, and people will get that reference. Just to pick an example at random.
You get like 200 views per video, Phil.
Is that you snoring? I don't know if this will pick it up, but she's curled up and she's snoring. It's really cute. See, like, these are the moments when you want to go, oh, but you don't want to wake them up. If it helps, you can imagine, you know, she's a dog and she's curled up and twitching and so like going woof, woof, in her dreams as well. Because I had a dog who'd do that, so, you know, I get where you're coming from there. It's the same thing.
You see the difference?
No.
Meaningful versus bullshit? My stuff will stand the test of time.
My stuff will stand the test of time unless it's got detractor artwork or a sample that I've not got legal permission to use from, in which case it's going to be expunged from the internet like it never existed. It's a really good thing I captured a load of clips of you talking about your back before you deleted those podcasts.
People will be watching my content for years to come. If I disappeared from the planet today, you'd still have meaningful Dark Side Phil content to watch.
Yeah, it'd be us. It'd be all of us. We'd have so much. You think I'm going to run out of Dark Side Phil psychology to talk about if you disappeared tomorrow? Do you not think there are like years of 8 to 12 to 16 hour long videos left in me?
Oh, what a secret tweet
about Dark Side Phil's psychology. We've talked about this on That Being Said. We could keep going long after you finish. That's what she said.
Right? If one of these drama hounds
Damn.
disappeared today, nothing would change. The planet would be exactly the same. You know, no one would miss it because all they're doing is making content for the day.
Content for the day, right? Do you know how long it takes me to do this? And what's more important is, I'm not the one with like a daily podcast. You are. You're the one who does like content. You have like a drama shit. You have your like your news bit and your schedule bit and your Q&A bits every day. How is that not meaningless fluff? Who in years to come is going to go, do you know what? I'd quite like to listen to what Phil was talking about on July 27th, 2021. I'm going to go find the podcast for that day. Just like pick a random day completely out of my ass, and who's going to care? Who's going to be listening to it? You can hardly get enough people listening to you now.
And none of it, and you would never watch their body of work. Who the fuck would want to watch a drama video from one of these guys from 10 years ago? No one cares about that shit.
You say that, but a guilty pleasure of mine is there's two particular interviews that I think are really, really good. And it's Jim, at the time, Jim Sterling, and one of the Romine brothers, the digital homicide thing. That was an amazing interview. And there's also the time when Grey Day Underay was on Drama Alert
Jim
with
Sterling?
another creator. I don't think it's Sandpepper. It might be. But yeah, those are great interviews that I will occasionally go back and watch. Nothing changes, you know, the world has moved on since those days, but those are great cases of like completely one-sided interviews where the one party is so very clearly and obviously in the right, and the other is so clearly like out of their depth and unaware of how badly wrong they
I
are.
think people are going to say that about the DSP
So they're
interview
just
on
like
Side
watching
Scrollers.
cats playing with their prey before they finally kill them. They're great, and I love rewatching them. So, yeah. It does happen. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I'm just saying it's probably not going to happen with DSP stuff, is it?
Going to
one's
happen
gonna be
with the
watching
Side Scrollers
pre-stream
interview of
podcast,
DSP.
From this year.
I think people are going to watch that as a case study in
2027. Unless they're going
socially inept narcissism.
And that's the difference.
Liar.
Even though I'm small time, even though I'm a little guy,
little tiny,
I'm grateful.
Little microcock.
That's the thing, Phil. Once upon a time, you weren't small fry, and you had the potential to be even bigger than you were, and you squandered it all. So, when you say, you know, you're grateful and you're happy for, you know, just being here, doing your own thing, staying in your own lane, having fun on level 1, all that stuff, it's just so like transparent that it's cope.
it's an excuse. It's you reassuring yourself so you don't have to face up to the reality of your situation. So, yeah, continue to cope, Phil.
That you guys keep me pertinent.
How are you pertinent? How are you pertinent? We keep you pertinent. We give you more like views and that than you ever could get on your own. I swear to God, most of your views come from big go result searches. Like, no fuckers watching like Skyrim Part 327. You know, nobody's watching your. Did you play Lost Odyssey? I don't know. Fuck. I just try to pick
Not
like
on
an Xbox
stream,
game at
no.
random. Nobody's watching your Lollipop Chainsaw. Actually, there's one reason you would watch Lollipop Chainsaw playthrough, and it's because the review at the end.
Male-oriented, puerile, you know, frat house humor.
Oh my God, he said puerile back then too, huh?
Puerile.
You guys allow me to do what I love for a living, and you ignore the drama and the bullshit. Thank you.
Apparently
for that.
not.
This week could have been a really stupid week of everyone constantly derailing, and instead it was a great week. Everyone enjoyed the stuff. I was so pleased with how this week went. Really. It could have went way worse, and it was so nice, and I was very happy with how this week went. Oh man, look at this this cat on his deathbed sitting on my lap right now. Oh my goodness. He's he's so bad off, guys. Let's rush him right now for a blood test. Oh.
Yeah, Phil, you should rush him for a blood test. You should get him to the vets right now because you don't know that he's not unwell. You don't know that he's okay. You have a sort of vague idea. You're sort of basing that belief on what you think he looks like. He looks okay and he's, you know, jumping onto your lap and that. So he must be okay, right? And it's like, no, he could be unwell. He could have a condition developing that you won't know about until it's much too late and it does more harm to Jasper than it would do if you took him to the vet and had a blood test and it found it and caught it early enough to treat without needing something a bit more serious and, you know, to put it on a level that you'll understand, a bit more expensive. Because I tell you what, Phil, you can either pay for a treatment that is tablets or a little like syringe that you squirt into his mouth, or you can pay for an operation. Guess which one of them is going to cost more, Phil? But no, you want a joystick, don't you? You have to have your new toy. You don't even have to have it, but you have to have it. You know, it's not a necessity for you, but you want it. So, Jasper and his $300 blood test, you know, that thing that you should be paying for because it's directly related to the health of the thing that you are responsible for the health of, fuck him. Street Fighter 6 on PS5, Mortal Kombat 1, I need a new joystick for that. Can't buy an adapter. That might give me like a couple of frames of delay, and that's just unconscionable. You might as well be asking me to commit a war crime. Fuck you, banned. Use my PS4 joystick because it'll work. It's just plugged right in because it's USB and it works. No, it doesn't feel right. I played a match before and it didn't feel right. You know? Don't want to, you know, go to the effort of replacing the buttons in the stick, even though I've replaced the buttons on the Xbox pad, the Xbox joystick that I bought. That cost a lot. That was some fair bit of change as well. That also could have gone towards paying for something for Jasper's medical care. You could have afforded a bottle of medicine for that. But nah, fuck him. Fuck him, right? You don't care about him.
I'm sure a
And
lot's
then
been
when
going
people
on.
point out, not just me.
I'm sure a lot's been going on the YouTube side that I just haven't been paying attention to. It's DSP Live. No. God. What awful fucking music. Just ear rape. Prophet is streaming.
There's lag. And it's like, but Phil, that's a you issue, right? Like,
Prophet's doing a restream, huh? Might have Prophet as our filter today. Perry's live too. He's doing mailbag. Okay, we've been watching Steve for a while now, and he's still got about an hour left in this video. So don't want to go through it all now. Let's take a look at what Prophet's doing.
Problem is,
I was playing people with an 80 millisecond ping with a 1 frame reduction. Never had a problem.
You know, actually, I noticed something. He was playing a Twitch streamer who did that. He was fighting this Chun-Li in one Do you remember that one? He did the Blanca ball. She jumped over it, and then she did that aerial fireball to finish him off.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Looked like there might have been about a 1 second or maybe a second and a half delay between his camera and the game. I don't know if that's because he was just standing there. He finishes the maneuver, she jumps, and as the Chun was jumping, he's like, "What?" And then, like, literally like half a second later, or maybe almost a second later, the fireball comes out, and then he starts going apeshit at that point. And so I'm like, why is he reacting like? Because I was wondering, why is he reacting like that by the fact that she's jumping? And then it makes sense when the fireball came out and hit him, and it finished the round.
He
and
reacts
so,
that way when anybody dodges any move of his because he's just.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't the reaction. It wasn't the reaction to the Blanca ball because I believe it was just a different jump. She jumped over the Blanca ball, and then she jumped again and did the aerial fireball. And when she was almost to the apex of the jump, he was like, "What?" And then I'm like, "Why is he doing that?" And it looked more appropriate for when the fireball actually came out, like a half a second later or so. And so people are like, "Well, you can hear me hitting buttons," and it's like, well, sometimes it might make more sense. It's like you can hear me hitting and it makes a little more sense if there is a slight delay between his face cam and the actual gameplay.
There will be. Now, what you need to understand is with OBS and with YouTube, like right now, my stream is delayed, even though I have it set to ultra low latency.
Right.
There is a delay that what I see happening on my end, on my stream will happen like 5 seconds later. Now,
yeah, I know the chat. There's stuff in the chat that's delayed.
Yeah. And then when you have stuff like what Phil goes through, now remember, Phil's not using VRR, so he could have a 20% increase in delay reduction. He doesn't see it on his end. The problem that he's going to have is if he gets VRR up and running, right, he's going to remove that 20% delay reduction. What he can do, and then there's his internet as well, right? Like, even though his internet is stating that like he might be at 13 milliseconds, like Jad and I have been helping Jad here trying to get his stream up and running for 1440p. You can run into issues, even though you have enough bandwidth, it might not be stable. So he can get like a microsecond stutter, and then he sees a delay. But like on our end, like when we're watching Phil's streams, like when Phil's stating it's lagging, it's not lagging.
It's not lagging. Yeah, it's
just like it's his stupidity. And then Phil's reaction time himself, his own reaction time is slow. He isn't fast.
Yeah, like there was that one
He's like
Zangief.
10 years older than I am, not 9 years younger, with his reaction being so shitty.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was that one Zangief that did that critical art on him, in which he was insisting he was holding up. He's like, "I was holding jump. I shouldn't be getting hit by that." And he was just ripping on the other. He's like, "You're a fucking cheater. You're a piece of shit," et cetera, et cetera.
Oh,
and
don't get me started on the piece.
And then, but it turns out that he held up for 1 frame during the animation for the critical art.
Yeah, like when,
and that
like
was yeah.
I know Jad and I rewatched the Zangief play, where the Zangief guy just bodied him. Right, and I think it was a modern Zangief. It wasn't a classic. And
This is like maybe a week or two ago. This wasn't something that was recent, but somebody on one of the streams we went through and then they're like, okay, it might have been on Peace, and which they're like, okay, let's go forward, and it turns out he says, "Oh, jump! I was jumping," and it was in the middle of the animation that he clicked up for 1 frame and said, I was holding it up, and it didn't give it to me. But he was also, spamming. It's like he was forward, and then I think it was like a down forward, and then finally up, like halfway through the animation.
Yeah, and we saw that on that guy's Twitch stream, right? The Twitch streamer that he fought, and the Twitch streamer's like, look at his button inputs, and Phil's just fucking mashing. right? And it's
Oh,
just
was that the guy he fought like a day or two ago with
yeah,
the
yeah,
chun?
there's a guy they fight on
Yeah.
Wednesday night, right? And you see him, and Phil's just
I got a
mashing
question.
the controller. Yeah, go ahead, Lewis.
Did you get all the new equipment you wanted?
Yes, I did, but the monitor is not arriving until next month.
No, why
Yeah.
so long?
Well, because it's the Dell
the
Alienware.
monitor.
Yeah.
Oh, isn't it like the Super Max monitor or whatever?
Yeah, it's
I'm
the
pretty sure
Alienware.
you
It's
sent
the
it.
yeah, it was the one I posted in the video.
Is it the big curved one?
Yeah.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they operate like on a month turnaround.
Yeah.
Because the panels are rare.
Custom?
Like because it's a QLED, so it's quantum dot and OLED with mini LED.
Oh.
So you get the benefits of all three. But I got my new headset, which is just fucking insane for gaming. I tried out Modern Warfare 2 last night, or Warzone 2, and holy shit.
Dude,
Did
Modern
you get
Warfare
rid of
3
your
looks
home phone like
good.
you wanted?
What was that, Lewis?
Did you get rid of your home phone?
No, I can't do it because I look after my parents, and they're not too savvy on cell phones.
I know. I was saying about. I remember in a video you posted going over Phil's upgrade about how he renewed his contract.
Yep.
And you said, once I'm done with that video, I'm gonna get all new equipment and try and drop my home phone.
Oh no, I boosted my internet because I get.
Oh,
now
he's starting.
He's starting. Yeah, we'll just give it a minute.
Yeah, he's starting.
Because I have now 150 megabits upload instead of 100. They boosted that for me, and I'm at a 2 gigabit download on my new line.
That's
so.
good.
Oh, cool.
Is there going to be a pre-intro? Let's see.
I could get a 2 gigabit. I mean, I have Google Fiber. But I just have I basically get symmetrical. Got 1 and 1. But
We've got a lot of stuff to talk about.
Yeah,
Breaking news and more. A jam-packed
I mean,
podcast.
I guess I could do 2
way.
2 and 2, or maybe it might be 2 and 1. But I think it'd be 2 and 2. But I mean, I just don't need it.
If you don't need it, don't get it, right? Like I do. Like
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I do tons of computer work, so I need the download speed and everything, and the upload. I do upload to my work server and everything, so there's that.
Yeah, Jada.
No, I mean, all it does is my
streaming it? Are you streaming it?
Are you gonna share it on Discord Profit?
Which the new screen when I get it, I'm gonna do probably an unboxing.
No, Phil.
No. The podcast.
I can. Give me a second here. I just want to make sure that it doesn't crap out. Let me share my screen.
God, what a shitty fucking intro.
Otherwise I can't hear what the fuck he's saying.
Yeah, no. I can't have more than one YouTube window open.
I'm like autistic, basically. I just have like 4 open tabs.
God, it goes on for so fucking long.
I just have like so many opens, like whatever.
You have no
It'll be
friends.
fun.
We're not your friends.
I am DSP, and today is Friday, the 6th of October, 2023. What a week we have in store, folks, because not only we have a major new release in Assassin's Creed Mirage that we're starting together today, we've got
What's going on?
multiple other things going on.
What is happening?
Yeah. I've got to finish up ongoing playthroughs that have been going on now for a few weeks in order to make room for all the new releases coming out. That means Lies of P. That also means the Resident Evil 4 Separate Ways DLC.
Okay, I gave it a shot. I gave it a nice college try, but if people are just gonna blabber and talk over a black screen, then can't really hang.
At least once to help judge if this is a game that I'm going to want to purchase come November, because right now I'm on the fence, just like I was a few years ago with Call of Duty Vanguard. And you remember how bad that beta was? So that helped me to determine it was a skip year, so it's very important to be able to test out these games ahead of time rather than commit to them and then end up having buyer's remorse. So, we've got a heck of a lot going on this week that's a definite. There's also some things that may or may not happen. For example, Forza Motorsport is releasing on the Xbox Game Pass system this coming Tuesday, and I don't know if I want to play that or not. I would like to, but I just don't know if I'm going to have opportunity. If I really have to play catch up with everything else that I'm doing right now and finish off all these ongoing playthroughs, Will I have time to even give the game a shot, or is it just a hard skip? There's a lot of big question marks about this week.
Figure it out.
So in addition to a very busy gaming week, we've also got stuff going on over on DSP Reacts, including horror movie reviews that have started. I actually just reviewed Scream 5 a couple of days ago, and my review of Halloween Kills will be going live over there shortly, plus, of course, my weekly React stream on Sunday. So that's exciting.
Oh, no.
In addition to everything
What do you mean
I just
shortly?
mentioned,
When is it gonna...
we've got a ton of gaming news to talk about today, as well as some
Figure it out,
updates
dude.
and other things. So, holy moly, we've got tons to get to today, so let's jump right into the show, shall we? All right. So,
Snork.
today is indeed a Friday. You know what that means. It means Friday Night Fights with Street Fighter 6. And what I'd like to do, essentially, before we jump into the content for the rest of the week, I would like to talk about what happened back on my streaming day on Wednesday before I went on break. Lies of P went really well. We got very far into the end game of the game to the point where we kind of beat the entire final dungeon. And from what people are telling me, there's a boss, a little bit more of gameplay, and then basically the finale bosses, and that's the end of the game. So I'm literally at the end of Lies of P.
Don't spoil it.
I actually did even really well against the boss that I was facing. I got to the second form and got it down to only a third of health, and then I ran out of time. So undoubtedly within, say, another, hopefully, hour, I will be able to beat that boss and move on to the end game of the game. Now, here's the funny part with Lies of P. Okay?
What's funny?
Originally, this game apparently had one of the most difficult end bosses of any video game ever. That's what I was told. Like, the final boss of Lies of P was legit so hard that even people who are great
Spooky mask.
at Soulsborne games, main Soulsborne content creators,
That's a little bit too
were taking
spooky.
upwards of 5 hours to beat the final boss because it was so difficult. I mean, what is that?
I don't know who any of these
level?
people are,
Right?
Phil.
Seriously, that's like the level of the hardest boss of Elden Ring. So that's pretty nuts. But they patched it. If you remember, last week this game
great.
was patched. And
Everyone
certain
loves
bosses,
patched bosses.
The fourth boss, the Archbishop, the sixth boss, the King of Puppets, and the final boss were patched to basically make it much easier, supposedly. Okay?
Ew.
So, now, it might not be a big deal. In fact, what people were telling me earlier in the week was actually the boss that I'm facing in Lies of P now may actually be the hardest boss in the game, because since the final boss was nerfed, a lot of people are just one-shotting the final boss.
It's not what
Will that
one-shotting
happen for me?
means.
I have absolutely no
One-shotting
idea.
means a one attack.
You know me. Things that tend to go
Mr.
right
Pro.
or wrong for certain people always do the opposite for me. So I guess we'll see what happens.
I guess we'll see.
Then, on Wednesday night, we performed a very interesting experiment. And I'm very happy that we did this, because this is something that I was dying to find out just through some data. And I'm absolutely glad that people helped me out to track this data and figure this out. So, what am I talking about? Well, Wednesday night, if you remember, I played Street Fighter 6, and I played with Blanca. It was a Master Blanca stream. It was only my second Master Blanca stream. Earlier in the week, on Monday night, I had tried it, and I had 24 wins and 32 losses for a 43% win-loss ratio. Ouch. That's no good. That's definitely in the realm of a losing streak, and I don't want to keep that going. I want to improve that record, right? So, I had observed something pretty interesting since that Monday night stream. It seemed like the vast majority of people who I were facing in Street Fighter 6 at the master level all said cross-platform. That means the vast majority of people at that high ranking in Street Fighter 6 are not playing it on PlayStation 5, which is a bizarre statistic, because did you know that over 50% of the people who own Street Fighter 6 own it on PS5? It's data. It's like, I think it's like 58%. At least, you know, when that statistic was created, whenever that was. But, you know, we were talking around 60% of people who bought the game own it on one platform. Then why is it when I'm playing at the highest skill level, almost no one's on that platform? But at that point, it was just a guess. It was off of my, you know, just thinking from what I felt. And I said, when I play this on Wednesday night, I want to actually track the data. So we did. Wednesday night, I played a grand total of 54 matches. Okay? 54 total matches. I think that equated to, I want to say, 27 sets. Although it wasn't always a full set of 3, because sometimes it was 2-0. Sometimes it was a one and done where I beat them or they beat me and then they rage quit. So it was only 1. So
What do you
out of
mean?
these 54
Is
matches,
that what you
arguably,
qualify
like
as a rage
27
quit?
people who I
Beating
fought.
you
Okay,
and
we
then not
tracked the
rematching
data.
you? That's what you call a rage quit.
First of all, I won more than I lost, and I'm happy for that. I want to have a winning night. I won 30 wins and 24 losses, so 56%.
Rage quitting is
win-loss
not
ratio.
rematching,
I mean,
according
that's
to
not
DSP.
bad. It's certainly not great, but I'd rather come
Sure.
up positive than negative. And the fact that I'm playing at master level and I'm getting a positive ratio is obviously a great thing, correct?
No, it means nothing.
So here's the data. You ready for this? We counted live. Out of those 27 people I fought, 23
filter.
of them were cross-platform. Only
Well, I mean, we got like Chill Murray. Let's see if Profit is functioning.
Fighter thing. But I'm thinking I might want to play it, but
How about Chill Murray?
Science and math with DSP, bro. Like, imagine this guy is your substitute teacher for science. Like, you know, for your science class or your math class. This is that vibe, you know? Fuck, let's go. Drunk ass substitute teacher shit, yeah?
Because to me, I'm sorry, that just absolutely blows my mind when you think about that. All right? Out of 27 players, only 4 were on PS5.
Oh yeah, this is the
that is
setup for the beg for the PC.
14%? No. Yes, 14%. Okay, maybe round up. 15%. How does it make sense that only 15% of the people I played were on PS5 when 60% of people who own the game are on PS5? That doesn't seem statistically
He does his
jive.
little.
It's as if there's a correlation here.
The
retard. Like, who are
I'm
ranking
trying
high
not
in
to
the
say
game
that word
are
as
not
much,
playing it
yeah.
on PS5.
The autistic thinker.
It's interesting, isn't it?
I'm gonna
Now,
call that pose. The autistic
FYI,
thinker he
someone,
does.
as I was playing live,
It could be an
looked at
emote
every
in
single time that it
Fortnite.
said cross-platform and essentially tried to find the player. Now, this is all, reliant on, people who are watching or whatever, okay? But apparently 2 of the players who I played cross-platform were on Xbox. That would honestly make sense, because if you actually do the math there, if you say 2 out of 27, that's only about 7%. Well, the statistic is, I believe it was like 13% of players who own this game are on Xbox. So if you could argue, all right, maybe 8% of the players I played versus the 13% who own it on Xbox, it kind of jives. That
Digging
does
in
kind of
his
make
ear,
sense. You know
wiping
what I'm
it
saying?
I don't even know what he's trying to say.
But does it make any sense then that literally 21 out of 27 players were on PC? That is 78%. 78% of the people I play at master level are on PC.
Okay.
An overwhelming majority, right?
No shot. No shot, bro. No shot that 78% of the people he fought that were master on PC. Like, no. It had to be like 50-50 or like 40-60. That kind of ratio. No shot. Feels like, oh yeah, 3/4 in favor of his narrative. Yeah, bro. Totally.
Now, I want you to think about this very clearly. Do you think that's coincidence? Do you think that by supreme luck, that the most people who are at the master level of the game just happen to be all on the same platform? Oh, it was just a lucky thing that it happened that way, right?
Bro, okay, I just have to say this. At the end of the day, the professional gamers, like I've been saying this for weeks, professional streamers, professional fighting game players, etc., are mostly playing on PC, bro.
Yeah.
Because they stream, they upload content, and it's easy to do that shit on a PC. It's easy to record your gameplay on a PC. So if there's like people like Justin Wong, for instance, or like Snake Eyes or Nephew, they're using a fucking PC, bro. And you can fucking plug a controller into a PC. It's the most versatile system to play a fighting game on. Like, you can use a fighting stick, Xbox controller, a PS5 controller. You can use, like, almost whatever the fuck you want, right? So like, yeah, people that like know a lot and that are very serious about their gameplay and shit like that are most likely on a PC. Do you get an advantage on a PC? Maybe a millisecond, but not even then. It always depends on your internet at the end of the day, bro. And the only reason why internet-wise a fucking PC player has an advantage over a console player is because most console players are casual gamers, bro. They're not sitting here like thinking to plug their console into the Ethernet, you know, into their modems and shit like that. You know, they're just like, yo, bro, I worked all day. I'm gonna fucking turn this shit on, yup, and go to bed. You know, where it's like, yeah, I plug my shit into the Ethernet wherever I can because I play more seriously. You know, and I stream and shit. I use my internet more than someone that like a console that uses a console would. You know? So like, I don't know, bro. All his logic is bullshit at the end of the day. Sorry, that was long-winded, but the fucker, ugh.
All right. So here's what's going on. It's sad but true. Over the course of Street Fighter V, all right,
why is it sad that people play on
PC? Ways to
PC?
get an upper edge playing this game online. Now, normally it wouldn't matter because in the era of Street Fighter 4, nobody cared about online play. It was mostly for just practice. But
What?
in the era of Street Fighter 5,
You
things
say it's
changed.
practice
In the era of
now.
Street Fighter 5, there started to be entire series of online tournaments being held.
Okay,
Right? Especially
so
during
it's
the COVID era. You couldn't even go
yesterday you said
to
it
a
was
physical
practice.
location to play the game because they didn't have them. You had to play online if you wanted to stay in the competitive community.
It's like he's
So what ended
just
up happening
figuring
was
out that
people found
professional
ways
players
around
mostly play on
the
PC.
limitations of playing online. Notably, getting these games on PC and finding all kinds of tweaks, hacks, and things to make them essentially give you an upper edge. Now,
No.
I am not saying
calling them hackers.
that people are cheating the game.
That's what he's saying.
It's literally what he said.
You
He
know,
said
he's
cheat.
one of
They use
those
cheats
people,
and
bro,
hacks to
hide
get an
his
upper
true
edge. I'm not saying they're
intentions.
cheating.
He tries to put the soft, flowery thing in front of it. You know, so he doesn't look as bad. No, that's what he's saying. He's assuming that anyone that's playing on PC, bro, is like going online and downloading all these special hacks and shit to make their game run better. Like, when that's not the case, bro, at all. And if it is happening, it's like that 1 or 2, 3 people, like, you know, like what the fuck? Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Because some people are like, oh, that means that they're doing like crazy macros and they press a button and it does a giant combo for them. Or, you know, no, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, by tweaking this game on PC, pro players have found ways around some of the limitations of online play. They have
Yo, what's
dramatically
up,
reduced the
Moki?
amount of
How you
input
doing?
delay from when they press a button and something happens in the game. They have found ways that they're going to get better connections. They have also found a way to limit delayed or dropped inputs. And what I mean by that is, one thing that I'm distinctly noticing at the master level.
Bro, this motherfucker needs a goddamn... Bro, he needs a tinfoil hat over that big bulbous head of his. Like, what the fuck, bro? Literally, dude. He needs a tinfoil hat on his head right now. He's going hard, dude.
Particularly when I'm playing people in crossplay, is that for some odd reason, the game is mistiming my inputs or literally dropping them entirely. One of the basic bread and butter combos of Blanca is standing roundhouse, standing fierce punch, his coward crouch move, and another fierce punch. It's 3 hits. It's one of the easiest combos to perform in the entirety of the game. And multiple times playing at the master level, the game is claiming that either I'm not pressing the button or my timing is off, despite the fact that I've played more with Blanca.
Your timing's off. Phil, your timing's off or you're mashing. Like, the game's not just like, bro, dropping only your inputs, dude. Literally, like, no fucking fighting game sits here and just cuts off your inputs. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, Phil. You're sitting here doing an input, like, say he's blocking, right? But Phil's like a panic masher, kinda. and he's slow. So think about it. He's sitting here blocking, and then he's all fucking panicked. He's, oh, I think I can get him. And he fucking drops the block to try to, like, mash a punch or some shit. And then he's like, what? I was blocking! But I was blocking! Like, that's what he does. And it's, like, obvious that he probably jumped, dropped the block to punch, or some stupid shit. You know, holy fuck.
Any other character in the game. 1,396 matches, and you're telling me I haven't mastered a 3-hit combo with Blanca yet.
Yeah,
I find it slightly hard to believe.
I don't.
That it's me.
Because you're awful.
Sorry.
You're a terrible gamer.
But
you're a terrible player.
Bullshit. If you're talking about the new character, Aki, who has tough execution, harder combos, things like that, I will say it's me. That's me and my execution. I don't know the character yet. I don't have the muscle memory yet. I'm getting older. Aki actually hurt my hand when I was playing with her. Seriously. After I was done playing with that character,
don't take that out of context.
Was like,
oh my god,
all right?
bro.
And I'm like, you know.
I was like, you know.
Like, when I'm actually working my kitchen job and I have a hard day of cutting shit all day, you know, or I have to wash dishes or some shit all day, bro, my elbow, not my elbow, but my wrist locks up. And it hurts so bad to where, like, I have to stop what I'm doing. Like, if I was streaming, right, and I was sitting here, like, doing that shit, like, Phil's not in pain, okay? Like, this guy's just like, oh, he's like that guy who, like, jogs for 10 seconds, and he's like, oh, he gets all winded and acts like he ran a mile. Where there's those of us that do actual shit, and it actually hurts our bodies and shit. And you could tell, you know, like I sit here, and my knife will fall out my hand, and my wrist locks up, and my fingers and hand lock up, and it's very painful, right? And I try to rub it, and it'll go away for a second. I try to pick up my knife again, and then my wrist, like, locks up again. It's always my right wrist, you know? It's the wrist I use to cut. Like, cut and chop, you know? And I'm an aggressive cutter. Like, I use my knife really aggressively and shit like that. You know? Like, my hand actually locks up. Like, I have carpal tunnel, I think, in my right wrist. Not Phil. This dude, bro, sitting here clicking start stream, and then he uses a controller. He sits here using a controller for most of the game he plays, dude. The least intensive fucking way to play video games. If he was sitting here playing, like, PC games all the time, using a mouse all the time and shit, I would almost buy that, right? But nah, this dude's full of shit, dude.
I can't take it. But you're gonna tell me a basic 3-hit combo I can't do.
Yeah.
With Blanca.
You suck.
Consistently, too, because it wasn't like, oh, it dropped it once. It was like multiple times during these matches.
Yeah, you actually suck, dude.
Always against a crossplay player. Always against a crossplay player that it would drop. So, yeah what I'm seeing here, sadly, is that with Street Fighter 6, there is, sadly, a situation where pro players have figured out the best way to play this game is to have PC likely doing something to tweak it. Now, I know for a fact that there are players in the FGC
That's a conspiracy theory, Phil.
Custom tweaked their PCs to play this game. I know that sounds ridiculous. That sounds like a real try-hard mentality, does it not? Oh my god, people actually have a fucking gaming PC, and they sat there, and they actually tweaked the shit out of it? Yes! There's the entire I don't know of one.
Yes!
There's one that's called FGOS.
I sound crazy.
It's a fighting
Everything
game
I'm saying sounds crazy.
Your OS
but yes,
on your
it's
PC
true.
To give you less input delay when you're playing Street Fighter Online. It exists. I shit you not. During my day off, someone fucking sent me a link to it. They were like, so this is what it is, and you're not supposed to have it, but people pirated the shit out of it, and it's all over the internet, and all the pro players use this. And I was like, well, obviously I'm not gonna put it on my PC. My PC is on Windows 8, outdated as shit, you know, but I was like, so this is what they're all using.
Otherwise you would have?
Pretty much. That's what they're all doing. And there's other things too. Apparently, for them to understand, there's different devices that they're using.
This has got to be the dumbest motherfucker I've ever experienced in my life.
So they're doing every possible thing to give themselves an advantage. Now, the real question here is
it an
how
unfair
much of an
advantage?
And is it an unfair advantage? Those are really the two questions that need to be posed. It's not, is there an advantage? Because this has happened in the last console gen as well.
How can
with
there be a
Street Fighter
fair
5, the exact
advantage?
thing is
Shut
present.
the fuck up!
Like, what is a fair
Shut the fuck up!
Okay.
So, I don't know. That's what I can't answer.
He doesn't
Because I'm
know.
not part of the FGC, and quite frankly, if you want to know the
I thought
truth,
you came
if
out of
went to any
retirement.
major FGC pro player right now,
He's
and
not-
ask them about it. They probably
He's not part of the FGC, but he tries to act like he's part of the FGC. And right now he's trying to slander the whole FGC, like acting like everyone that's in the FGC that plays on PC is using some kind of special fucking shit on their PC to make their PC run better than anyone that plays on Xbox or PS5. Like, this guy is actually a fucking crazy person. He's a tinfoil hat in the FGC, bro. Fuck this guy. We need to send him to the fucking gulag and have his beat him with fucking bamboo sticks until they bleed and shit, bro. This guy's actually
Documentarian purposes.
spreading propaganda
Disavow.
for scrubs and shit, dude. He's the ultimate scrub, bro. No, literally, today's the day that Phil takes the crown of king of the scrubs, homie. Okay? There's a lot of scrubs on the planet Earth, and a lot of fucking people like Phil that are pathetic and make excuses and shit. But bro, nah, this guy is the king of the scrubs, alright? Hell no, he's going hard in the paint.
Wouldn't tell you.
Reaching
they don't want
in
you
the
to know,
trees for an
because
excuse.
They told you, oh my god, the spot is exposed.
Blah, blah.
Gee, I wonder why every pro Street Fighter 6 player is playing only on PC, and they all
Because
seem to be
PC
in
is
master, and
better.
they all seem to have great execution, and they don't drop their combos, and they don't have input delay. Gee,
'Cause
I wonder
scrubs
if
play on
everyone publicly
console.
knew about that, what would happen? You know what I'm saying?
No.
So, and by the way,
You're a
I hate to say this,
lunatic.
it used to always be like this in the FGC. I'm not kidding you. There was always an elitist attitude. There was always a good old boys club of those who were pro players who got all the advantages. You would go to a tournament, they'd be treated
good old
differently.
boys
they get to play on the
club,
better
bro.
cabinets. They get to come late and they get treated nicely. It's the same in mentality.
I bet he's talking about like Daigo and Justin Wong.
His
like,
hatred of Asians.
Prodigies. Geniuses, bro. Like Isaac Newtons and fucking Einsteins of the FGC. Like, yes, bro. I'd give him fucking everything on a satin little pillow. Who are you, Phil? Literally, who are you, bro? Fucking some shit-talking little nerd, bro. Trying to fucking shove his way in to the FGC. You fucking scrub, bro.
It's the good old boys club of the upper echelon of FGC. They know exactly what they're doing, and they're going to do whatever they can to get ahead. It sucks. It sucks. Because for a common player, imagine you're just someone who doesn't know about any of this, and all you want to do is play the game and get good at it, and you finally get to play a pro player. It's like, gee, isn't it funny that they're literally reacting to every single thing I do instantly?
Because they're
I
a
try to
pro
react to what they're
player?
doing, and I feel like I'm playing under.
Do you hear him? He literally said, I'm paraphrasing, but fuck him. He literally said, imagine playing a pro player, and they're pretty much like playing better than you.
Oh my god.
Because they are better than you. They're reacting better than you. They know, like, what? Oh my god, I can't. Holy shit.
Water in a tub of molasses covered by silly putty with chains and all kinds of
Okay,
weights hanging
Phil, we
off
get
of my
it.
body.
Slow.
And gravity is 100
Yes,
times as
yes,
strong as usual.
slow, heavy,
Why
yes,
is
we
my
get
reaction
it.
that slow?
Come on,
but they get
man.
to play like it's fast because they're playing on a fucking PC.
No, because your reactions are slow. You are slow, Phil. You're a fucking retard, bro. Like, you're a
he couldn't hold
dickhead,
himself
dude.
back.
I think you actually slipped in the shower one day and hit your head really, really hard, and you shook it off. You know how Bob Saget did that, and he died? Phil should have died, but like, no, it just like scrambled his fucking head, dude.
Chill, help.
You know, he should have died like Bob Saget.
I can't. I literally can't. I can't with with safety restream someone advocating people dying because that's unsafe. It's dangerous. At least I built up a bunch of skip juice. All right, I'm just gonna be my own filter. I'm just gonna go live. I'm gonna skip ahead. Hopefully he's done talking about Street Fighter, but I doubt it.
Enter the same way. You pay the same entry fee. You get treated the same in the bracket.
Of course
You're
not.
there for your matches. I don't want to hear any baloney. And you know what happened? A lot of people didn't like me for that because some pro players got disqualified.
Oh my
'cause they were
god.
late. And they were like, "Well, I don't
So
understand."
much coping
This is the only
with
tournament
being
I've ever
bad
gone
at
to
Street Fighter.
that
It's like,
I'm not
dude,
being
you're just
treated
bad at Street Fighter, man.
I
You don't have to
don't
come up with
understand
all
I'm a pro
these
player, and
conspiracy
because I'm at
theories
the
as to why you're
tournament, I brought
bad.
in
You're just
heads
bad.
to your tournament.
You're
People
just
came to see
old.
me play.
You're
It's like, it's
slow.
too bad they're not going to see you play because you fucking showed up late. Everyone
You
else
have no
was here
skill.
on time. Too bad. So sad. Bye-bye. You're not...
Some stupid, dumb, fucking dipshit. Mango jewel pods. Quote unquote, I'm not part of the FGC. I'm not trying to be competitive, but everyone wants to see me play against the pros greats. Make it make sense, Phil. Make you giving money to someone you don't like make sense. Mango jewel pods, you stupid dipshit.
like a special snowflake. You don't like me, right?
Uh-huh.
But it is what it is. Again,
It is what it is, man.
Whistleblower. I was always the one who was to talk about this stuff publicly while everyone else wanted to be quiet. Oh, Phil, zip your lips. Why talk about this stuff publicly? Because then people will know about it and be upset about it. You don't want them to know about our formula that works, and this is how the community keeps staying. How we keep staying in this good old boys.
God, he's just working
okay,
him up,
whatever you
and
say.
he's working himself up into a frenzy.
Whatever you say, you want to keep having unfair advantage. I'm not for that.
I thought the
right?
advantage wasn't unfair.
So anyway.
Anyway.
Yeah, so that's what's going on in Street
Yeah.
Fighter 6, all right?
No, it
Tonight we
isn't.
got another stream talked about, or scheduled. We'll talk about the schedule now. And I'm curious
Okay,
what you
we're
guys
done
want, all right? But
talking about
before we
Street
get to
Fighter.
that, let's actually talk about the schedule for the week. We'll do the Phil's Day Off segment. We got news. We
Great.
got a lot to get to
We're,
on today's
we're
show.
past the Street Fighter
By
part.
the way, it is hot, and it's going to be hot for 2 more fucking days. This is absolutely ridiculous. So it is October 6th. We are
No one
firmly
cares
into
about your
autumn
local weather.
here in the United States. It is 78 degrees in Washington today. Tomorrow it's going to be in the mid 80s. I don't have air conditioning. I took it out a month ago. And we're having a fucking heat wave. So
What a
I'm going
moron.
to be unseasonably hot, sweating, not in a very good mood, honestly.
What
Once
an
it gets
idiot.
hot, there's nothing I can do about this, okay?
You can move into a house that has central AC.
I'm very, very upset.
Okay.
Because I
Fuck
was
you.
enjoying the autumn weather. For like 2 weeks, it was nice. It was rain and clouds almost every day. I was like, oh, this is great. And now we're going to be ready for all these new releases. I can tackle them with, with a nice, healthy attitude.
you know.
And then I'm going to be honest, when I'm in here and it's like 90 degrees in my office, I'm trying to play games with you guys. It's fucking annoying. And there's no way around it.
Good.
I don't have central air. I can't install
You
central air
deserve
'cause it
all the
costs
bad things that happen to you.
I have blinds blocking the sun.
See, that's
It
how you
doesn't
do
matter.
it.
The office
You
heats
don't
up
have to
40 degrees in the
advocate
afternoon.
not aliving.
What the fuck am I supposed to
Just
do?
be like, you deserve all the bad
Stupid.
things, man.
So this really blows.
That
and
doesn't
if
break
you hear me
TOS.
being kind of cranky today, you kind of
Yeah,
know why.
you're a cranky baby.
I'm cranky. you
He's a
know?
big cranky
I'm
baby
sitting
today,
here and I
guys.
can't even open my blinds because the sun is beating so hard on that window. I won't be able
Oh
to see.
no. Oh no,
Yeah.
guys. He's a big cranky baby today.
Thank you, Mango, for that super chat, but please.
Well, he was making fun of you in the message, so I'm not sure if you
But
want
anyway,
to thank
yeah,
him.
that's what's going on. That's why I'm cranky. All right.
Okay,
let's talk
that's
about
why
the
I'm
schedule for the
cranky.
week,
You're
okay?
cranky because you're a man-child.
Today's main stream is the premiere of Assassin's Creed Mirage. I was able to get the game on
Schedule.
Ubisoft Plus. This is the monthly subscription service that we use, or you can use, to get access to all of Ubisoft's hot games, both in old and new. Similar to like Game Pass, but it's their own Game Pass for only their games under their umbrella. So obviously it's a hell of a lot less games. But some of the games I saw on there, the Crew Motorfest, which is essentially the Crew's version of Forza Horizon. That's on there. All the Far Cry games are on there. All the Assassin's Creeds are on there. And the Assassin's Creeds all include all the DLCs as well. So you don't have to buy any DLC. You get all the games and their full stories and everything on there. All the Tom Clancy, Ghost Recon shit, Rainbow Six is on there. All
I'm not
going to
play any of that, though.
And upcoming games, the new Avatar game in December is covered. And apparently that new Prince of Persia game coming out in January is also covered. So a lot of their newer games also are in there. And of course, Assassin's Creed Mirage is one of them. So I spent like $20 and I got a month to beat Assassin's Creed Mirage. Well, being that the game's around 20 hours long, I think we're good. I think we will beat it within the next few weeks. And then
Good for you,
by the
Phil.
way, it's funny because I got the month subscription And I immediately canceled it. Immediately. I was like, dude, I don't want to have this auto-renewing on me. I just want to have it for the month so I can get to Assassin's Creed. And then we'll, I'll maybe renew it again in like December if I get Avatar or whatever. But
What
that's
a
the
cheap
thing.
asshole.
Why on earth would you at all buy these games outright? Assassin's Creed Mirage is $50 plus tax if you buy it outright, or you can just get the subscription service for $20, play the game once, and be like, okay, I'm done. The only thing I can see, if you're really think you're going to go back in the future and
it's going to make video game production unsustainable. That's why.
But I see it like an extended rental. Like you have a month rental to beat the game. Okay, that sounds good to me. I'm not going to take more than a month to beat it, So yeah, let's do that, right? So, same thing, with the Avatar game. That's supposed to be a full-fledged game, right? That's like $70 plus tax. I'm just going to get this subscription service again. Why on earth would I not? And it's a little annoying because to do Ubisoft Plus, you can't just do it through your console. You have to do it through their website and then link the website to your Xbox account and then sync the two. It's so stupid. It's like create an account over here, create an account over here, sync the two. Sign up for Ubisoft Plus, literally link it again to get it to work. It's like an insane process. Why can't you just sign up for it on Xbox and you're done? Nope. You got to spend like an hour figuring this out. It's kind of a pain in the ass. But once you get it done, it works. And you're saving a lot of money. So I recommend to anyone who's into these Ubisoft games this next few months, why buy them? Unless you think you're going to want to go back and replay them, or you don't think it's going to take longer than a month to beat them, then I would just get Ubisoft Plus and save yourself a ton of money. That's what I'm doing.
Okay, it's the same logic behind Game Pass, so you're not really informing anyone.
So, I've got it, and I'm excited to try it today. This is supposed to be
He's
the
excited.
return to the classic gameplay of yesteryear. Do you remember when Assassin's Creed used to be about sneaking around on the rooftops of a city, doing stealth assassinations, tailing missions, getting intel, doing some collectibles?
You said Assassin's Creed Valhalla was like your favorite game of the year, so you have no right to complain about them
high society and how they're basically kind of
not
unfairly treating the people.
staying to form.
Stuff like that. That's what it used to be. It used to be a clandestine group of assassins doing clandestine work before the game went open world and became The Witcher, which is exactly what the last 3 games have been. Open world
and
Witcher
you
crap.
said they were your favorite games of the year.
Now I'm excited to try it out and see if it plays like the classic games or not. We'll find out. And it is a shorter experience, and I'm down for that. Give me a 20-hour experience that has a good story, good gameplay elements, great graphics.
What if it doesn't have all of that?
So I can move on to other fun games this season, and maybe if it's good enough, it'll resonate, and I'll remember it around the end of the year. As opposed to a game that's 80 hours long and has 50 hours of boring padding. The game is tedious as shit, takes too long to fucking finish, repetitive gameplay, repetitive combat. Oh, by the way, there's one quest line that's really notable.
You're repetitive.
And by the way, by the time the game ends, you forgot any of the plot elements, right? Forget that shit. That's what the last 2-3 games have been.
But you said they were your favorite games of the year.
I'm excited to jump into it today with all of you. I hope you'll join me for the premiere of Assassin's Creed Mirage here. Let's see how it goes. And enjoy the ride. I'll be playing
let's hope that the thing that I need to be good in order to make money is good.
Probably again as the major stream Tuesday and or Wednesday. I'm trying to get a good tear into the game this first week because I want to finish it within a couple of weeks before all bigger releases start hitting. So that it should be a good effort,
I don't know.
with everything else I'm doing, but trying to finish it up rather.
It's an Ubisoft game. I don't have a whole lot of faith.
Good stuff. Tonight, as I already said, I'm playing Street Fighter Friday Night Fights. Master gameplay with Blanca. So it's your call. If you guys really want to see what happens when I turn off crossplay, we could do that. I can already... Here's my prediction. I can't tell you for sure this is what will happen. I think tonight, if I turn off crossplay, we're going to be sitting around waiting for matches and waiting a while. By the time it finds a match, every match will be laggy. Because if we saw 80% of the players in Master are on PC, you've cut out 80% of the player base to play the game. Plus that's also going to cut out the 1 or 2 Xbox players. Just sitting around waiting for PS5, I guarantee you it's going to be a much worse experience. In which case, I'm destined to play at a disadvantage if I ever play at Master, and there's not much I can do about that. Okay. But if you really want, we could try. It's up to you. I'll do whatever. I don't give a shit. I told you, I don't even care about wins.
As long as he's getting money.
It's not a big deal. I've enjoyed the game a lot.
But if the tips aren't there, then Street Fighter is dead.
Found it entertaining. You want to play it at any fucking way or level, I don't care. We'll do whatever you want. So you guys give me your feedback.
As long as you give me money.
See what happens tonight on the late stream, we'll go from there. But, if I play for a half an hour...
It's not about the money, though.
...lag fest, waiting around for matches, like, what's the point?
Okay.
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 All right. Tomorrow it will be more Assassin's Creed Mirage on the first stream, and tomorrow night's late stream will be Endgame of Lies of P. My goal is to hopefully beat that boss that I was facing at the end of my stream on Wednesday, and maybe beat it and move on. Will I beat the game on Saturday night? I don't know. We'll see. It'd be great if I did, because I want to see how it all ends, and I want to see the final boss and all that. So I hope you guys will join me tomorrow night for Lies of P. Sunday is React Day, meaning on the day stream, it'll be DSP versus the internet over on DSP Reacts. That's my weekly clips react show. Quick reminder to those of you who are channel members over there, you have to nominate your clips by the end of tomorrow night's streams, because tomorrow night is when I'm going to make that playlist. So if you don't have that ready to go, you're not going to get your video watched, all right? And, again, recommendation, we're in the midst of Halloween month.
Belch so much. Like, what is he doing before going live that makes him belch uncontrollably?
Okay? Sunday night, I'm going to try out the Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 beta. It's supposedly going open on the PlayStation 5 this coming Sunday. And so I want to play it for like 2.5 hours and see if I like it or not. Judging on how this performs and how much I like or dislike it will directly influence my decision to purchase the game come November. Because right now, I am not sold on buying this game. Everyone has said it's literally the same code as Modern Warfare 2. They're reselling you Modern Warfare 2 with new maps and a tweak, like gameplay tweaks. And they're acting like it's a new game, and they're charging you $70 plus tax. So I want to play it for myself. My stream, it'll be DSP versus the internet. Yeah, best it. Have comments. It's my weekly clips react show. Video DLC. We're at the end of the game, essentially. We're at the end of chapter 5, and there's 2 more chapters. I've heard chapter 7 short. If we do a whole 3-hour stream, we should likely beat that DLC. So Monday night and the rest of the week is open, and here's what I mean by that, okay? Maybe I'll want to do a second stream of Modern Warfare 3's beta. Maybe we'll need more time to beat Lies of P. Maybe there will be time and opportunity for me to try Forza Motorsport, which is going to hit Game Pass on Tuesday.
Can we just not just speculate
a lot of questions
over and over again?
It's dependent on how long Lies of P takes to beat.
Actually come up with a conclusion?
That kind of determines everything. Will I have time to play more Street Fighter this week? Maybe. I would love to. I'd love to do at least 2 streams of Street Fighter 6, but I don't think that's a given. We have to see what happens this week. What about Starfield? Well, we actually talked about this last week, and to be honest with everyone, I think Starfield has to be the game that at this point, unless we absolutely
arms crossed
in the middle of nowhere with nothing to do, I think Starfield's
siege mode.
And you might say, well, why is that? Well,
because people aren't giving me the monies.
Most people have seemed to turn against the game now that we're like 37, 38 hours in. People are like,
Chips
wow,
are drying up.
It really didn't innovate at all. All the things that Starfield
time to speed up the conveyor belt.
The games don't really exist or are just fluff. The space combat, almost non-existent, and when it exists, it sucks. The shipbuilding, incredibly tedious, completely superfluous, doesn't need to be in the game. Planet exploration. I did it once. The game fucking crashed during it.
I think people would complain if you can't build your own ships.
Nothing. Outpost building, exactly the same. My wife beat this game. She put over 80 hours.
I thought she had nothing to do with you or your stream, so why are you bringing her up?
One outpost. She doesn't even
you
know
bring
what
her
it's
up and you
for.
tell people not to bring her up.
She's like, I always had all the elements I needed to do any kind of, building, research.
Any kind of,
in the whole game. Why would I need it? Same thing with the research trees. Seems like all the research in the game is just, again, superfluous. It's extra to say it's there for content, but it's not needed content. It's just fluff. So, what does that leave? Faction quest lines, the main quest line, and the companion quest lines. They're all good. Admittedly, I've done 2 faction quest lines, a companion quest line, and I've got like maybe a third into the plot. I think it's decent. But it's exactly what you expect. There's nothing different about it. And now that we're jumping into all these new releases, people want to see me finish what I'm working on, play the new games. They're not too interested in Starfield anymore. I don't blame them. I think it's a fine game as a chill stream game, meaning to break up the seriousness and the challenge of really tough new releases. And you want a relaxing stream where we kind of sit back and have conversation. That's what I think Starfield is for. And so if I treat it like that, and every once in a while I decide to squeeze it in,
God, he's like attacked by the water bottle.
Then I
He
think it would be
can't.
fine.
He can't
But
like
I'm not
wait till his
foreseeing me
sentence is
playing
done
Starfield
for
as a major
interrupting
stream during these weeks
himself.
moving forward. If anything, that's the game that's kind of going to be skipped unless there's time for it. All right. Everything else I think takes more priority. I'd rather play Street Fighter. I'd rather play these other new games. Really. But if we have time to squeeze it in, or one random night this week, want to do some Starfield and relax together, let's do it. Let's do one random stream, right? So let's see how things go, how time permits, and we can go from there. But I'm not stressing about Starfield at this point. In fact, I don't think I'm even missing anything by not playing it right now. You know.
Okay.
What's funny is, as you guys know, I have absolutely no desire to go back to Cyberpunk 2077. And know that the Phantom Liberty expansion just released a week or two ago. I just don't care. I didn't even like the base game when it came out many years ago. But there's some people who've been
It's better than Starfield.
And then when the Phantom Liberty expansion came out, they went back to Cyberpunk. And I'm seeing this movement on social media now. And essentially, here's the movement. Wow, I was playing Starfield, and then I went back to Cyberpunk for the first time in years. They improved the game, they fixed the technical issues, and now that the game actually works, it actually
Let me guess, he's just gonna shit on Cyberpunk.
The story, especially the story elements, are just better than what Starfield is presenting as a product. So a lot of people were playing Starfield and said, well, now
Cyberpunk is better than Starfield.
Fuck Starfield. I don't want to go back to it. It's just the inferior choice. If I want to play this style of game, I'll play Cyberpunk. Now, I'm not going to say either way what I would say, because I don't like Cyberpunk. I just didn't like it, okay? That would be like,
why didn't you like it, though?
Something, but then you force yourself to go back to it, you know what's going to happen. I don't want to unfairly crap on a game that I already know I'm not enjoying just for the sake of going back and doing it again. You know what I mean?
No, that makes no sense.
I'm not going to do that. I think that would actually be unfair, you know?
No,
but
that made no sense.
I respect people who that's their opinion, and I can kind of get it. If you feel that Cyberpunk, now that it's fixed and dramatically improved from the original, is
so why don't you give it another shot?
Then more power
give it another
to you.
chance.
And by the way, Cyberpunk runs at 60 fucking frames per second on every fucking platform.
Even PS4?
Anyway,
okay, so it's a better game.
Like, what the? Me trying to play as much.
Why don't you give it another shot then?
Right? Me trying to finish up Lies of P and Resident Evil 4.
What a weird nonsensical douchebag.
Trying to maybe get to Forza Motorsport if we can, but it's not a guarantee. Depends on how things go.
Not a guarantee.
And of course the React stuff. I will have the review. By the way, so Halloween Kills is my next movie review over on DSP React.
The movie sucked.
I have a spoiler for all of you.
It sucks.
I've already watched the movie.
Uh-huh. That's not a spoiler, though. It's bad. Yep, it's bad. He's putting a sheet over his head because he's a supporter of the KKK.
I don't know what I got myself into.
Yeah, Phil, it's a bad movie.
I wish I could get myself out of it now, but I think it's a little too late because I've already watched 2 of these 3 movies, okay?
It's a bad movie, yeah.
Halloween Kills was fucking terrible.
Yeah, I know.
It was so bad.
Uh-huh. Save it for the review.
I can't believe it was that bad. Because Halloween 2018 wasn't that bad. It was actually, I would say, decent, at least. There were definitely things I didn't like.
Okay, we get it. We get the point.
It as a return to Halloween.
It's a bad movie. You're a bad streamer.
Yo, Halloween Kills.
Yeah, okay, it's bad.
I mean, no exaggeration. You want to know? I don't want to spoil my review, but here's my abridged review of Halloween Kills.
Okay, that's a spoiler.
I want my 90 minutes back.
Mm-hmm.
That's my best review of the movie. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. And that's right. And now that I've seen Halloween Kills, I'm hearing Halloween Ends is worse.
Wow.
How? No, I really don't understand how it could possibly be worse. I don't get it. Because I thought like that was bottom of the barrel. Oh, what they could do. I mean, that was really, I don't even know how, like Halloween Kills doesn't even feel like you're watching a movie. It doesn't.
What does that mean?
I couldn't believe it. Okay, anyway.
Literally, what does that mean?
I want to review Halloween Kills, but I don't know when. Like tonight, I'm playing Street Fighter. Typically, when I
Okay,
play Street
it
Fighter, I
doesn't
go
feel
a
like a
little
movie. What does it feel
Tomorrow
like then?
night, I have to do all the playlists.
Does it feel like a book?
For the React Show on Sunday, right? So it's like every night.
Well, I don't wanna
there's a
spoil
reason
it.
why I basically can't stick around to film the dang review. And I told you guys this would be
Dang
my problem. It's not
bang
the
tornado.
watching the horror movies. It's the time to film the reviews for them. So we'll see how things go. Maybe I'll have time to review it tonight. If I have time to review it tonight, we'll see if I can squeeze it in. Then that would mean that I could probably watch Scream 6 early next week and review that like Monday, Tuesday night. I can't
no one
do it Sunday night, 'cause
cares.
Sunday night I gotta do
Aren't you a
Patreon private videos.
gamer?
That's the thing, every night. Tonight I might stay long for Street Fighter. Tomorrow I gotta do the playlist for the React Show, which takes like an hour. Then Sunday night I gotta film the private React shows. That's an hour. You see? Oh.
God, no, you're not excused.
So I will get to it. I will get to it. I will review more movies. I want to do more than I originally planned, because my original plan
What
was
makes
to
you
watch
think
the
you
Halloween
deserve to be
trilogy and
excused?
the two Scream movies. But if I review 2 movies this week, I'm almost done. And that would be, we're only halfway into October. So maybe I would have more time to watch more. Like I said, one movie I actually feel like I want to watch is Dr. Sleep, the sequel to The Shining. The problem is it's too long. It's 2.5 hours long. It's a horror movie. Most horror movies are nice and short for a reason, right? They don't want to overstay their welcome. Makes me feel like it won't just be traditional horror. It's going to have a lot of psychological horror, just like the original Shining did, right? Maybe a big setup and stuff. Excuse me. I guess we'll see.
Watch her both character movies. Watch her both character movies. Thanks, DSP fan.
Let's see how time permits this month. I'm definitely in a spooky
Made no
mood right now,
sense.
so I'm down to watch
As usual.
as time permits.
Watch her both character movies. Oh, okay. I sure will. I will definitely watch her both character movies. Hello.
All right. Anything else? I'm trying to think. Is there anything else I want to cover before we get to like? Well, okay. Let's just do this, ladies and gentlemen. It is time.
Oh boy.
What did I do yesterday? Not too
Phil's
much crazy
day off.
stuff.
The best
It was
stories
another
on
day where
YouTube.
It was a stay-home day because my wife wanted to play Assassin's Creed Mirage because it released yesterday. Just so you know, Kat is a big fan of Assassin's Creed. She always has been. It's one of her favorite game franchises. She actually has been a little disappointed that not 1, not 2, but 3 of the last Assassin's Creed games went to the Witcher formula and didn't really have real assassinations or stealth or anything like that.
Well,
which
you
is what
said
she
it was your
loves.
favorite
So,
game of
she's
that
happy
year.
that this game is a return back to the classics.
So were you lying?
So she wanted to stay home to play.
Were you
a lot of
clout
it
chasing?
yesterday. But incidentally, it was the day off. I had to do a lot of errands and stuff. So I did. You know, I went to the dump.
All by yourself, because
and I
Kat
went
would
to,
rather play video games than be anywhere
pet
near
store,
you. How
grocery
sad.
shopping. I had 1 or 2 other quick errands to pull, while I was out.
How pathetic.
And stuff like that. So while I was out doing all that stuff, she basically was playing Assassin's Creed.
Yeah, it doesn't
for
want anything
dinner,
to do with you, dude.
ordered From
Take
a
the hint.
Mediterranean place. We had never ordered from this one before.
Okay, DoorDash.
And they had
We ordered
shawarma
DoorDash.
platters. Now again, not
Then
having
he's
ordered from
bragging
this place
about the
before, we
money
didn't know
he
what to
overpaid
expect.
for
So
as
she
he's
got the
begging
ham
for
and
money.
beef shawarma, and I got the chicken shawarma. I said, why not?
This guy's a public
We'll share and we'll each
masturbator.
try
He just gets off on getting away with it.
that they offer. This thing showed up. All right.
Complaining about DoorDash.
This was like those foldable cardboard containers.
No, I don't order DoorDash, Phil.
This thing was filled to the brim with food. It weighed, I'm not kidding you, probably about 2 pounds. All right. You open it up.
Sexy
It's got an
Tonberry.
insane amount of the shawarma protein. All right.
I don't know what that means.
On top of an insanely huge bed of seasoned Mediterranean rice. And then it's got a big corner that's Greek-style salad, diced tomatoes.
Greek-style salad.
onions, lettuce,
Right, of
and
course.
the feta
Definitely.
cheese
Yeah, I gotcha.
seasoning and that
Gotcha.
special dressing. And then it's got hummus in the corner with a bunch of seasoning on it. And then you get the pitas, right?
I don't know.
The pita bread.
You tell
And then
me.
dip in the hummus. So, my God, it was insane amounts of. There was no way we could finish it. We each ate for we ate for 15 minutes straight, and we were so full, and it looked like we hadn't eaten.
No wonder
that's how much
she's
food was in
fat.
the package. We're like, this is insanity. How much they put in here. It was
It's
absolutely
insanity how much you
delicious.
two
So,
put
We're
down.
happy because we kind of found a Mediterranean place we never ordered from before, and this one happened to be really, really good. So
Really,
we're
really
gonna
good?
probably eat from there, in the future for
Well,
sure. 'Cause
you
it was
know.
such a good find.
Yeah.
But outside of that, I mean, not much else to really say. You know, my wife played a little bit more Assassin's Creed, and I was doing stuff around the house. You know, we played with Jasper.
I don't believe you.
The house up a little bit. It was a more laid-back week. Next week will be way more hectic because next week, I got to go buy my Halloween costume for the Halloween marathon coming up at the end of the month. So now's a good time to remind everyone, please nominate games for the Halloween marathon. You can type !Halloween.
Don't nominate costumes though, because don't care.
On the members tab of this channel, members can nominate horror games as well, or any games. Remember, the most nominated games will become a poll next week where people will start voting to determine what games I'll play on the Halloween marathon. So please do that. All right, the more nominations, the better. That was really my day off. There's nothing else crazy that happened or anything like that. So really no reason to go nuts about talking about segments that aren't that big of a deal. You know, it's just nothing of no.
Yeah, you just wasted money on DoorDash, like always. As you beg for money.
Let's see, I'm just trying to think, is there anything else I want to cover before we get to the news segment? Probably not. All right, ladies and gents, it is time for my favorite segment. It's time for your favorite segment. It's time for everyone's favorite segment. Level 1 podcast. It is time
for the stupid person news. Hello, it's time for Dead Air.
For DSP News! Here we go. Sorry. A little build up there. Dramatic.
No.
All right, let's get to the stories.
Cool.
Story number 1. Microsoft and Amazon are facing a UK regulator's investigation. This time around, it's about cloud services. Wait a minute, it sounds familiar. Wasn't Microsoft already in trouble for cloud services during their Activision acquisition? Yes. But for some reason, the same exact UK regulator, the same one, is doing the same investigation, only this time it's not just about gaming, now it's about, in general, cloud storage. So the CMA, that's what they're called. I forget what that stands for. I had it and I guess I didn't save it. It's this regulatory body in the UK.
I agree.
All right. Here's what they're basically saying. They feel that cloud storage is unfair and a monopoly between Microsoft and Amazon.
99999 damage of
services,
hotness.
You just don't have a chance to store anything you have in the cloud. So here's what they kind of said. There's a number of features in the supply of cloud services that make it more difficult for customers to be able to switch
how
and use
exciting. I'm already
multiple
bored.
suppliers rather than just one. There's issues with charges that cloud customers have to pay to move their data out of the cloud. There's discounts if you only use exclusively one cloud provider.
Wow.
And there's technical barriers to switching between cloud providers that just make it not feasible. So essentially what they're saying is, if you're someone who has data in the cloud, and you might say, well, what kind of data? I mean, there's tons of data in the cloud. Right now, if you're on a phone and you use any of the major services and you take a picture and you say, I want to back up my pictures, it backs it up in the cloud. You're using it right now. Any game system, like if you have Xbox and you say auto back up my saves, that's backing them up to the cloud. Okay? You might inadvertently right now be using the exact services they're describing as an issue and not even realizing.
Wow.
So what they're saying is there's so much data now being backed up to the cloud that people don't realize they're paying for it. Did you know that? Did you know that there's incredibly large limitations on amount of data you can store? And then what they say is they try to weasel it in. They'll be like, oh, well, if you pay us another $1 a month, you get unlimited cloud storage, or you get like
storage.
double your cloud storage. And people don't even realize they're doing it, and they're like, oh, okay, and $1 a month, no big deal. So you're paying $1 a month, but that adds up. Imagine if every cell phone user out there is paying $1 a month to one of these services. Do you know how much money that is? Billions of dollars.
Oh my God, how crazy. Why do I care?
And what they're essentially saying is,
oh my
it's
God,
not a fair marketplace.
people making money.
Right now, on my phone, I think it auto backs up to whatever the cloud.
Don't you dare care how this scamming e-beggar makes his money, though. We gotta care how big corporations that actually provide services make their money. That makes a lot more sense.
I wouldn't even know how to do that. I have no idea, right? Same thing. If you're backing up your game saves with Microsoft, do you technically have to back up your game save on a Microsoft server? You shouldn't have to, but there's no way to not do that. Do you know the way to upload your game saves to someone else's cloud server?
No, and I don't care.
So I guess the CMA kind of has a point. When you actually think about it rationally, you're like, oh, I guess they do have a point. You're kind of forced to use these certain services. There's no competition. That's unfair. There's no way that there's a way for consumers to pick the best option. There
oh my God, poor
no
consumers.
Choice. It's just do what's there or don't use the cloud, and that's unfair competition. So this is a thing now. apparently. I get, it's funny because we
I
all say cloud
guess.
gaming. We
I'm
don't
going
care
to
about
report
cloud
on it.
gaming.
I don't know
You're right,
anything
I don't
about it.
either. Cloud gaming really doesn't exist in any kind of a real way yet. Although we did see last year when I tried that PlayStation Plus Premium that actually some of the older legacy games, PS3, PS2 games, did stream pretty well from the cloud. But overall, I don't think it's a concern as of yet. However, now regulators are starting to jump on this and say, now wait a minute. People are using it, and how is it fair that everyone has to pay the premium or they get pigeonholed, but forced into one lane of use?
I mean, I think that is being pigeonholed.
I was just thinking about it, like, yeah,
I think you did have the right term.
Back up my games on my Xbox, right? It's free to do. But what if I wanted to use a competitor? I can't. There's literally no way to do that. How would you do that? I don't know. You'd have to go out of your way to even figure out a way to do it. Microsoft just guides you to their service. That's it. So I guess they have a point.
I guess we'll see.
Okay, so that's happening right now.
Wow.
And it looks like there's going to be some hot water about cloud gaming in the future, but not just gaming, but all cloud usage. Okay? We have some really bad news reporting in regards to Telltale Games. For those who don't know, Telltale Games
Cloud, something is happening with the cloud thing. I don't know though.
Back to the Future.
I don't know.
Big prominence with their The Walking Dead series and spin-offs.
We'll see what happens, Joe. I guess.
Like
I don't know.
Among Us, Game of Thrones.
Man, that's some amazing news reporting.
Batman franchise and more. And then they went out of business because they overextended. They spent too much money getting all these IPs, and they weren't really making enough money on the sales end to maintain the model, so they went out of business. Then Telltale Games was bought by another company and reopened, and they restarted development on games. Like, they finished up The Walking Dead, then they continued on development of games like The Wolf Among Us. In fact, just last year, did you know?
When is that game going to come out?
Last year, there was a Tales from the Borderlands sequel.
Yeah, it sucked. It looked awful.
Huh? Yeah. Last year, there was a Tales from the Borderlands sequel. No one talks about it.
I saw the trailer because it looked terrible.
Yeah. Basically, what happened was the game released with little
like there was
to no
one of the main characters was like a big fat lunch lady, and another character was like a person in a wheelchair.
I remember when the first
it looked like they were going just full ham.
Everyone was talking about it because that was
like
the original
complete
Telltale.
ham.
The Telltale had that kind of
totally like McKidd's diversity level.
Like, media coverage slash.
So no one wanted to play it because it looked like literally insulting.
But no one even knew the sequel came out. I didn't even see a single review for it. So
well, you can look for it if you want to.
It was announced yesterday. Sadly, Telltale Games, for the second time, is having problems. They have
what does that
done
mean?
Tons of internal layoffs. Some people are saying as much as half the company has been laid off. They released the following statement. Due to current market conditions, we regrettably had to let some of our Telltale team go recently. We did not take the action lightly, and our commitment to storytelling.
Man, he sure does love reporting on the downfall of others. But if anyone talks about his downfall, you're a weird, creepy freak.
All projects currently in development are still
in
production, and we have no further updates at this time.
Wow, amazing.
Now, I hate to say this.
No, yeah, I'm sure you do.
I liked Telltale Games back in the day. I did. Like, those are.
You hate to say it. Why is it all you report on?
YouTube days. I think that the Walking Dead original season was so good. And the fact that I played these games on release day showed you options of making choices, how meaningful they were. Things like that. I think people really loved those playthroughs from back in the day and got me a lot of notoriety on YouTube, those choose-your-own-adventure style games, okay? Over the years,
it was good for you.
There became so many of them, the market became oversaturated, and then we had other companies like Don't Nod coming out with games like Life is Strange that competed, and once the market got oversaturated, it didn't really matter anymore. People forgot about those games, and basically they fell out of, even being good sellers.
They fell out of,
And that's why Telltale went out of business the first time. So to hear that they came back, and now literally they've released one game, and the game didn't do well, and now they had to lay off like a ton of their staff. Should I say what everyone else is thinking?
I told you so.
They probably shouldn't have come back to begin with. That style of game was for a certain time period, and that time period was over a decade ago. The era of heavy rain,
No, it means they need to hurry up and release Wolf Among Us and probably make a profit off of that, because that was well received.
But now these days, I think those games just aren't that popular anymore, right? It's over. There was a fad. There was a movement.
I want to play the Wolf Among Us, though.
But you have to recognize trends. And when you recognize that the trend is over, you move on. and it seems like they don't realize that yet. I think what it is there is a fan base.
Your
like,
pay
people
pigs don't
really
realize
want
that.
The Wolf Among Us 2. They love the Wolf Among Us 1 so much they absolutely want a sequel.
Yes.
But outside of that, I don't really hear anyone clamoring for other games from
Outside
Telltale.
of the thing that
So when
people
they made
want
a
to see,
sequel
no one
Tales
wants
from
to
the
see
Borderlands,
it.
it's like, why did they do
Oh,
that?
okay.
Everyone wants the Wolf Among Us 2, so why did they make the sequel to Tales from the Borderlands, right? Just give the people what
Gearbox
they
money,
want
probably.
and see if it's successful, and if it's successful enough to then fund other projects or whatever, then do it. But I honestly feel like this is a step in the wrong direction, and they might have screwed everything up. To lose an insane amount of their staff while they're trying to juggle projects is not good. I feel like they're right back to square one where they were years ago, on the verge of going out of business. So we got to see what happens and follow the story. I'm just a little nervous, honestly. That
Why would you be nervous? Why do you care? Why do you pretend like you care?
Oh, here's a fun story in 2023. Sony got hacked.
Doesn't that happen like every week?
We heard about this a few weeks ago, actually, that there was a rumor that Sony had been hacked and hackers were basically using ransomware to try to get Sony to pay big dollars. Now, we hadn't heard much about it since then, and we were wondering what could happen. What about games like Spider-Man 2 and things like that, right? Well, Sony did get hacked, but it wasn't what we thought. Listen to this, because this is the update to the story. Sony has confirmed they have had multiple server security breaches. And it's not game data. Listen to this. It's employee data. Yes. Employee data. If you can believe. So, if you're working for Sony, that's bad, right?
Okay.
Like, seriously. You can now have all your data leaked all over the internet. Okay?
Okay.
They've said upwards
End
of
of story.
6,800 current and former employees may have had their data hacked and been collected by hackers. The hackers may or may not be selling this data maliciously all over the internet.
Texture is messy.
So,
just laughing at the misfortune of others,
not what we
as
thought.
always.
It's not, game data
all this
and stuff like
is.
that.
It's
Anyone
every
who
time
worked
he
for
wants to
Sony
report the
could
news, it's just him
literally now
laughing
have
at people who
identity
have bad things happen to them.
and have their whole
happen to
lives
them.
ruined.
But if you laugh
Oh,
at bad things happening to him,
6,800
you're
employees in
mentally
Sony are at
ill.
risk? Is that it? Here's what I smell. Class action lawsuit. Right? I smell a big
All their
class
employee
action
data is
lawsuit
hacked
coming against Sony,
and released to the
which, by
public.
the way, if this is 100% confirmed, which it appears it is, because Sony apparently publicly admitted it, they don't have a leg to stand on. It is their legal responsibility to protect the data of their employees, and if they fail to do that, they're going to get sued and lose and have to pay a bunch of money. They're going to have to provide identity monitoring services to correct someone's credit. If their credit or identity gets ruined on the internet, they're actually legally responsible to fix that. Yeah, they're fucked. This has happened a bunch of times, by the way.
Okay, so why is it news?
So, I guess we'll see.
I guess we'll
what
see.
happens,
As I dig into my ear.
moving forward. But if you ever worked for Sony, I
Rub
would
it on my
say
pants.
immediately start looking into this, because the last thing you want is
Dig it
someone
to the other
messing with your
ear.
information and now,
Rub it on the pants. There. Look at this fucking dude.
Last thing you want is someone
Look, rubbing in the ear.
messing with your information and now,
Oh wait, I should get rid of the watching because I'm not watching Chill Murray.
you know, you're
There, rub it in the ear, goes on the pants.
because the last thing you want is
Rub it
someone
in the
messing with your
ear.
information and now,
Goes into the earwax collection on the jammies. What a gross
financial
motherfucker.
life is ruined if someone has your data.
Shit
and
like
can
this makes me
actually
think
go out
he
there and do
knew
shit.
the camera was
I guess the
on.
question is, what's the data? And of
Because he
course, they're
knows
not
the
gonna say
camera
that
is
'cause
on
that would
now
help.
when he does disgusting fucking
You know what I'm
shit.
saying?
You know what I'm saying?
But can you imagine?
Oh, the camera's
It
on.
has all your stuff, your personal stuff, your passwords, your fucking.
He knew
Hell, I'd
full
say
well
Social
the camera
Security
was on.
number.
That's my new theory.
Not good. But I guess it depends on what actually was.
And he
happening.
just
You don't
loves
know.
being a
They're not
public
gonna say.
masturbator.
So, how does
This
this
is
keep
just
happening?
gross.
By the way,
It's just disgusting.
right? Every few years, Sony got hacked again. It's like again. At this point, I would just take everything and go lock it up in like a fucking ice fortress in like Antarctica or something.
That doesn't make
No
any
one's going
sense.
there, right?
That's
no one's gonna go there to
illogical.
get the data. Like, I don't know.
I don't know.
just
It
keeps
wasn't
happening
funny.
over
It
and
didn't
over.
make sense.
All right.
Why
we
even
got one
say
more
it?
news story for today.
Get to it.
Ready?
Are you?
You may or may not have heard this one. I actually heard some people talking about it in chat earlier this week, and I didn't know what they were talking about, but now I looked into it. You ready?
Are
This
you
week,
ready?
Rockstar Games patched Red Dead Redemption. And when I say that, I mean it's the most recent port that they had just sold. If you remember, they just sold it, what, a month or two ago? And everyone was making fun of it. They were like, it's just a straight up port. Like, they didn't really do anything to improve the quality of the game. Why would you get this game again? It didn't really make sense, right? So everyone was like, it's a skip. Why would you get Red Dead Redemption 1 again on a modern console when it runs exactly the same as the previous versions? Well, basically behind the scenes, without even telling anyone, they patched the PS5 version of the game, all right? For the first time ever, you can now play Red Dead Redemption 1 at 60 frames per second.
Wow. Okay. Still not gonna play it though.
However, the PlayStation 4 and the Switch ports of Red Dead Redemption, which cost exactly the same price as the PS5 version, were not patched whatsoever. Xbox
I don't know
never
what else
got
to do with this
port. All right.
costume.
Xbox already had an upscaled version of Red Dead Redemption 1 running on it via backwards compatibility, and it looks good. It looks like good quality, but it runs at 30 frames per second. Okay?
We got white.
Only if you bought Red Dead Redemption
And we
new
got Spooky
port
Mask.
of Red Dead 1 on PlayStation
black.
5 exclusively.
I don't know, that's all
you
I
can
got.
play it at 60 frames. It's the only way to play the game at 60 frames per second right now. So if you're interested in playing Red Dead 1, which by the way is a very good game, a little outdated at this point, but it's still a fun story and some good gameplay elements there.
I'd rather play an RPG.
And you want to get
If you want to
60
black
frames for the first time ever, get it on PS5, but it's pricey. Isn't it like a full... I thought it was 60. Maybe I'm wrong. Is it 50? 60? It was pricey. Like, I remember people saying they're charging a ton of money for it for no good reason. Because it didn't have this mode. Now that it has this mode, maybe you can justify it, right? People are saying in the chat it's 50 bucks. Okay, so $50 for Red Dead Redemption 1 on the PS5, and it runs at 60 frames. The only way you can do that right now, all of the versions run at only 30. There you go. All right, ladies and gents, that's DSP news for today. There's a good amount of news stories to cover, right? There's always a good amount of news when I'm off, for whatever reason. That's when all the news happens, and I come back and it's like a dead week every week. Anyway, so, folks, today's a new release day. Today's the first day of the week. It would be great to get some support.
Tom Berries are fucking scary,
I'm
man.
an independent content creator. I don't have sponsorships.
They walked out. Here's the begging.
I'm essentially here
I
to
thought
just
you weren't a
put free
content creator. I thought you were a content
The
curator.
reason I'm still here for 15 years.
Begging.
If you could support today's streams in any way, I'd appreciate it.
Give me
Engagement
money.
is key.
Give me money. Give me
Liking
money.
the
Give me
stream,
money. Give me money.
talking in the stream chat, liking the on-demand videos, leaving comments on them, all helps tons. Things like super chats, memberships, gifted memberships, tips, all appreciated, and that's what keeps all this content going, particularly this week. My goal by the end of the week would be to get 650 members. I like it. I don't know if I'll hit that. We had it 2 weeks ago, and then we lost it. I don't know if we'll get back to that or not. It would be great to hit just a few members today.
It'd be great.
And of course, my goal continues to be, let's hit the tier 1 tips goal every stream this week. If I can hit that tier 1 tips goal every stream, that would be spectacular, and that would help out, especially with the cost of all these games coming out in the next few weeks that I got to drop money on. It would help a ton. So if you can do that, thank you in advance.
You're welcome in advance.
And that's that. I think it is now time for us to get to shout-outs and then some open Q&A for a little bit. So shout-outs. We start off today with Mr. Game Master with a super chat. After 5 months, Redfall has gotten a 60 frames per second patch. Wow. Yeah, no one cares.
Wow.
No one cares about Redfall. The game is
No one
terrible.
cares
I'm not
about what
gonna
you're
talk
telling
about
me,
it. It's
Pay
just wasting
Pig, but thanks for the money, dipshit.
Thank you for the super chat. Mango did a super chat. Mango Jewel Paws, that is. I'm not part of the FGC. I'm not trying to be competitive, but everyone wants to see me play against the pros and greats. Make it make sense. Sure. I'm not competitive. I'm not part of the FGC, but everyone wants to see me play against the pros. What's not to understand? Just because I don't have the desire to become competitive doesn't mean people don't want to see me try to hang with the pros. That's like remember when I played Snake Eyes, how people freaked out?
No, they
People want to
didn't.
see me get to that level. I don't know why. I'm not going to play
What
at a competitive
level?
but people want
It's
to see
random.
It. It's pretty much a matter of fact.
You didn't earn that or anything.
I don't know why you think it's rocket science. Zender Taker.
Get dunked on.
Did a super chat this morning.
Dent
Wishing you
Tractor.
well, thanks for entertaining us. You're my favorite gamer. Well, thank you to Zender Taker for the very positive and kind words. Let's get
What
you
a
up on the leaderboard
dipshit.
as the latest super
You're
chatter.
my favorite gamer. It's like an insult towards you. If DSP is your favorite gamer, that means you're very
Watch
sheltered.
Both Terrifier movies. I'm aware of them, but for what I'm going to understand, they're essentially just gore, right? Like, it's just supposed to be, like, really
Hey,
disgusting,
Photoshop is not
excessive,
closing.
nasty, over-the-top gore. I don't know if I'm down for that in 2023. I've been there, done that when I was younger.
Play Mortal
I don't know
Kombat.
if that's really something that I want to, you know,
Yeah, I'm gonna,
partake
you
in
know.
today. But we'll see.
We'll see what happens.
I'll take your suggestion into consideration. Let's put it that way.
And the consideration has ended.
All right.
The answer is no.
That's it. I have nothing on the tip side of things to shout out this morning. No tips have come in yet. So, what do you guys want to talk about? Tag me in the chat. We'll chat for a little bit before I go on my break. And then we'll jump into
Q&A
Assassin's Creed
already.
Mirage. What's on everyone's mind?
This is going quick.
What are the burning issues? What's going on, Juan David? Good morning.
You want to talk
Do I
about
think
the
using a pro
suggestions
joystick
that you're
is an
getting?
advantage to Street Fighter, not anymore. At one point it was many years ago. Not anymore, because now all the games have had such dumbed down inputs and or input shortcuts available that you can literally play it at the same level on a pad, so there's no advantage anymore.
Then why don't you play on a gamepad?
Knickerbocker says, "Did you
Boy,
leave community response
careful.
on your suggestion post?" Do you not explain how this works?
Oh,
Or do you
wow,
not
get
understand how
angry.
this works? I explained it the other day. So we have a community suggestions post right now on the main channel page of this channel.
Getting
People are
mad at the
posting up,
person
and
asking
every
you a
day
totally
I am
reasonable
approving people's
question.
posts. What we're going to do is either at the very end of this month or the beginning of next month, we're going to sit down and we're going to read through those on the podcast. That's the point. I don't have time to go through all of them now and address them. We're going to do it all, as you know.
You could do it right now instead of begging for attention.
For probably a few days at the beginning of every month. And it'll be a great way to take them in. I can tell you, this is a good one. I'll consider it. This one that we can't do, here's why. And that way people will feel
That's what
like
he's going
they've
to say to
got their
all of
stuff
them. I
addressed.
can't do it. Here's
No, I
why.
have no chance right now to do that. How would I do that?
I can't do what you're telling me to do. Here's why.
So no, that's the premise of it, is that you get an ongoing play suggestion box. You put all the suggestions in there, and then we take a chunk out of time to look and review those suggestions in the future. Okay?
Sure.
No, my wife does not dress up for Halloween.
Nope. Okay. I mean, she did.
I saw The Devil, same actor as the guy in
Before.
Old Boy, very good movie. Oh, I've never seen Old Boy. Is it a Japanese movie? I don't know about that one. Thanks
No,
for the
Old Boy
suggestion.
is Korean, I believe.
Vincenzo Plate says PC players are playing on high
I think-
hertz
I
monitors,
think.
like 500 hertz monitors. It's crazy the advantage they're getting in competitive play with crossplay. I'll take your word for it. Again, I don't know the technical aspects of that stuff, but I'll take your word for it.
I could be wrong.
Jade, good to have you here today. No, I've never pet a duck before. Ducks don't like to be pet. Oh, it's Korean. It's a Korean movie.
Yeah.
I Saw the Devil. Okay, I'll have to look into it. Have I considered playing fighting games with a regular controller? Thing is, I've played on a joystick for so long that I know it would be more of a learning curve for me to learn it on this than on the stick. Now, I've played fighting games on this before, just not really Street Fighter. Okay? I mean, I think eventually I could. I just think like it's easier for me to play on joystick.
I thought there was no advantage.
Also, I'm used to playing with 6 buttons. Are you aware that a lot of pad players don't use all 6 buttons? They use shortcuts. They can use like triggers and stuff as shortcut buttons. But for me, I like just pushing the real buttons on a joystick. Again, it's what I grew up doing. It's what I'm just used to doing.
Okay, so there's an advantage.
Am I planning to do an interview with Mutahar? When you say Mutahar, isn't that guy? Some Ordinary Gamers, I think is his name on YouTube.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, you
if
replied to him on
would you like
Twitter.
to hear the story, because basically this happened. I guess there was a little bit of interaction with me and him on Twitter a couple months ago, and literally no one has asked me about this.
Yeah, why are you pretending you don't know who he is when you followed him on Twitter?
So basically, I guess the guy doesn't like me.
You DM'd on
There's been
Twitter.
many stories about me over the years, how he hates me, how he thinks that I'm a bad person, a bad gamer.
You are.
I very much unfairly. I
You are
make
a bad
YouTubers
person.
Look bad. I have no idea how he ever came to that conclusion.
Reality?
But apparently, he doesn't like me. Okay.
An objective
So,
analysis of
A few
the
months
world.
ago, for whatever reason, I can't even remember what it was. Like someone had said that they wanted to interview me again. Now, I had an interview earlier this year. You know how it went. I told you guys I'm not
Yeah, it went
interested in any
terrible.
further
You got
interviews. I don't give
exposed
two
as a
shits about
liar,
anyone has to say.
and a scammer.
I just want to make my content and be left alone. Correct? In fact, really the reason I'm not interested in your interview is how it affected you guys. You guys told me for like 2 months after that Side Scrollers interview that all it was drama for you guys, and you didn't want to deal with that. You just wanted to have fun with me on stream, and you hated that it went that way. Please don't do this nonsense anymore. So I've done my best this year to stay out of drama, correct?
Absolve yourself of all responsibility for being exposed as a liar.
Basically,
who lied about not playing
there was
WWE Champions.
on like Twitter, and again, I don't know because I have all these people blocked or whatever. I'm not paying attention.
No, he's not blocked.
People wanted to interview me, and I guess this guy Mudahar was one of them, and he had said that he was going to pay me $5,000 for an interview.
Yep, and that's when you
But I had
unblocked
him
him.
blocked on Twitter. He's like, if people could get him to unblock me, I'd like to
You
talk
smelled
to
that
him,
money, and so you unblocked him.
So I unblocked him,
Mhm.
and he DM'd me, and all he basically said was, I want to do an interview with you. I'll pay you $5,000 for it, and I want to cover common questions and things that people have on the internet about you. He says it would not be personal, meaning when he says that, it would not be about your wife, it would not be about family members. It would essentially be about you and your streaming, your business, and how you operate your business, and all kinds of shit like that. Right? And really,
Why didn't you
it was
take
a
the
very
offer?
nice message. He was very respectful. And within that day, I responded right back to him. I said, first of all, and this is, I'm just paraphrasing, but first, I said, first of all, I'm not accepting any payment for any interview. I refuse. I'm not important enough of a person to accept payment for an interview. So the answer is no, I would not accept your offer of $5,000. I said, if you want to pay something, you could donate it somewhere. If we did an interview, go donate $5,000 to a charity. Or we could talk about a charity to donate it to, because I don't want to be a part of accepting payment for an interview. But hey, maybe if it goes to a good cause, then
That's
something good comes
dumb.
out of it, right? And what I responded was, it's this simple. I don't want to talk about the same drama shit that everyone already asked me about. Like, the whole point of me doing that interview with Side Scrollers in March was very simple, so that all of the answers are in one spot. If you want to see my side or my take or my answers on some of those, what I feel are really stupid personal questions that have nothing to do with my business, but if that's what you want, the answers are there. They already asked all the questions. I answered to the best of my ability, and those answers
No,
are
you
never going to
didn't.
change.
What's your
because they're
account
truthful,
name in WWE
right?
Champions?
So why
You
would-
never
if you ask
revealed
me in an
that.
interview and you ask me the same fucking questions that those guys asked me, you're going to get exactly the same answers.
That you're going to send him an email,
So I
but
said,
not
so
unless
no,
he's
if the
there to
interview's
delete the
gonna be
email
about that
immediately?
same stuff,
That's the answer he's going to
then the
get?
answer is no, I'm not interested. However, if you want to do interviews about anything else, you want to talk about games, you want to talk about, hey, my work ethic. Hey, you know what? If people had an issue with the amount that they think I e-beg, fine. We could talk about that. I'm down for that. But the thing is, I don't want us to talk about the same bullshit that people keep bringing up over and over. The fucking mobile
I like how he
game
put
shit,
e-beg in
the
quotes.
fucking bankruptcy shit. The shit that's no one's business, by the way.
It's public
It never
business.
should
It's
have been
public
anyone's
record.
business. It's stuff that people force to the forefront as a reason not to like me, despite the fact it has nothing to do with what I do on my streams
It's
at all.
literally
Nothing,
public.
right? How many times have we talked about that stuff in the last many months that I've told you guys I'm done with drama? Zero. How much fun have we had on stream because we're not talking about it?
Zero.
Tons, right? So that's why. Why the fuck would I ever have to bring that shit up ever again? It doesn't affect any of the content we make together. So, again, it's like to entertain these morons out there who just want to keep doing ridiculous stuff.
Like
right?
what?
The interview in March served the purpose that it served, and it's good for that. You
Yeah, it
wanna
exposed
see
you
my
as a
answers to
liar.
bullshit? Watch the interview.
He's wasting
You don't
all your
have to
money on
believe
mobile
my
games.
answers, but you know what my answers are. There's no point in me ever doing a second interview about the same topics. My answers will never change because it's truthful answers from me. Okay?
What's your
So,
account name in WWE Champions? You never
what I did
answered
bring-
that.
I said, I think if you want to have a good interview, sure, let's bring up the stuff that you don't like about me, like the e-begging or whatever. But let's talk about that
E-begging or whatever.
Let's talk about how those guys all became fucking snakes after the fact, and literally for the last many months have profited directly off of slandering me and everything about
What
me.
slander?
'Cause I think that would be something people would like to hear about.
What slander?
Because it's pretty obvious that's exactly what they've done.
What
If you look at
lies?
Their behavior, not only
How
with
did
me,
they
but others
actually
since
lie
then.
about you?
I think that would be a great interview exposing how bad they are as people, as content creators, right? I'm willing to talk about
No.
that or anything else you want. Just don't ask me the same questions, okay?
They treated you
So
with
that was
kids'
my-
gloves.
that was
They
my
treated
response
you
to
like
him.
you
I
have
never
Down
heard from him
syndrome.
since. No response whatsoever. He just-
Okay.
as if I never responded. Didn't even say, "Oh, thanks for the response." He just
Yeah,
never
because your idea was to slander
So the
side
answer is,
scrollers,
no,
and so
I'm
he's
not
not
doing an
he's
interview
not
with this
going
guy,
to help you
apparently
do
he
that.
wasn't interested in anything besides the same exact drama questions that have already been asked, expecting that my answers would change, which they were not going to, because I've already said my piece.
Wow,
the truth
what a
about the
lunatic
situation,
answer.
And that's that.
Hey Phil, I want to give you $5,000 to interview you about how you lied on your bankruptcy forms. Well, first of all, I don't want to talk about any of that. Second of all, don't give me any money. And third of all, let's talk about how the side scrollers are a bunch of snakes and they slander me. Mutahar probably thought you had brainworms. He probably thought you had dementia, and he's like, I can't work with this insane idiot. Like, okay.
So
there you go. It is what it is.
It's that simple.
Okay.
Right? So, if they're not going to get what they want out of it, they know it didn't hit his spam folder because it was through DMs on Twitter. So he definitely read it. He just didn't care for my answer, and that was it. Never heard from
Yeah,
him.
because you sound like a crazy person.
So there you go.
There you go. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Keep begging for money as you turn
RGB
down
says, "Did you see
thousands
Jurassic
of
Park in
dollars
theaters?"
for
Yes,
no
I did with
reason.
my parents, it was amazing. It was the first movie ever to have THX surround sound.
I don't want to accept money for an interview. Now ask me questions in chat and also attach money to questions and I'll answer them. But if someone offers me money to answer questions, no, I don't want to do that. Though, by the way, someone give me $5 to ask me what's for dinner. Well, here's what's for dinner. DSP, what's wrong with you? Do you just like to beg? Because you just like begging. Just get off on it.
It felt super realistic and scary, basically,
Okay. It's weird. It's almost like he just loves begging. Like a public masturbator loves masturbating in public. Even though it's obscene, nobody wants to see it. Everyone thinks it's gross. He just gets off on doing it, getting away with it.
Treat or the two
Not being locked up
I think
or
I saw Trick
beaten.
or Treat ages ago, and I think I saw the first of the two It movies.
Okay.
Yes, it is hot here. The sun is beating on my office. The office is heating up insanely, and there's nothing I can do to cool down. I have to sit in this office and sweat all day because I don't have air conditioning anymore. Why the fuck would I have air conditioning in the house in mid-October? Right? I'd be an idiot. But we have fucking summer weather right now. I'm glad to hear you're feeling better, Iron Man the Power.
He's sweating in October. Because the fart box condo he begs for money on to pay the mortgage doesn't have any air conditioning.
Big fans in this office because all you'd hear is the fan. You'd never be able to hear me talking.
We already hear the fans.
It's a small isolated office. All I can have is like a tower fan. It's going right now. It's cooling me down as much as it possibly can, and it doesn't really work.
I mean, I live in Texas. It's hotter here, and I'm not sweating. In fact, I'm wearing a long sleeve shirt.
Yeah, Sunday, I don't know. Says you haven't played any first-person shooters in a while, so maybe the Modern Warfare beta would be interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Why don't I have air conditioning in my house? Because these houses out here don't have central air. In the Pacific Northwest, the climate used to be much cooler. We didn't have hot summers. It used to be moderate. And to install central air, when I moved here 10 years ago, I was told $13,000. I would assume with inflation, probably it would be around $18,000 today. I don't have $18,000.
Please don't stop wearing those goofy shirts. It's too hot. Why are you giving him money just to insult him?
Finance my home and actually do some home
You're even dumber than he is if you're giving him money.
Look what's happened in the last 2 years.
He's just gonna dunk on you and be like, "What? You mean it's too hot? This shirt? You mean this breezy shirt that breeze? You think I should wear like sweaters, right? Yeah. Oh my god. Okay. Anyways, thanks for the money, stupid."
And it was cool for 2 weeks, and now we have summer weather.
What a moron.
So, what am I supposed to do, right?
Like, hey. Wrap it up. Go ahead, wrap it up. Yeah, he's gonna be like, "Oh, what, you want me to wear no shirt like Richard
Do I have
Vutek?"
Jasper as my phone background? No, I usually just have like generic landscape stuff, like a mountain or something. Nothing special.
Okay, how uncreative.
Well, let's see here.
Why don't you have like a video game background, Mr. Gamer?
Samwise Gamgee, you don't know what you're talking about. He goes, don't you have a furnace? You could upgrade for $6,000. Like, I love know-it-alls. I love it.
I mean, everyone knows more than
I've already told the story
you.
a million times. All right. In a nutshell, the homes out here were not designed for central air. The whole entire system of
Then why do your neighbors have central air?
To heat the house, not cool it. It doesn't even push air properly to the second floor like it's supposed to. When I had a guy come out here when I first moved in, he walked around the house and he's looking, he's like, yeah,
you know,
like, basically, even if you installed a central air unit right now, you would not get any air conditioning on the second floor.
Then how do your neighbors get it?
Level, because the whole ductwork and everything is wrong for that. So you'd have to redo your whole duct system to have true central air, and it would cost you, at this time, he told me $13,000. That was in 2014. Today, 2023, I guarantee it would be like $18,000 to $20,000 to redo this. So I don't have that money.
Hint, hint.
Again, in the future, if the fucking economy turns around, if this inflation goes away and everything, right?
No,
It
it doesn't go away.
Right now,
when
I'm
have you
fucked. I'm
seen
stuck where
the
I am.
price
I
of
can't
the?
do anything.
When have you seen the value of a dollar go up? It goes down over
Air
time.
conditioners. I have one here, one over there, one down the hallway, and we had them running all summer. No exaggeration, in the hottest summer ever and the most expensive ever. The electric bill was off the charts, how much money I paid to get those running every day. And then I just took them out like 2-3 weeks ago because it was the fall and it was cooler. We had 2 weeks of autumn weather, and now all of a sudden we got summer again. So I'm fucked, and there's nothing I can do about it.
Seth, beg for money.
Mr. Game Master, thank you for that super chat. Mango Jewel Pods re-upped his membership. Stop wearing goofy shirts. It's too hot. All right, I'll stop wearing goofy shirts. This is a very goofy shirt, obviously. Very, very hilariously goofy, right?
Yeah.
No one wears these shirts but me.
I agree, Phil. Whoever gave you money to say that is dumb. We're in full agreement there. One of the few things we can agree on.
I received a $5 tip from Super Snow Carl Turbo HD Remix. He says, don't at me, but I think Hitman is the better assassin genre game. I'm not a fan of the story premise of Assassin's Creed. Like, why is it through virtual reality, man? But I think the whole idea is that it's not. Like, what you are experiencing it.
Oh my god.
Okay. Through VR or whatever. But it actually really historically happened. You're experiencing it through first person. Through
No, you're not.
Animus. But it actually did historically happen in the past. You understand?
What?
Again,
I'm confused.
Assassin's Creed. The series has been out for 15 years. Thanks for that. And I also received a $20 tip
From One Minute Man.
So thank you to 1 Minute Man. Let's get you up on the leaderboard.
I guess he tips
just
during the
recorded it.
pre-stream because he didn't get enough attention by
It's been almost
giving
a
him
week.
money at noon
We
every
still have
day
not
his time.
Seen the best Halloween animation, the highest level, the $100 Halloween animation.
Boo-hoo. Hint,
is
hint,
not
hint.
played yet because we have not had a $100 tip.
Mm-hmm.
Will we have a $100 tip by the end of this
Hint,
month?
hint, 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 hint,
I
hint,
don't
hint,
know.
hint, 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 hint,
But,
hint,
I
hint.
guess we'll see.
I guess we'll
But,
see.
Hasn't happened yet. Thank you very much to 1 Minute Man for your ongoing support of all of my content on a daily basis. I really appreciate
Daily
that.
basis, even
And
when
that
you don't
are currently
stream.
the top contributor to the stream.
If he gives you money when you don't stream, why don't you count it towards your next day's tip goal? Hello, Mr. Burnell.
Looks like I've received a $3 tip from an anonymous tipper. Thank you to the $3 tip, anonymous tipper. Very nice of you.
No notification. You don't even get a
Okay.
animated GIF.
Well, folks,
Is that it?
I do believe it is time for us to end the show. It ran long as usual on my day back. Usually it always runs long on my day back from break, right? We always got a lot to talk about. Thanks for a great show. I really enjoyed the show. I think it's time to adjourn it for now and take a little break, and then I'll jump into Assassin's Creed for today's game playthrough. We'll see how this first session is and go from there. And I thank you all. Tomorrow, I'll obviously have my first impressions.
What a
on
boring
the game.
pre-stream.
Talk a little bit more about Street Fighter 6, any news that's going on, and the like.
Okay.
So
Are
I
you going to
thank
do the
you
jump
all
scare?
very much for another great podcast.
Let me mute it. He's going to do the jump scare. Is he going to do it? Did he already give up? Oh, there it is. Oh, funny. That's a really good idea for a jump scare. You just make it so predictable that everyone sees it coming. That's how jump scares work. This guy understands horror, for sure. We got an It's a Gundam video. Let's check it out.
Thing I have ever.
Hopefully, God, I'm not even gonna talk about what happened yesterday with that It's a Gundam video. I literally needed to take a drink to try and get that out of my brain, but apparently it didn't work.
Let's begin. First comment. This is literally the worst thing I have ever seen. Who gave her this show? I hate this on so many levels, not even about being sexist. I just
Nothing
hate it in
happened.
general.
Nothing happened.
All right, let's hear some more. Oh my God, one more of these ads in my feed, and I'm deleting YouTube. Who was like, oh hey, let's give the most unfunny person ever a show.
Lily Singh reminds me of DSP. This isn't clickbait. It's a fact. Lily suffers from YouTubeitis. It's a disease that affects content creators that popped off a long time ago, when the bar was much lower. And as time goes on, the game changes. It becomes more difficult. You go from easy mode to prepare to die mode. And they fail to evolve, much like DSP, who seems to be the prime example of YouTubeitis. And that might seem like a harsh take to say that Lily Singh is like DSP.
He said, in an attempt to give the right answer.
But in fact, it's kind of true. As time went on and her shtick grew stale with her viewers, she lost relevance. Despite the fact that YouTube constantly promoted her and pushed her and put her in all sorts of programs to make her the face of the site for a hot minute. The only people that stuck around with Lily Singh were her most hardcore stans. And as we all remember, Lily Singh was blessed with the chance to have a late night talk show, a dream many of us will never get to achieve. And all she had to do was pull a Conan O'Brien. You come in, you be funny, interesting, vibrant, fresh, new, hip, alive. The college students can't get enough of you, babe. And you make the established late night host look old, dated, and out of touch. But there is a fatal flaw with this plan. Lily Singh isn't funny. Like, she's really not funny. Shockingly not funny.
Jeez. Remember when Drew Barrymore produced Donnie Darko?
U-Tunes teamed up with me and my lead designer, Anus. Yes, that's her call name. On a vinyl figure, big and fluffy skin.
Okay.
Just how talented she is. And I'm not trying to be mean to her, but god damn it, woman, you couldn't take out Jimmy Fallon? He's the rotting corpse of comedy. Like, just get a broom and sweep him off the road, baby.
You're on a gravy train with biscuit wheels.
Lily's comedy works for adults that are in a consistent state of arrested development and adolescence. What kept her head above water for all those years was the fact that her fan base grew up watching her. But the problem was, as they became older, their interests became more sophisticated. Lily just became whack. Once again, just like DSP. He didn't evolve. And then his fan base was like, this dude's whack. The moral of the story is, safe comedy isn't funny. And Lord knows I know with every video I upload.
But I have an excuse. YouTube is up my ass and around the corner.
Shrewd, old man. Shrewd as a baby's bottom. That's good thinking. You're definitely not getting banned.
Well, anyway, let's get to the point. We are here to watch a TED Talk posted literally right after her show was canceled on NBC. And Lily Singh has words for you. In fact, it's your fault the show failed. You egomaniacal, sexist bigot.
No one has ever done me justice, beginning with God.
So when I was born on September 26, 1988, my grandparents and great-grandparents back in India
BRB.
didn't find out for 2 weeks, which is a shame because, I mean, look how perfect I was. And it's not because the phone lines were down or because they weren't available. It's because there was a complication with my birth. And that complication was being assigned female at birth. You see, because my mom had been told that if she gave birth to a daughter, it wasn't worth phoning home about. After all, she'd already given birth to my older sister, and this time everyone had high hopes that she would do right and have a son. But she didn't. She had me. And so there were no congratulations or Indian sweets sent our way.
Well, I thought it was a very lovely story.
Within the first minute of the video, Lily talks to you about her birth and the oppression of being a woman around the world. The victim complex she has is monumental. This is coming from a person who is handed amazing opportunities in Hollywood for just being a, and I quote,
female, check. Colored, check. Bisexual, check.
Bisexual woman of color.
And you're like, I'm not gay. I'm bisexual. What does it matter? Everybody, we used to call that buy now, gay later. Oh, yeah. When you're like in 10th grade and you're like, I'm bi.
Is there enough space in space for women? Who wrote that? Are people really still asking that question?
Operation Make Space for Women is ready for liftoff.
Well, I'll see you on BitChute. You are on BitChute, aren't you?
She has tanked any project that she was the focus or lead of.
Famous. Like, Charles, you were so convincing as Uncle Fester in the Addams Family. And Ernie Johnson, you were great as the scary ventriloquist dummy in Toy Story 4. Now, and Shaq, as far as I know, Shaq's never done any acting. D-Wade is a good friend of mine. Give it up for him. He really is. Give it up for D-Wade.
He's already dead.
Outside of YouTube. But then if you really want to split hairs, she tanked her own channel. 200K views on a channel that has 14.6 million subscribers is not exactly good. That's literally a step above life support.
Yeah, to visit my grandfather for the first time in my adult life. And whew, nothing could have prepared me for what was about to happen. I vividly remember it. I was in the car, driving to his house. He was standing outside. I nervously got out of the car, walked up to him. He walked up to me. He looked me right in the eyes, and he raised his hand and decorated me with a flower garland, a gesture fit for people of importance. He then proceeded to welcome me into his home, my mom by my side, and proceeded to show me all the newspaper clippings he had saved with my name and face on them. He said the words, "He was wrong," words I had never heard a man say before to me. He said that I had done what no one else could have done, and I had made the family name proud.
Patriarchy has been defeated. He put flowers around her neck. She's an important person. This TED Talk should have been called Diary of an Egomaniacal Brown Woman. The self-flagellation that we are witnessing in real time is astonishing. Lily Singh proceeds to break her own arm to pat herself on the back and snap her spine to lick her own lady bits.
Salaries and titles and those dollar bills. So I thought, I'd chime in here. I learned very quickly that whenever I spoke of money, people got a little uncomfortable. Like the time I pointed out the gender gap in the Forbes list for online creators, a list I'd previously been on. I remember wanting to start a critical conversation because I saw this article and I was heartbroken. You know, the digital space had always been a place that I thought was without gatekeepers, and here it was looking just like old Hollywood.
The gender pay gap for YouTubers. How Lily Singh can't seem to fathom that she fell off at the time is truly astonishing. Once again, this is DSP energy. People liked watching Let's Players and not a chick doing an impression of her parents for the 1000th time. And they uploaded more frequently than once or twice a week. So the algorithm rewarded them for putting in the time and effort. While you were busy hobnobbing in Hollywood trying like hell to transition from YouTuber to movie star, they just completely and utterly ate your shit. It's just a game. That's how it works.
I was looking just like old Hollywood. But let me tell you, the internet was not interested. I don't know how it's possible, but it literally felt as if Twitter leaped through my screen and body slammed me onto my desk. Now, the message was clear. You can be on this list, but don't try to start any conversations about the inequality on this list.
Play the victim and you will be the victim.
Good Lord. Instead of Lily Singh looking at the facts and going, you know what, I fell off and I was too busy putting my energy elsewhere, she screams basically patriarchy. And she got roasted on Twitter for it and learned absolutely nothing from the experience. DSP energy again.
Am I so out of touch? No,
It's the children who are wrong.
Nah, Lily Singh didn't fall off. It's just that YouTube wanted to pay more money to men than women that year. Those sexist bastards.
Is why I'm not in a relationship. Yeah. A lot of the men at the table did not like me telling them why I didn't need a boyfriend.
Why should any of us give a damn? But the dude who said you're a 30-year-old acting like a 16-year-old was a really harsh burn. You know that shit had to cut her deep because this happened almost 10 years ago and she's using it in the TED Talks now.
I quickly learned that there's an invisible gatekeeper called culture. And the table is smack dab in the middle of it.
Everything is sexist. Everything is racist. Everything is homophobic.
The gatekeepers of the table is the culture itself. Only a woman who's had her ego stroked for a decade could be this delusional. I see why she's bisexual. It increases her chances of finding someone because she's a goddamn hard pill to swallow.
2019, I made history with my late night show, A Little Late with Lily Singh. Thank you. Thank you. There I was, Lily, the baby born a brown girl, rubbing elbows, or at least time slots, with comedy royalty. And I remember when this show came out, I remember all the articles because they looked practically identical. Bisexual woman of color gets late night show. I almost legally changed my name to bisexual woman of color because that's what people called me so often.
Over the weekend, she tweeted, quote, female, check, colored, check, bisexual, check. Throughout my life, these have proven to be obstacles from time to time, but now I'm fully embracing them as my superpowers.
Horseshit! Lily Singh was gifted a late night talk show where she got a chance to shine. Instead of coming in having the attitude a man would have, where it's like, okay, you're giving me a chance, I'm gonna show you what I can do. She complains about not getting enough writers and not getting enough of a budget for this monumental time in history. She acts like having a late night talk show gave sight to the blind and cured Fred of lupus. I highly doubt Conan O'Brien would have complained this much.
But other times, I would receive notes like, don't be so loud, don't be so big, don't be so angry, smile more. And my all-time favorite, don't over-index on the South Asian stuff. After all, everyone else at the table who's been sitting there for years, people are used to them. I might be a little jarring to audiences.
Lily, it's a job. Even I get notes, you dork. And I'm not making a fraction of the money you made for that horrible late night show. Or getting articles written about me, calling me a genius or a hero. Instead, Newsweek called me an alt-right troll.
Too. Because for the first time in history, we had a woman, not to mention half South Asian woman, become vice president of the United States.
Wow, celebrating Kamala Harris being vice president. That's like giving a child 5 gold stars for not waking up dead.
The right choice. And as always,
she sucked dick to get her job.
At this point, I started to zone so far out, it's not even physically possible. I've taken mushrooms and didn't space this hard. Lily Singh talking became white noise. I had no clue what the hell this segment was about or its relevance. She just kept yammering on.
Sexism.
And I'm pretty sure it had something to do with, I don't know, being a woman and oppression and, because she's had such a tough life.
Women are assigned 10% more work and spend more time on unrewarded, unrecognized, and non-promotable tasks. Basically, what this means is all the things men don't want to do are being handed to women.
Yeah, Lily. Men keep all the fun jobs for themselves, like construction, working on oil rigs, ice road trucking, garbage men. It's just another nod to the gender pay gap that has been debunked so many times it's not even funny.
Cornell have paid careful attention to it. The two were puzzled that the gap between male and female earnings has persisted even as more women were entering the workplace, graduating from college, and delaying childbearing. And this is where overwork comes in. For one thing, the pay is better for a 50.
Oh yeah, when Kamala worked in the state attorney's office, it was literally revealed that she sucked off her boss in order to get a promotion. And that short jump from that to vice president, I guess.
50+ hour work week.
And then on the presidential debate stage, she called Joe Biden a segregationist bigot, and that somehow earned her the spot of running mate.
Corporate world places a huge premium on long hours, and so doubling one's work week far more than doubles his or her salary.
Partner to a
Second,
segregationist
and
bigot, according to her.
overwork is more common among men by a
What an
ratio of 2
accomplishment.
to 1, and that ratio has been stable for at least 2 decades. Women are less likely than men to enter jobs that require extremely long hours and less likely to stay in such jobs. I'll note here that the authors found no evidence that men who overwork were paid more than women who do. Wage gap activists are aware that women work fewer hours overall, and that this explains part of the gap. Their solution? Change the workplace. Why not make the workplace work better for everyone, they say, by discouraging overtime and workaholism?
Up next, invest in potential. When investing in women, don't invest in the 1:30 a.m. time slot. Invest in empowering something different. Invest in a new voice. Give them the support they actually need. Cultural change takes time and money. Heck, it took my grandfather 25 years to see that I was worthy of more.
Wow, invest in women. NBC didn't invest enough in Lily Singh's bad late night talk show. They should have done more. She's a woman. Equity. The thing I hate the most about Lily Singh is she goes from talking about how successful and amazing she is to being a victim. At the flip of a switch, it's either she's Superwoman or she's infantilizing herself and women as a gender as a whole. Like, you can't have it both. You're either brave, powerful, amazing, and can do anything, or you're helpless and you need handouts. Which one is it?
Proof. Because so often that proof doesn't exist for women. Not because we aren't qualified, but because we haven't been given the opportunity. In other words, if you're trying to be inclusive, don't give someone new a seat made of straw until they prove they deserve a better one. Don't hold them against something called a prove it again bias, which requires less privileged people to constantly keep proving themselves, even though white men tend to get by on just their potential. No, give them a seat that they can thrive in, that they can do the job you hired them to do in. Allow them to
So the system of proof doesn't work. Not because women aren't capable, but because they don't get a chance. But you got multiple chances to do mini shows and you failed. So what's the excuse there? You've proven multiple times you can't do it, even with the potential they thought you had. I don't know. I'm probably just a misogynist bigot. Says I can't see how amazing she is. The white man comment, I don't disagree with, because Jimmy Fallon is the poster child for mediocre, painful comedy.
This is the greatest show on television because there is no host in late night that pretends to care the way you do.
Compete against the only other woman that was invited to the table. Instead, we need to build multiple seats for multiple women, not just 1 or 2, so that women are not sitting on top of each other's laps fighting for one meal. We already know that more diverse teams perform better.
Lily Singh proves that inclusion is a bad idea because all people do is bitch and moan and ask for more, no matter how often they fail. You can never do enough for them. The problem with inclusion is when you just give people something simply because we should have more people here that are different, doesn't mean that they got there on merit. And if they didn't get there on merit, they have no idea how to just enjoy what they have because they always feel they deserve more, which this is a perfect example of. A multimillionaire given multiple chances to succeed and failing, then doing TED Talks and bitching. For some reason, she can't figure out that life isn't fair. Now suck it up.
Let me lead by example right now and say I know there's many other women that are going to come on this stage, and I hope they all nail it, and I will be cheering you all on because we can all win.
We can't all win. This is the mindset of a child. Life teaches you fast. Not everyone's a winner. Not everyone will be in the history books. If you go on a dating app, there's a 90% chance if you're a male, you're not going to get anywhere. That's just how life is. Hell, being happy seems like it's only available for a select group of people in the world. Lily Singh has been failing upwards endlessly. And watching this TED Talks, you would assume if you didn't know her, she was blacklisted from Hollywood and everyone put obstacles in her way to keep her from success, rather than propping her up and giving her every chance to succeed. It's a really weird sort of cognitive dissonance to her situation. Case in point, she was on the Today Show 4 days ago to promote her children's show, something Unicorn Island. To say that the interview was cringe is putting it lightly. You see, the fact that she goes to places and she's constantly being pumped up, fluffed, and treated like she's one of the greatest minds of our time is why she has such a disconnect from reality when she fails. Because even when she does something that sucks, people just sit there and tell her it's great.
Now with the incredibly talented and hilarious Lily
Is that
Singh. She
DSP
rose to
parallel
fame
again?
on YouTube, where her videos have combined for more than 3 billion views.
And she's gone on to write, produce, and star in just a slew of projects, including her new animated series in collaboration with Headspace. And it's called The Mindful Adventures of Unicorn Island.
I love it. In it, her character, also named Lily, learns mindfulness techniques to deal with real-life problems.
Now, if you watch some of her Unicorn Island show, of course, she's the lead actress. She's the lead character. The character's based on her. She also has a fursona. Here's a clip if you want to watch it. I don't care. This sucked in every sense of the word. I've wasted a day of my life that I'll never get back. And when I'm on my deathbed, I will
brace
deeply
yourselves. Oh, I thought I was gonna show a clip. I guess I didn't want to. Well, that was a black pill moment, huh? Sorry. I didn't know that would be so much of a downer. But when is Gundam very uplifting?
I just wanted to say before we started the video, a big thank you to all of you guys who have been watching. We hit 100 subs and then we hit 200 subs, and now I'm seeing creators that I watch in my comment section.
Hey.
I'm even getting a shout out on Iviga's channel. So I really appreciate all the likes and the comments and interactions. That stuff's so awesome. I really do read all of that stuff. And I wanted to give you guys a big ups before we started the video, just in case you don't make it to the outro where I'm going to do it again.
Good evening, everyone. Phil here, and welcome to the Daily Wrap for what was my final consecutive streaming day of the week, October 4th, 2023, a Wednesday. We got a lot to talk about today.
I guess I'll email the costumes off.
Street Fighter stream, I've got a lot to say.
More excuses and coping, I'm sure.
Now, I'll more fully go over this when I come back on Friday, because tomorrow is my day off. But we did a little experiment tonight with Street Fighter, and I have empirical proof of what I've been saying all along. I'm very pleased that we did it this way. Let's talk.
Something tells me, just by the way he said the word empirical, that he doesn't actually understand what that means, and he's using it improperly.
Okay. Tonight's Street Fighter 6 stream was likely the most interesting one I've done in ages, and here's why. When I played Street Fighter 6 on Monday night, this last Monday, it was my first ever master-only stream.
And you got absolutely obliterated. And we all remember the conspiracy segment that we got the next day. You're absolutely certain that Big PC is plotting against you and it's all the Cannon brothers' fault. Yeah, we remember.
And as I was playing it, I distinctly noticed that as I was playing, the game was dropping my inputs, making it so that the timing of my combos, that was basic combos, would not come out properly online, and was essentially making me lose a lot of matches.
He says the game was making him do that. The game made him drop his inputs. The game made him lose. I mean, yeah, on a really fundamental level, the game did make you lose. If the game didn't exist, you wouldn't have lost, for sure, whatever. But the game is not plotting against you. I don't know why you're so convinced it is. I've never heard someone theorycraft so hard about why they lost an online match. Which, if you recall, he said in the last video that it's just practice anyway, so I don't know why he's so butthurt about it.
And I surmised in my head that the reasoning that this is probably happening is because I would guess that the vast majority of people who are at master level are playing on PC.
And now he's surmising. Someone needs to take this guy's dictionary away, or his word of the day calendar, or wherever he's pulling these words from. Between empirical, surmising, and curated, this dude needs to just stick to words that he knows. I know that he thinks it makes him sound smarter, but everyone else just sees a clown who's out of his element using big words that he doesn't understand.
It has been discovered, not really discovered, but it's kind of been a known thing in the FGC that if you're going to be a pro player at this point, you need to have a gaming PC because you have less input lag and less dropped inputs and less delay when you play these games
Should have
online.
taken
Where
the
is
one
he
from
getting this information from? Like, he
Richard
knows if
Vitek.
he's going to say this shit on stream, he's going to get a bunch of pushback from a bunch of different people, obviously. So if there's some sort of forum or social media post that he could pull up on his stream, he should be doing that. If he had some sort of conversation with an FGC guy behind the scenes, he needs to post those DMs. Because when he says things like this, like, oh, it's just known in the FGC, he's not really telling us anything or proving a fucking thing. Maybe the biggest reason that FGC players play on PC is because they want to stream the game, or they just want the most customizable setup possible. Like, it really could just be a preference outside of the game. But we would never know because he doesn't ever provide any sort of proof at all. And all these claims about less input delay, less dropped inputs, this, that, and the other. Dude, you have, again, no evidence for this at all. How are you, someone who's never played Street Fighter 6 on PC, going to tell other people who do play Street Fighter 6 on PC what their experience is? And again, if he could just get evidence of someone else saying that these things are true, someone that does actually play on PC and experiences this, the story would be completely different, but he's just theory crafting.
Now, I know that sounds ridiculous.
No
but it's
corroborated
true.
evidence.
Initially, when they analyzed
No
Street Fighter
corroboration
6
whatsoever.
when it came out, it looked like all platforms were equal.
And I'd rather believe those 4-month-old experiments that were done with the proper tools to do experimentation than whatever half-baked experiment your gin-filled brain thought of while you were seething before bed.
But you're going to notice something when you watch my gameplay both from Monday night and tonight is the telling thing, so I'll explain in a moment. You're going to notice the vast majority of people playing in Master Tier are playing on PC. Why would you think that is?
And I said this before in the last video, and I'll say it again just as a refresher for anyone who didn't see it. My main theory, aside from this just being entirely a cope, is that PC players tend to just play more seriously, and that's one of the reasons they would have bought a PC and spent all that money. Because playing on PC can become a very involved process if you let it. So I imagine someone who's willing to put the time and the money to play on PC would probably put in the time and dedication to get good at the game. Now, I know this isn't a universal rule, but it's been my experience, especially when I switched from console to PC years and years ago, that the caliber of player on PC is just higher typically.
Coincidence? It just so happens that everyone has a PC version? No. Someone actually on my stream tonight pulled up sales statistics, and here's what they found.
And this will be another example of DSP citing sources and not showing his stream at all. Because if someone really cited these sources at him, they should have DM'd it to him and he should have brought them up on his OBS and showed the stream. Because DSP is a compulsive liar and I really don't trust anything he says at this point. Especially if it's gonna support this weird conspiracy theory that he's got going here. Like, I know it's just sales statistics and I wouldn't think that he would lie about it, but really, how hard is it to just pull it up on the stream? It would just add a level of authenticity.
57% of people own this game, Street Fighter 6, on PS5. 23%, excuse me, own it on PC. Only about 17% or 13% own it on Xbox, and then like 7 or something percent own it on PS4. Okay?
And that right there is why he should have just pulled up the goddamn numbers on the stream.
extra
Specifically because
costume.
last time he said that Xbox was like 15%, and then he just said that it's 17% or maybe 13%. It can't be both of them. It's got to be one or the other. And if he would have just pulled the numbers up on the stream, this wouldn't have been a question at all. And PS4 is 7 or something percent. And I know I've been out of school for quite a while, not as long as ALT or anything, but I don't ever remember being taught or something when we were learning our numbers.
So
okay,
Xbox
new
is
poll.
almost
Poll is
PS4,
up.
you'll never probably
There's
play
a
anybody
poll.
on PS4, quite frankly. It's
Vote
always
in the
going to be
poll.
someone on PS5 or PC the vast majority of the time. Almost no one bought it on the other platforms, okay?
If you add up the percentages from Xbox and PS4, you get about 25%. So about a quarter of the population of Street Fighter 6 is almost no one, according to DSP. A quarter of the player base is nobody. How am I supposed to believe any experiment that comes from a guy who describes a quarter of the player base as nobody? It's just not an accurate descriptor.
So if that's the case, if over 50% of the people who bought this game own it on PlayStation 5, it stands to reason that when I'm playing this game at the master level, if it's fair and if it makes sense, then I should be playing more than half my matches against people on PS5.
I mean, sure, in a perfect world, but that's not typically how things work. Most things don't work out exactly how they should statistically. Just because 50% of the player base is on PS5 doesn't mean that 50% of the time you're going to be fighting PS5 players. Just like in how some games there's map rotations, and sometimes it feels like you're getting the same map all the time and you never get the map you want, even though they all have the same percentage chance of popping up in the rotation. Sometimes it just don't work out perfectly.
We did the numbers tonight. Are you ready for this? So I think it was a total of 27 matches. And when I say matches, I mean, let me rephrase that. 27 sets. 27 sets against 27 different players, okay?
It's like you just said the same thing in today's pre-stream.
4 were on PlayStation 5. 2 were on Xbox. 21 players at the master level were on PC. And before you say, well, how do you know? When you're on PlayStation and you're playing PlayStation, it says it right on the screen. I only fought 4 PlayStation players tonight, despite the fact that more than half the people who own the game own it on PlayStation. Only 4 people at master level were on PlayStation. Now you might say, well, how did you know about the 2 Xbox? Someone was actually looking up the accounts of the people I was playing and researched them and found 2 Xbox players. So we could be off by 1 or 2, but essentially they found the accounts. Those are Xbox Live accounts. Those are Xbox Live players.
This is the worst experiment I've ever heard of. Like, he didn't even look up the accounts himself. He was just trusting whatever Dent was in his chat saying this. Not exactly a very scientific method, especially when there's so many goddamn LARPers in his chat. You can't trust anything them people say. And isn't all of this recorded on the Street Fighter 6 website or whatever? Like, they have footage and all of the information from every game that you play. That'd be such a useful tool for Phil to utilize and show on stream.
So yeah, 2 people on Xbox, 4 on PlayStation 5, 21 players on PC. You do the math. You do the percentages. That's an insane amount of players at master level are playing on PC only. Why? Because there's an unfair advantage. There's no other explanation.
There's no other explanation. It literally couldn't be anything else. It couldn't be that he's getting old and his reaction times are turning to dog shit. It couldn't be that he's not actually as good as he thinks he is. It couldn't be that he doesn't put in nearly the amount of time that is required to play at a competitive level. It's not the joystick. It's not the TV. It's not even rollback netcode's fault. It's just that PC has an advantage. Whatever nondescript, uncertain advantage that is, that's obviously the only answer.
Why, if over half the people who own this game own it on PS5, would so few people be playing it at master level on PS5? Because all the PC players have an unfair advantage, and they got to master, and they're just abundantly playing at that level because it's unfair.
It's wild to me that he doesn't even consider that maybe despite there being more PS5 players, they're just not nearly as skilled on a statistical
What are you linking me to, Nurgle?
That he really thinks for this to make any sense that PC has to have an advantage. That the numbers couldn't just work out this way naturally. And again, presenting this as if it was some sort of evidence to prove his point. He showed no supporting data at all. And the only thing that he can even claim is these random handful of games that he played on a random Wednesday night. In order for an experiment to be reliable, it has to be replicable, and there's no way possible to replicate what he's done here. Like, this whole thing really was just play a bunch of games, figure out what platform they play on, kind of, and then declare that because there's more PC players, they inherently have an advantage. That doesn't prove anything. You just look crazy, and you say it with such certainty. This guy really got himself with his own pignosis.
And that sucks, you know? Now, I'm not saying they're cheating. What I mean is, for example, they're not using macros. They're not having to do moves for them. But essentially, they probably have way less input delay. They probably have way less dropped inputs. And their connections just in general are better.
All of that is speculation with
Save
no
it for
evidence.
next week.
But go on.
While I'm playing, and like I said, I played on Monday night, my moves were dropping constantly. Right in the middle of a 3-hit combo. Roundhouse, Fierce, Coward Crouch, Fierce. Second Fierce doesn't come out. First Fierce won't come out. What?
And it's very telling that your first thought when these things were happening was instantly that it was the game's fault, that the PC players must have had some sort of advantage. I don't think for 1 second you even considered the idea that it might have been you. But that's just how big this guy's ego is. He did nothing wrong. He did everything correct.
What the fuck are you talking about? It's boom, boom, boom. It's the easiest combo in the game. I've done it thousands of fucking times since I played the game in June. How the fuck are you going to tell me I don't know how to do a 3-hit combo yet?
They're not saying that you don't know how to do the 3-hit combo. But even if you've done something 1,000 times, it doesn't mean that you can't fuck up the inputs. It doesn't mean that you can't mistime it. You could work at the same job for 25 years. But that doesn't mean that every task that you do, even if you do them every single day, you're gonna 100% nail flawlessly. Because that's just not how life works. It's not that consistent. But instead of taking this and learning from it and just having to better yourself, you've instead completely shirked all of the blame onto the game.
The game is actually unfair online. If you're playing anyone who's PC and you're not on PC, they have an advantage over you. They don't have the same issues with dropped inputs. They're getting better input delay. You know, they can react. How is it that I'm instantly, when I do my drive impact, they get drive impact and counter hit me?
It's because they're better than you, and it's really as simple as that.
But when they do it, as soon as I press, nothing happens half the time. Just, where is it? Where is my drive impact? It never comes out. It's not fair. It's bullshit. And I really feel it's a problem. I knew all about this earlier this year.
But it wasn't a major complaint of yours up until now. So just like the Mr. Wizard situation, instead of saying anything and being vocal about a problem that's in the community, you decided to keep your head down because it didn't affect you? That just sounds like cowardice, Phil.
When I was talking with other people in the FGC, and they were telling me about, did you know that there's actually operating systems that are being created on PC that are being tweaked to run fighting games better for less input delay and less dropped inputs with rollback netcode?
There's operating systems? Like a Windows or a Linux operating system. I find that very hard to believe that someone bothered making an entire operating system to play Street Fighter 6 with less input delay. But again, he doesn't show any evidence of this. He doesn't show these DMs. He doesn't tell us who he was talking to. And this might sound lazy on my behalf, but the burden of proof is not on me. I'm not gonna go out looking for this strange operating system that he claims exists, because I believe the game is working as designed. Phil's the one here who's got this extraordinary claim.
Street Fighter 6 is one of the prominent games that this is being featured in. So, yeah, it's pretty sad that the vast majority of players who got to Master got there only because they're playing on PC. Now, that's definitely a generalization. That's me being salty. They didn't get there only because they're on PC, but you know they had an advantage.
I would like to point out him walking back that statement, though, because it is one of the only times I've ever seen him walk something back because even he knew that he was just being salty. And that's commendable to some extent. So I'm going to give the man some credit, because he typically doesn't have that sort of self-reflection.
Right? Every single time I'm playing these people, I have to work twice as hard. I have to have insanely perfect timing. I have to try so hard. There were matches tonight. Again, oh, by the way, of the PC players I played, I won 12 and lost 11. I think that's what people said. It was 12 and 11, something like that, okay? If that's the case, if you look at the matches, you'll distinctly see I have matches won and my inputs don't come out. I'm in the corner and I'm doing a combo and the combo just drops for no reason, and then because the move came out that was the wrong move, they get a full punish combo, game over. Or I'm just standing there, they do a drive rush
taking
across
your
the
word
entire
for it
screen,
quite
low
a
kick, and I
bit.
block low, game doesn't block, game over, 70% combo. And it's like, I didn't do it.
I mean, there's no way for us to tell the difference between a dropped input or you just mashing or pressing the incorrect button or getting the wrong timing. So to say that we could go back and tell, I mean, that's just not true. We just have to take you at your salty ass word for it. But I do think it's really funny that he mentioned them getting a 70% combo just because he dropped his input, when that was one of the huge reasons he gave for not liking MK1. He said over and over and over again that he didn't like the game because all it took is one hit and all of a sudden they were getting a 60% combo. But that happens in Street Fighter 6 and he doesn't even bat an eye at it. Only that it happened because he apparently dropped an input.
Sorry, I will not take credit for a loss when I'm not losing. If you outplayed me, if you fooled me, if you tricked me, if I made a horrible mistake, like I'm spamming drive impact, I miss an anti-air, I do the wrong move, that's one thing. But I'm not going to say, oh yeah, these people massively outplayed me, when literally it's because the execution doesn't come out because the fucking netcode is worse on PS5. Or the input delay or whatever it may be. That's bullshit.
You don't have to take credit for a loss for the loss to remain true. So by you not taking credit, it doesn't change the outcome at all. It just makes you look like a salty bitch. And no one's looking for you to say that you got massively outplayed after every single loss or anything. I think if you just had a little grace in your defeat and just kind of accepted that you lost the match and moved on, nobody would have a problem with you playing Street Fighter 6. But you've never been capable of just accepting a loss. At least not in the 15 years that you've been on YouTube, and there's evidence that even before you were on YouTube, you couldn't take a loss then either.
It's not fair. So you might say, well, are you going to just give up? No, I'm not. But I'm going to have to accept the fact that moving forward, and we're going to continue to track this, by the way. Well, every time I play this game at Master, we're going to see how many people are on PC versus how many people are on console, and what's my win-loss ratio, okay?
I'm really curious as to what he meant when he said that he was going to have to accept and then he cut himself off. But obviously it was more important that he told us he wasn't going to let this go and he was going to continue to be a salty little baby. And that we're going to continue to track this so that he can gloat about how he's beating PC players, even though they have some weird fake advantage over him or something.
But the way I see it is, we're going to continue to track it, but I'm not going to give up. I worked hard, really hard, to get to Master with 3 characters on PS5. Probably harder than most of those people who were sitting there on PC because they had the advantage over me the entire time that I was trying to grind up there. That's pretty ridiculous and unfair. And we have the evidence to fucking prove it.
Hey DSP, your victim complex is showing, because again, with literally 0 evidence, that he had to work harder, maybe even twice as hard as these PC players because they had the advantage the whole time. This advantage that he's only been talking about very recently that he convinced himself of actually at the day prior.
There is absolutely no reason why on any given night playing at Master Rank, I should be playing literally 90% of the players on PC when only 20-some% of the players own it on PC.
So in the last video, we could see from Piece of Pieces information that just under half of the people that he played were on a console. So I don't know where he's getting this any given night 90% are on PC thing. And then again, the stream that was directly before this segment that he's talking about, according to his own numbers, it's only 77% of the players were on PC. And I think anyone who's done any sort of science experiment worth their salt would never call 77% 90%. Misrepresenting your results is a surefire way to make you look unreliable. And these are based off of his numbers because I don't have Piece of Pieces info on this one. He was just too lazy to do his own actual percentages so he could talk accurately about the thing that he thinks is evidence. Just goes to show how meaningful and curated this content really is.
That's ludicrous. There's obviously a direct connection between that, and that's not fair. So I'll talk more in depth about this on the podcast come Friday. And we'll go from there. But yeah, it is pretty disheartening to know that this is the situation. Remember, back in the day, everything was equal ground. There was no PC version of the game. It was either you play on Xbox or you play on PS3, and there's no crossplay.
And people asked for years for crossplay to exist. Because you know what's more important than even competition for a silly online game? Is having a good time with your friends and making happy memories with them. So regardless of whatever downside comes with crossplay, I think being able to play a game with someone who shares a common interest with you is more important.
So everyone was on the same amount of input lag, the same amount of issue with the netcode. Everyone had the same issues, and you just had to deal with it. Now it's like, this person has an advantage over this person, this joystick's better than this joystick, and this one is this. It's like, what the fuck is this? All I want to do is play a game and get good, and I can't.
Odd that he would use the joystick as an example, being that he's the owner of a brand new joystick. So he at least acknowledges to some extent that the advantage that a joystick might give him is equivalent to any other type of advantage anyone else might be experiencing.
Because the way you designed your game is flawed. That's sad. Especially because this game has such good netcode. And the fact that I lose to nonsense. Like, no exaggeration, there was a Zangief, and I'm not saying the Zangief was bad. This guy 360 grabbed me through everything I tried to do. Was he perfectly timing it, or was the game deciding to drop my inputs and give him the mashed 360 because he was on PC?
The only reasonable assumption that you could come to is that he's just perfectly timing it and your ass. That's just the mindset you gotta have.
It was ridiculous. I was in the middle of a combo on the guy, and he got a level 3 super. I did not mistime the combo. The combo was perfectly timed and should have connected, and because he mashed level 3 super, and he's on PC, it gave him the level 3 super.
And how do you know that it was perfectly timed? Did you run the entire game's code and inputs through your fucking brain before it happened? That just doesn't make any sense. You are not allowed to say that it's perfectly timed. It's not up to you. The game doesn't actually care what you fucking think, because you don't get to decide when things are perfectly timed and when they're not.
It's not legit gameplay. It's sad.
But that's going to do it for today's video. I thought it was a nice follow-up to the previous video, especially with his new empirical evidence that he presented to us. Obviously, it's all a big cope and or a sly way for him to start begging for a PC. I mean, he's got to switch to PC at some point, right? But I want to say big ups to all of you guys for watching. I really appreciate it. The support is always nice, and especially recently is wild. You guys are crazy. Hopefully I see all of you guys in the next video. But until then, make sure you guys check out other detractor channels and dive deeper into that Snortex.
Nice, nice. I don't know. Is he ever going to be a PC gamer? I think he's too old at this point. Man, look at all those comments. New up-and-comer. God, we don't have a whole lot of highlights from today's pre-stream, I guess, other than Kat just choosing to stay home and play video games instead of spend any time with DSP on their day off. Which, I mean, it just means that she doesn't want to spend time with him. Like, that's literally what it means. It's like she'd rather stay home and play Assassin's Creed, one of the lowest rated Assassin's Creed there is. And also him revealing, I guess, the conversation between him and Mutahar about how, like, he didn't want money for an interview, but also he didn't want an interview. Which is weird. So it's like, you didn't want the interview anyways, so it didn't matter how much money you were offered. Like, he could have offered you 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. You didn't want to do an interview. So him trying to say, "Oh, I don't take money for an interview." It's like, you don't take anything. You don't want an interview. I mean, he was just trying to make himself sound, I don't know, not greedy, even though he's greedy. It's really dumb.
What I do? That woman would be
Hasn't made a single dollar since the pre-stream.
You are a street thief with dirty feet.
Almost like people don't really want to watch his gameplay.
Yourself down this path.
Because being a street thief is not the peak of my ambition.
You're just funding his continual existence.
Look out, you stupid idiot.
Just cannot.
Stupid idiot.
Almost, Jessup.
These facial animations are great already.
What is this?
Aha! This is my latest creation. It helps me fend off angry merchants when they catch me digging around their wares.
What's that?
I will consider myself.
Was that a Dark Dave Mirror clip? Or was that
foul? What is that?
Is that from
I've
live?
been fishing at the harbor since morning.
God, these faces look terrible.
The harbor. Did you happen to see or hear any fuss over a chest?
Ah, yes, a black one. Very beautiful. Some burly guards took it with them to the palace.
Shukran laka ya Jasip.
What is he looking at chat for?
They want that chest, and I am going to get it for them. Then they will see.
That will prove he's worthy to
There
be
is
an
just no
assassin.
getting through to you, is there? Then we will do this together. If you get caught at the Winter Palace, they will kill you on sight.
Yeah, an Ubisoft original. That's the level of quality. God, is Far Cry 5 gonna go down as like the last?
We've been a super chat asking about DLC characters Street Fighter 6 again. I don't really think too much about the DLC expansions.
Yes, you do.
Especially during a new release. I've already said multiple times, I would prefer new characters to returning
Quit
ones, but I'm not gonna
interrupting the
put too much thought into
game
that
to
right
talk
now.
about games.
Alright. Alright.
Shall we go scout the Winter Palace now?
Quit interrupting my game talking about
Oh,
games,
so you have
man.
to actually initiate it? What would you do outside of that?
You're interrupting the game.
Like, what would I be doing outside of that? Stealing this chest, maybe?
It's like, no.
Can I rob this chest if I want?
No wonder he gets barely anything during the actual gameplay. He doesn't want you to talk about anything other than the game he's playing. So they're like, well, I don't want to interrupt the game to talk about anything but the game he's playing. So I guess I'll just sit back and do nothing. What's Perry doing? What are you up to, Perry? Nothing. Burping. We're burping. We're burping some more. More burping. Gonna burp again? Yep.
This is Lenny from Long Island. Not Leonard. I'd like to come over and sing some U2 to you. I'm a 61-year-old virgin.
Not allowed.
Yeah, I looked at the suggestions that they had. That was earlier in the stream. Well, that was
And
anticlimactic.
O2 elderly to watch Grandma. Robin? That clip will be Robin? As you watch me fuck Perry and fill his throat with blah, dairy. Fuck me piggy, old woman, ho, Korean one.
Shut up.
Are we doing just one word responses now? Man, this is the low effort
Your
stream.
tests came back and you do in fact have AIDS
What's
and
going on, Perry?
syphilis. Please microwave your crotch for 20 minutes.
You're a liar!
Is that it?
An asshole. Sean H. To make up for Monday's stream, I, Perry Carvel, will donate all. No, I will not donate all proceeds of my stream to the LGBTQ charity. Fuck you, you lying son of a bitch. My stream will never get donated to the LGBTQ community. You cocksuckers can go straight to hell.
Oh my god.
Spin the wheel, Perry. That was for $20.
Eat a jelly bean.
Bitch.
Slam
We're
it.
done.
I don't want to hear you say that again, Perry, or otherwise there's going to be dire consequences. Spin the wheel and be happy about it. You just got paid $20 to eat a jelly bean.
Blueberry toothpaste.
Seems Tom is kind of fed up with Perry's attitude.
Blueberry toothpaste.
Slam.
Ugh.
Those are both
Toothpaste.
okay flavors. Which one did you get?
I said it's toothpaste.
No, you didn't say that. You said
Ugh.
It's either blueberry or toothpaste, so it's toothpaste.
Ugh.
Use emotional support water bottle.
Oh, Perry, you're wonderful. You should give Bob Levy that stuffed testicle tiger. Never your microwave.
Near your microwave.
What happened to you in 1992, may I ask? Mind your own business about what happened to me in 92. If you want to know what happened to me, go look at an old video that's on 9 about what happened to me in 92. God, stop asking me about 92. End of story, over and out.
Oh shit, I didn't pay attention to the stream poll. Whoops.
Christ.
Derp. Totally forgot.
Gape Master. Shore Steel's slimy sausage grease jar in camera. Or on camera.
Let's start with that.
Dimebag Dirk says you use a lot of sausage grease as jerking lube.
Lovely.
And lip gloss. That's a lie. And then no, Dirk would never say anything like that.
Damn.
Dumbasses.
Look at that curve.
Dimebag Dirk. It's
That
Dimebag
is one-
Daryl, actually. And Dimebag Daryl's no longer with us.
One tight strap. Alright, let's look at this poll. Who won
Sorry
the
to
poll?
say. Great person, great guitarist, great band, Pantera.
Oh, my choice. Okay.
Oh, well.
What have we got here?
Didn't I read this one already? Oh, no. So, Gate Master, congrats on your new role as Perina, the Italian princess warrior.
I'll just do Diva.
Monday is Columbus Day. Buy an Italian flag and dip it in. No, I'm not doing that, stooge.
I like Diva.
Buy an Italian flag and dip it in sausage grease. Hell no. Hell no. Idiots.
I guess they're giving Perry
Anything that just pissed me off.
a break.
On his stream yesterday, Stuttering John said he fingered your butt, your bum while he let you blow him at a Stern book signing. Was that also in '92? I never blew a guy one. I met Stuttering John. I don't remember which, if it was at a book signing or at the Comedy Store, but I remember meeting Stuttering John. It might have been at another Howard Stern event, rather than it's the book signing. There was something over here in Woodland Hills at a reopened nightclub that Stern did over here.
No, you met
Back
Stuttering
in-
John. I was with you when you met him. One of the times you met him, it was at the Comedy Store. Remember when he blew you off? He didn't know who you were, and he
didn't blow me.
No, I saw him before I met you.
Okay, I know that. I'm saying the most recent time though was at the Comedy Store, because I was with you.
That was one time, not every time. But I saw him before I was there with you. Was that maybe it was a book signing? Might have been Pasadena. No, it wasn't Pasadena. It was after that. Pasadena, Westwood. It could have been in Woodland Hills at the over by the old theater. Turned into a nightclub. I don't remember.
Classic.
I don't remember.
Here's the model.
Hey Perry, how did your obsolete electric razor repairs go? Have you ever taken a disposable lighter in for refills?
I don't deal with lighters, number one. I don't smoke, number two. Disposable lighter for refills.
Perry's
I might be stupid about.
Perry's having a laid back stream today. I guess they're trying to give him a bit of a break. Because that is a sleepy stream. Don't know what else we got here as far as videos go. The Tragedy of Ultimate X-Men 41 from Aki Dave. Let's check this out. A little bit of variety in the week. It's a cool animation. He's a furry though.
The story begins with a kid waking up. A very 2000s kid. We see a corn poster, one from the movie Alien, pictures of the X-Men, and one of Spider-Man. He heads down the stairs, rocking a Punisher t-shirt, and he notices how quiet the house is. No breakfast, and the sink was left running. He calls out for his mom to make him breakfast because he's late for school, but the house is quiet. He looks around the kitchen and he sees the t-shirt and pants lying on the ground. He makes one last call to his mom before leaving a note on the fridge. Heading outside, there's no one there. The neighborhood is an absolute ghost town, with only a dog collar on the ground. The kid is confused but moves along. As he enters the next block, he sees cars and people moving around. Finally, examples of life. He looks away and walks the rest of his route to school. But what he doesn't notice are the cars crashing into buildings and the people that are once living their lives dissolving into smoke. Written by Brian Michael Bendis and drawn by David Finch, Ultimate X-Men issue 41 exemplifies why the Ultimate line of Marvel Comics worked. The Ultimate line of books was created in the year 2000 by the at the time Vice President of Marvel Comics, Bill Jemas, and Editor-in-Chief, Joe Quesada. The goal was to create a fresh start for newer fans without ditching decades of Marvel continuity. Characters were made younger, and this version of the Marvel Universe reflected the contemporary 21st century. Unless you're Spider-Man and maybe the Marvel Zombies, the Ultimate Universe is seen in hindsight as edgy and creatively bankrupt. Either creators didn't stray enough for the main continuity, or they strayed too hard into mature subjects that were executed in problematic ways. Even Ultimate Spider-Man, which is the best received product from the Ultimate Universe, has fallen under critical analysis. The Ultimate Universe had cannibalism, incest, slurs, Greg Land, and Greg Land. Despite that, there were good moments in the Ultimate Universe that had nothing to do with Spider-Man, and one of them was Ultimate X-Men issue 41. Speaking of, the kid finally gets to school and he meets up with his girlfriend. She asks him, why didn't he call last night? But he responded with the excuse that he couldn't use his phone past 10 p.m. She teases him and he gets annoyed, but before they can finish talking, she looks in horror at what's happening behind her boyfriend. The students' mouths and eyes erupt into smoke as if they exploded from the inside. The kid notices, and when he looks back at his girlfriend, she begins to melt while holding on to him. Her last words being, "It's you." Every student around him begins to melt until only their clothes remain, and all he can do is look in horror. It's later and we see a cave. A man walks in and lights a match in the dank cave. It's revealed as Wolverine, and he lights a small fire to set camp in the cave. A voice screams at Wolverine to get out of there, and that's revealed to be the kid from earlier. Wolverine is sitting in the makeshift campsite and takes a beer from the 6-pack he brought. The kid warns him that he'll die if he is near him, but Wolverine assures him that he won't. The kid comes out and Wolverine offers him a beer. The kid recognizes Wolverine as an X-Men. In this universe, they're kind of celebrities and well known. Wolverine tells him that his name is Logan, and his healing factor prevents him from getting hurt. Logan tells the kid that he found them because of Cerebro, which is Professor X's mutant finder machine. The kid is a mutant, and he's the reason why all those people, including his parents and his girlfriend, died. He starts to break down into tears. Logan barely looks at him, not in annoyance, but in sorrow. The kid then asks Logan how many people did he end up killing. Logan asks if he's sure that he wants to know that, and the kid is indecisive, but ultimately chooses yes. Logan reveals that he killed 265 people, according to the news, but there could be more. Logan then explains that the night before the incident is when he hit puberty, and that's usually when mutants develop their powers. The kid's mutation is that he radiates a series of toxins and acid-like poisons, meaning that he vaporizes anyone that's around him. The kid breaks down again, and Logan apologizes while drinking. The kid says that he can't live like this, and Logan agrees. The kid stares at Logan with tears down his face and takes the beer that Logan offers him. While opening the beer, he says that he should have done more with his life and enjoyed things more. But Logan just glares at him in response. The kid goes on to say that he was supposed to start looking for colleges. He wanted to go to the national stock car race, and he wanted to drive cross country the following summer. He even laments that he and his girlfriend never got the chance to be intimate, and that makes him start to wail and wish that he never was born. Logan assures him that nobody knows that he's the one who killed those people. It will be covered up as a chemical leak. The kid tells Logan to tell everyone that he did it, that he's the biggest loser of all time. But Logan stops him and explains that if the government finds out that a mutant mass murdered people, even by mistake, it will be used as an excuse to kill them all. The big picture is that no one should know the truth of it. Understanding what Logan is getting at, he just stares at Logan, and Logan just looks away. The kid then asks Logan if he had one chromosome that moved to the left, he would have been an X-Men? Logan says, maybe, before telling him to finish his beer. The kid looks at the ground. The shadows start to envelop him. His last words to Logan are, just do it. The comic ends with the panel zooming in on the entrance of the cave, and Logan appearing outside. It's now daytime. Ultimate X-Men issue 41 is a great book. There's a running joke that there's an endless amount of X-Men in the main Marvel universe, to the point where creators created events where the number of mutants fluctuated for a while, so there wouldn't be. There are also X-Men with weird abilities where they could only live in the X-Mansion. So with the Ultimate Universe being merciless and morally grey with a hint of asshole, the idea of a mutant not getting that X-Mansion ending was interesting. It helps that the story is told straight, and the main kid, who never gets named, isn't made the butt of a joke. The comedy in this book comes from the real-life desperation and the thoughts one would have if one were going to die. So it's not haha funny, it's just respectfully uncomfortable. Even Wolverine doesn't make jokes, but he doesn't lie to the kid either, nor is he cruel. There are panels where you just see him sad and accepting the things that he has to do. Not to save people from dying, but to save his race from being wiped out because the government saw one of them do something wrong by mistake, which is something that hits close to home in more ways than one. The script is also really tight and allows the art to tell the story with dialogue being used when necessary. The reusing of panels could feel cheap, but here is meant to sell horror, confusion, grief, and regret. The horror aspect is helped by the art as well. We see the aftermath of people getting melted, and we get to see how they eventually become nothing but close. Bendis is known for creating quippy dialogue and prolonging things. This can be seen in the event comics he wrote, and especially during his time in Ultimate Spider-Man. But Bendis was able to tell a one-and-done story, which allowed the artist to play with the art. Wide shots, close-up shots, and moments of horror and grief are balanced well. The death of a teenager is tragic already, but in the world and politics of the Ultimate Universe, this is a full-blown tragedy. This is definitely my favorite thing Bendis has written, and that's saying a lot because I thought his stint on Ultimate X-Men was just okay for the most part. This book can make you feel angry, sad, gross, and exhausted, but all in a way that will stick with you. Also, with the amount of Marvel merch that the MC wears, you can see it as a reader stand-in, but that opens up to people saying, wow, this is how it will be if the Marvel Universe was realistic. And that makes me think of Marvel Ruins, and I'm not going down that rabbit hole. Maybe next time though. I just wish it was a one and done story, but it was brought up twice afterwards, both in a way for Wolverine to get his way over Nick Fury. Like hey, you remember this? And Fury's like, oh, what do you mean? What do you mean? No. We don't talk about that. I personally don't like that it's used as a catch-all because it comes off as inappropriately humorous and quippy, especially when the reference is the tragic death of a teenager. But I digress. Death, grief, and the quote-unquote greater good is the tragedy of Ultimate X-Men issue 41. Thanks for watching. Comic books are something that I love to talk about, and I realized that I did it once and not again. How vintage comics doesn't count. Also, after releasing the furry video, I got a boost in subs, so I hope that you enjoyed this video and are here to stay. If you like this video, make sure to slap that like button. We're bringing it back. And if you want to see more, make sure to subscribe and click the bell.
I don't know how I subscribe to this guy. Oh well, I guess thumbs up, I guess. Okay, so this weekend I'm going to download as many of the VODs as I can from the members only YouTube channel, or the main YouTube channel, and I'll upload it to the new archive channel that I made today. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for the suggestions, and I'll share that Ludwig the Tractor video in my archive channel announcement, just to credit the inspiration. Thank you, everyone. Let's see who's over on Twitch we can go raid, and I'll finish up this diva costume in due time. Let's see who's on Twitch. We got, come on, load. We got Perry over on Twitch. What do you think, Perry? He's gonna be low effort today. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for checking the stream out. I made a few costumes. I emailed them off to Dingus and Lead, so you can look forward to seeing those costumes on their streams. Did they get them? Oh. Somebody's got to gift me a sub to Perry, because it's not in the budget. Pre-order Modern Warfare 3 to get early access. Thank you, Dingus. Thank you for the sub. You got the models, good job. Saw you had trouble with the Lantern Ghost, but the Toneberry is a nice substitute. I think the Lantern Ghost does have a 3D model from one of the 3DS games. The Lantern Ghost. Yeah, I'll look that up. I wasn't too proud of it, but I can make more.
Ain't or whatever. I'm not.
Thank you. Thank you for the 5
Fuck you
subs.
for subscribing.
Congrats, Red Animator, Moatis, Hayabusa Feather, Nicholas
Fuck you for subscribing.
Fjord, and Kojima World Order.
Fuck you for subscribing.
Thank you, Dingus.
Okay, but over time, I've changed how I deal with you live on the stream. So I'm just saying, there's different ways to deal with that. Okay. And you make my job harder when you do that. That's all I'm saying. But like for instance, like after this stream is over, I have to go back to real work because I wasn't able to do it during the midday today. So I have to finish actually like real work stuff. That's not PCL stuff. You don't. You can go out and do whatever you do. I make this stream work for me and my schedule,
like
as does Garrett,
stress.
as does Jim. Okay, and you're the one that benefits the most. So it's annoying to us when you act like that. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm not putting myself on some pedestal or whatever.
I'm concentrating in my head how I'm gonna do this so-called
what, the chokehold
stunt you want me to do?
We'll get to that. We'll get to that in a minute. All right, let's finish up the stream before we get to that. I got a couple more Tom's tips I got to do. We got some more tip comments and super chats and stuff, and then we'll get to the closer.
Oh, you were talking about the one just cussing at him. Being like,
Again,
come on,
asking about the
motherfucker.
closer.
Well, let's get to the closer when we have to talk about the closer. Okay, right now, see, this is the problem. You have something fixated on your brain, and it's all you're fixated on.
Yeah, it's called putting slimy.
Right, I get it. But Perry, can we talk about
hands.
this? Can we talk about this when it's time to do it, rather than waste?
All right.
Thank you. So can you clear the deck in your brain and reboot?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Can I go back?
Thank you.
Okay, maybe not Raid Perry. Maybe there's someone else. If Tom is gonna punish Perry by not really pushing him, I guess. That's kind of weird though. Got Serpent Hunter, got Dragon Slayer, we got plenty of people. Perez, Drawn Fraga, Shroom Dukem, Tevin. What do you think? Maybe Tevin?
Quite. Quite.
Tuh.
Oh, it's the
Are you
smoker.
well?
Sorry, I'm out of Marlboro Reds.
Because I need you to tell me about.
DSP trying to be funny. Pinned by Almighty Tevin. Do whatever the fuck you want. I'm not going to argue with you. I just made a comment about a video game series. Relax or not. I don't give a fuck. What is this?
Silence is not your ally here.
It is not silence. I cannot explain what I saw. That object
It's a pretty hot super chat.
did something to
Only
me.
Derek can spam? Let's be honest.
Somewhere else.
And it's gone. Nice.
Frightened.
Banned.
The Khalifa had his
I knew leaving that highlighted would have been a good thing to do.
It was an accident. I did not
DSP
mean
lean in banned. And people in chat are doing the lean in emote.
Didn't mean it.
Yes, only Derek can spam. That's what he's saying.
I cannot leave.
Only Derek can spam. And then someone becomes a channel member because apparently protecting a pedophile is what the people who give money to DSP prefer above anything. Oh my god, Phil. I saw you defending a pedophile from someone who gave you money. I'm gonna give you my money. What does that say about you, dude? What does that say about you? Why the fuck would anyone do that unless they're similarly inclined? Don't take it upon yourself to look up that guy's channel and see what playlist that guy has.
Who look like me.
No logical conclusions to make there.
Ah, ran right by them.
Ah. And no one knows better. Because DSP takes down the stream and uploads it without the chat. But he whines and bitches and moans about everyone else
Yeah. Oh, what the hell?
taking things out of
Damn,
context.
Derek been telling him that he loved the Scream 5 review a lot. See, this is the thing, Derek. This is a new release day, so we can't talk about anything besides the game.
Oh, that hurt.
Man, you got hurt in real life? Yeah, look at him leaning in. I should have turned the volume down faster. I wanted to point him out. Just looking at the fucking chat as he groans. Look at him. Oh. Like, what are you even looking for? Super chats and
Let's go
people
rate
are
that
banned. Right into a ban. Who knows what he deleted? Sorry.
Again, today's the beginning of a 3-day weekend. I'm going to spend Monday with the family, and then Tuesday I have a DMV appointment. So I'll be back on Wednesday. I did the VTuber stuff today to make up for it, just to move it over. God, that face. What a terrible... Yeah, new license, finally. And then I'll be back on Wednesday. Probably with plenty to get caught up on. Yeah, you guys enjoy your weekend as well. Make sure to enjoy the weekend shenanigans, as well as what happens on Monday and Tuesday. May the good blood guide your way, everybody. Thank you. And I'll probably come back with the diva costume completed. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for the suggestions. Oh yeah, and I'll come back with the archive channel will be up and running with all the stream archives. Thanks, everybody. You guys have a good one.
Jump, grab this. No, grab the rope. Grab the rope. Go on, Bassam.
Nonsense. This dude should wear gloves. His character hands would not even work after doing that.
I'm tired of eating plants.
Oh well, it's a video game.
Can of spinach? I got guards on my ass. I don't have time for this shit. I'm Bossum the Sailor Man. I'm Bossum the Sailor Man.
Thank you for the raid.
Right now,
Big ups, LW. You hear it the perfect time.
There's like a level where it's like
DSP's living in a world of blur, as in his stream is blurry as shit.
Is it him? I think so.
A lot of screen tearing with this game. It may or may not be his stream's fault, and the frame rate fucked up really, really, really bad earlier. But he's having a good time. This is a new release hype.
Oh, snap. Great escape. For some reason, no longer 60 frames. It's a pre-rendered cutscene.
Oh, dude.
Awesome. Hurry up. We've lost 30 frames of animation. We stand no chance. Bye-bye.
What are you doing?
Don't.